In the tranquil kingdom of Ludix, the emperor married an empress from the most powerful family. She was the eldest daughter of the Esmeralda family, renowned for their vast wealth and widespread reputation. She gave birth to twins, a prince and a princess, with the prince becoming the heir to the throne. Soon after, the emperor took a second empress, the youngest daughter of the Gon family, the leading family of the royal knights, who elevated the kingdom's reputation through their military prowess. Thanks to her, a second prince was born. One day, the second empress was assassinated. The culprit was never caught, but terrible rumors spread throughout the kingdom, leading the emperor to depose the first prince and appoint the second prince as the heir. The reason for the deposition was the first prince's cruelty. And so, our story begins in the capital city. On the bustling streets, everyone was welcoming the returning knights. I heard it was another absolute victory this time. Our kingdom is truly powerful, someone said. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What's going on?" Another replied, "Isn't that the crown prince? Duke Rayburn Esmeraldo." Another person chimed in, "Good heavens, did he go to the battlefield himself? He doesn't even have a single scratch on him. So the rumors about him loving war must be true, since he's always out fighting," another remarked. "I heard the crown prince was the one who instigated this war," someone added. As the prince passed by, whispers rippled through the crowd. Is it true about the twins instigating violence? Rumor has it they were the ones who killed the second empress. These whispers caught the attention of a young, brown-haired guard with a scar on his face standing nearby. The crowd is the same as always, he thought, though in front of Lady Joya, they wouldn't even dare to glance. Suddenly, the crown prince stopped and glared at the crowd, causing them to fall silent. Sensing something was amiss, the guard quickly rushed forward and said, "Your Highness, don't mind them. Let's keep moving." Suddenly, a little girl dashed from the crowd towards the crown prince, saying, "Big brother, I'm your fan," and held up a book in front of the prince. A chorus of squeals suddenly erupted from a group of young girls in the crowd. "Daddy, you're so strong and have such broad shoulders. Daddy, your smile is so bright." They held up signs that read, "Prince, I love you," screaming as if they would die for the prince. Astonished, the prince asked, "What's going on?" The guard replied, "I have no idea, haha." The little girl handed the book to the prince and said, "Please sign this for me." It's the novel, The Prince in the Rose Garden. The scene shifts to a quiet, remote village. A young, beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes was sitting and writing. An old woman approached her and asked, "Why would someone as talented as you stay here? It's such a waste for someone as lovely as you to be stuck in this countryside." The city is really scary for the female lead, but she also really wants to go because the prince is there. She really loves the prince, despite the many bad rumors about him. Suddenly, two young girls walked over, talking to each other. "Did you hear the crown prince is back? I wonder what he's like in real life," one girl said. "Oh, I wish I could run over and see him right now," the other girl replied. The female protagonist hurriedly ran over and asked the two girls, "Is the prince back?" The two girls waved and said, "You're Angela, right? Are you a fan of the prince too?" "How can I not be his fan? He's so handsome," the female protagonist said with a smile. "Right? I know there are those rumors, but I bet if we could meet him in person, he'd have a great personality," one girl said. "And his swordsmanship is outstanding too," the other girl added. They immediately started chatting. Curious, the female protagonist asked, "How did you two become fans of the prince? Did you see the paparazzi photos? Huh? Didn't you also become his fan because of that book, The Prince in the Rose Garden?" One girl replied. "What rose garden?" the female protagonist asked in surprise. The other girl continued, "The recent bestseller in the city. 90% of the readers fell in love with the prince. Everyone's obsessed with it. You didn't know? I had such a hard time getting a copy." A sudden prickle of excitement ran through Angela. "Wow, that sounds fascinating," she exclaimed. "Could I borrow it? I'll finish it quickly and return it right away." She snatched the book, a flush rising in her cheeks, and hurried off as if afraid the two girls might change their minds. "What did that devil just do?" one of the girls sputtered, indignant. "That book was expensive." Suddenly, the other girl whipped around. "Who are those people?" she asked, her voice laced with apprehension. They realized it was the royal knights. "What are they doing here?" One of the knights approached. "Does anyone named Angela live in this village?" he inquired. The two girls exchanged uneasy glances, a cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. "Isn't that the girl who just ran off?" Back in Angela's humble home, the walls adorned with numerous portraits of the prince, she opened the book. Her eyes widened in horror. "What?" she shrieked. "My fan fiction is published. How could this happen?" she gasped, flipping through the pages. "Oh my God, this is totally my ridiculous writing style." Angela collapsed into a chair, her mind reeling. Who would publish something like this? I wrote this ages ago, and no one knew about it except for that merchant I lent it to so I could buy that paparazzi photo. She smacked her forehead, a sudden realization dawning on her. It was that merchant, she thought. No wonder he had to come here today. But he didn't show up, so he secretly published it, sold it, and ran away. A throbbing headache began to form. People actually paid money to read. This nonsense, she finished, her voice barely a whisper. A fantastical thought drifted through her mind. Did the prince read it? She abruptly stood, slamming her hand on the table. What kind of dream are you having? She scolded herself. This is so embarrassing, she muttered, pacing back and forth. I have to find that merchant and make him recall this book. This could cause trouble, since I was just scribbling nonsense when I was young. Ugh, who would have thought people would actually read this drivel? So embarrassing. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Angela, knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Oh, I have to return the book, Angela mumbled. Snatching the book, Angela plastered a smile on her face and opened the door. I'm sorry I ran off so suddenly, she said, extending the book. Here's your book. It's a really silly story, so you should probably just burn it. But the girl who had arrived simply said, I'm sorry. Angela looked up. Behind the two girls stood the royal knights, imposing figures in their military uniforms. They were looking for you, one of the girls stammered, so we brought them here. One of the knights stepped forward. Angela, he stated, his voice firm, author of the novel The Prince in the Rose Garden. All three girls froze. Angela managed a single word, yes. You are charged with obstructing royal affairs and engaging in espionage, the knight continued. You are under arrest. Angela stared at him, dumbfounded. Espionage. The scene shifted to another location earlier that same morning, the royal council. Before the crown prince returns, a minister announced, I would like to hear the opinions of the council members. He continued, what are your thoughts on the great achievements that Prince Rayburn Esmeralda has just made? Standing nearby, the princess clenched her hands, her expression taut with anxiety. One of the council members spoke up. Well, I don't deny the achievements, but how could he be so cruel? Malicious rumors are spreading everywhere, General. The general looked surprised. Oh, what rumors? The man continued. Rumors say he burned down entire villages, even after they surrendered. Another man added, including civilians. Murmurs rippled through the room. There are rumors that he even buried prisoners alive, someone whispered. How terrible, another exclaimed. Even if they are enemies, that's too cruel. The general suddenly laughed. That's just how the crown prince is. Even though he risks his life, they still slander him. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. But a sudden bang echoed through the hall, startling everyone. The princess, dressed identically to the crown prince, stood up and strode towards the exit. Where are you going in such a hurry? The general asked. The meeting has just begun, so I ask you to sit down, Princess Esmeralda. The princess scoffed. Glaring at him, she retorted. It smells like shit in here, so I can't sit still. I'll be right back, General. The general stared after her, speechless. A royal councilman, bristling with indignation, rose to his feet. Preposterous. This is utterly vulgar. At his outburst, Princess Joya paused in her stride, fixing him with an icy stare. The man promptly snapped his mouth shut, a heavy silence descending upon the council chamber. Joya swept from the room, her thoughts a whirlwind of frustration. What a mess, she mused. I thought his image would improve after that grand victory, but who could have predicted his reputation would plummet even further? If this continues, Rayburn will be in serious trouble. Suddenly, a hushed conversation drifted to Joya's ears. Prince Rayburn is so cool, isn't he? It was a pair of maids, their heads bent together over a book clutched in one of their hands. Oh my goodness, are you insane? The other hissed. How dare you bring that here? If the royals find out, you're finished. But the story is so good, I couldn't resist reading it, the first maid replied. Don't worry, they're all in the meeting. Joya slammed her sword into the floor with a resounding clang. What are you talking about? She demanded. How dare you speak of Prince Rayburn's name in such a manner? The two maids jumped, their faces paling. Princess, one stammered, trembling. Forgive me, Your Highness, the other quickly added. The book portrays the prince in such a flattering light. I wouldn't dare speak ill of him. Joya's mind reeled. So I wasn't mistaken, she thought. They truly do think Rayburn is cool. Is this the same man whose reputation is in tatters? The thought almost made her laugh. What book is this? Joya asked the maids. Their voices still shaky, they replied. It's called The Prince in the Rose Garden, Your Highness. It suddenly became popular among the commoners about 2 weeks ago. Joya picked up the book, turning it over in her hands. You say this thing is famous? She murmured. No wonder the atmosphere in the streets has been so strange. So this is the cause of the commotion. Meanwhile, in the deposed crown prince's office, a royal knight was presenting the same novel to him. Yes, that's right, your grace, he confirmed. What do you think? The deposed prince asked, his eyes burning with fury as he scanned the pages. The royal knight offered a nervous chuckle. Isn't it a masterpiece? I rather enjoyed reading it myself. Suddenly, the deposed prince plunged a knife into the very center of the book. Silencing the startled knight, he seethed, I will not tolerate this blatant mockery. He surged to his feet. I must kill him, he declared. The royal knight stammered, who are you referring to, your grace? The deposed prince's voice was glacial. The author of that book. Late that night, a carriage rumbled along a small road through a dark forest. Inside, a cage held a prisoner. 2 guards on horseback rode ahead, leading the way. The prisoner, Angela, was bound and shackled, her mind racing with disbelief. How had she ended up in this predicament? Is this a carriage or a coffin? She wondered bleakly. It bore the royal crest. It felt as though it might fall apart at any moment. Suddenly, the carriage lurched violently as it struck a rock. The impact sent Angela sprawling face first onto the floor of the cage. The chain securing the cage door snapped, the door swinging open. Angela, startled, lifted her head. Is it really broken? She thought incredulously. You gotta be kidding me. She was exhausted, her body aching from the rough journey. A memory surfaced, unbidden and unwelcome. She was a child again, locked in a similar carriage, her mother bartering her away to a merchant. Only 50,000, her mother had haggled. You said you didn't want to raise her, so this is the price, the merchant had replied. She may look like this, her mother had continued, but she's quite skilled at writing complaint letters. She can write anything. Then, with a dismissive wave, her mother had added, but what good is it? She'll be doing farm work for the rest of her life. Useless. The memory of the small, ragged girl, huddled and defeated, clung to Angela. She stared at the open cage door, contemplating escape. Now, she was that girl, grown older but still huddled, still staring at an open door, still unsure of what to do. If I run, she thought, a flicker of hope igniting within her, maybe I'll see the prince again. Then, just as quickly, the hope faded. No, she thought wryly. That was a long time ago. These men looked like royal knights. Perhaps it was best to throw herself on the prince's mercy. Suddenly, a voice from outside sliced through her thoughts. Wasn't she supposed to be executed? Why are we bringing her back? Terror gripped Angela's heart. I heard they're investigating it, seeing if she's actually on the prince's side. One of the guards remarked. It's not surprising a book praising that notoriously brutal prince would suddenly appear. Angela thought, how astonishing. It seems I have no choice. I must escape. She moved to the edge of the carriage and stood poised. The carriage picked up speed. Angela stood on the precipice, staring down in terror. She bit her lip hard, thinking, was it this terrifying last time? She took a step forward and leaped. Suddenly, a hand shot out. A mysterious man on horseback caught her. Astonished, Angela gasped too. She looked up. The man wore a mask and a hood, only 2 amber eyes visible. Are you the author? The man asked abruptly. Get in. Wait. He tossed her roughly back into the carriage. Her head slammed against the carriage railing. Thump. The coachman glanced back, puzzled. He saw only a horse galloping behind. Still confused, unsure of what had transpired, the coachman suddenly registered the mysterious man leaping onto the roof of the carriage and stabbing him with a sword. The coachman's scream brought the 2 guards ahead to a halt. Confused, they turned to see the coachman slain, the prisoner still inside the carriage. Angela watched in terror, eyes fixed on the murdered coachman. One of the guards, sword still undrawn, stood in shock, wondering where the ambush had come from. Suddenly, with a whoosh, one of the 2 guards was struck down. The remaining guard drew his sword, pointing it at the now mounted figure. Who are you? Show yourself. Are you mad? Attacking a royal knight. His eyes widened in utter shock as he recognized the crest on the masked man's horse. It was Prince Rayburn's steed. He realized with a jolt that the masked man was Prince Rayburn himself. Trembling, barely able to hold his sword, the guard thought, it's the prince. I'm done for. Suddenly, the prince sheathed his sword. Drenched in sweat, shaking with fear, the guard thought, he's letting me live? Why? He quickly turned, looking for an escape route. I have to get out of here. Report this to the royal family. But the prince lunged, cutting the guard down. Blood sprayed everywhere. Angela scrambled back. There's no way I'm getting out of this alive. See you in the next life, Your Highness. Another stranger appeared. Seeing Angela collapse, he exclaimed, "Oh no!" The newcomer asked the prince, "Is she dead?" The prince replied calmly, "She just fainted. But why are you following me?" The newcomer pulled back his hood, revealing himself to be one of the prince's guards. He exclaimed in surprise, "What are you talking about? I'm following you?" "You're the one following me, Duke. I'm on a secret mission for Lady Joya." The prince pulled down his mask, thinking, I wonder what the princess is up to. The blonde knight dismounted and covered a strange white marking on the prince's horse with a cloth. "But why bring your own horse here? What if someone recognizes it? What about you?" But the prince ignored the knight, walking straight to the carriage door. The blonde knight, sweating profusely, pleaded, "Please wait, Duke." "What are you doing?" The prince approached Angela, lying motionless in the carriage. He drew his sword. "I told you, I would kill the author of that book." The blonde knight rushed forward, staying the prince's sword. "No." Lady Joya gave orders to bring back the author of that book at all costs. The prince snarled, "Do you know who you're obstructing? You're my bodyguard, not Joya's knight. You should know whose orders take precedence." The blonde knight knelt. "Forgive me, but surely you have some reason for wanting to spare her." The prince looked down at the unconscious girl lying on the carriage floor. "I do. Who knows?" Prince Rayburn said, sheathing his sword. "Joya said she'd explain, so we'll decide the girl's fate later." Knowing her, who knows what she'd do if her mission failed? The blonde knight lowered his head. "Thank you, sir." Rayburn continued, "You should head back. I'll handle this." The blonde knight drew his bow and fired arrows into the two corpses on the ground. The next morning, the royal army arrived at the scene of the assassination and began their investigation. The royal guards whispered amongst themselves, speculating that judging by the old arrows, it was likely a band of bandits after some nobleman's fortune. It seemed the fools hadn't realized they were attacking royal knights. Suddenly, a minister shouted, "Silence!" All the guards fell quiet. The minister fumed inwardly. "I can't believe we're wasting time on such a trivial matter because of these absurd markings. I want to wrap this up quickly, but he's taking his sweet time. I'll never understand his way of thinking." The deposed crown prince was examining the bodies. As expected, the crown prince thought, "These wounds all target vital points, while the others are merely a cover-up." The minister approached the crown prince. "Your Highness, have you finished your examination? What are your thoughts?" The crown prince abruptly stood up. "I'm finished, General." "How very interesting." The scene shifted to a sun-drenched garden where a young girl with large, bright eyes and blonde hair gazed upwards. Beside her stood a boy with dark hair, dressed in aristocratic clothing. Then, the same dark-haired figure appeared, but with fierce amber eyes, glaring intensely. Angela jolted awake, sitting up with a gasp. She blinked several times. Covered in sweat, Angela thought, just a dream. She looked around. Is this a dream too? Where am I? Surrounded by luxurious, gleaming objects, she found herself in an opulent room. "I fainted," she recalled. "There's no way my village could have such extravagant furnishings." She laughed aloud. "Haha, I thought I was done for, but I never imagined I'd end up like this. When will I ever get to experience such luxury again, even if it's just a dream?" The encounter with the masked man and the spray of blood flashed through her mind. Tears welled in her eyes as she laughed. "Thank you, masked man. Thanks to you, I have these wonderful memories and such a sweet dream. Damn, when I wake up, I'm going to write all of this down and share it with everyone." A sudden shiver ran down her spine. "Wait," she thought, "if this isn't a dream, then I'm already dead." The thought sent a chill through her. Fear gripped her. Did I die and get reincarnated? Even in the afterlife, how could I have such a beautiful house? So much has happened at once. I can't understand any of it. Her thoughts raced. Why are all these things happening? The masked man, the royal knights, the guy who sold my childhood fan fiction. Her mother's words from her childhood echoed in her mind, tinged with bitterness. She might seem like that, but she's really good at writing complaint letters, or whatever. She could draft them all. What good is that? She'll end up working the fields her whole life. Useless. A wave of sadness washed over her. I shouldn't have started writing in the first place. She sat quietly, lost in thought. But I don't want to forget the wonderful memory of the prince who saved me. Suddenly, she remembered the amber eyes of the dark-haired man from a recent dream. They were identical to the eyes of the masked man in black from last night. The same gaze startled her. She collapsed back onto the bed, drenched in sweat. That masked man, that murderer, could he be the prince? She wondered. A nervous laugh escaped her lips as she tried to reassure herself. Impossible. The prince is a good person. Suddenly, a voice startled Angela. A young maid opened the door and entered. I heard some noises just now. You're awake. I'm Erica, your maid. It's an honor to serve you, Scholar. Angela's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, Scholar. The maid beamed. Welcome to Rudex, the residence of Grand Duke Rayburn Esmeraldo. Angela gasped, stunned. Is this the prince's residence? Angela asked the maid. Is the prince here too? The maid replied, of course. A fierce internal struggle raged within Angela. A wicked voice whispered, that masked man? That blood-splattered lunatic? Could he possibly be the prince? Meanwhile, a kinder part of her waved heart-shaped flags at the very thought of the prince, urging her to stop it, to stop thinking about it. The maid helped Angela to her feet. Might I address you more simply, Scholar? You seem young enough to be my little sister. Angela laughed. Ah, yes, but I'm not a scholar. Before she could finish, the maid exclaimed, Little sister. Oh my goodness, it's such an honor to serve someone as cool as you. Please call me Lizzie. And little sister, The maid continued to gush, leaving Angela quite overwhelmed. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. A blonde knight with a scar on his face appeared. I told you to check if the scholar was awake, not to chat her up. The maid stammered, I apologize, sir. Oh, I was so excited, I completely forgot. Sir, I brought some clothes. Angela's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, a scarred-faced blonde knight reprimands. I asked you to check if the scholar was awake, not to talk with her. The maid quickly apologizes. Sorry, sir. I got too excited and forgot. The knight then mentions, I've brought some clothes. The female lead's eyes widen in astonishment as she says, Wow. Angela observed the people before her, thinking, even the servants in a noble's mansion are incredibly elegant, as if they belong to another world entirely. The maid, beaming, said, Why are you all still here? Our scholar is still in her nightclothes. I'll inform you when she's ready, so please wait outside. The butler and the blonde knight nervously wiped sweat from their brows. What do you mean by that? Angela thought with amusement. It seems even they can't handle her. The maid, holding the fresh clothes, smiled. Would you like to wear this? Angela, still sitting on the floor, hesitantly asked. But where am I going? The maid replied cheerfully. Why? To meet the prince, of course. The scene shifted. A man's hand tapped rhythmically on a table. Angela sat opposite him, staring. It really is him, she thought. She pinched herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. It's really the prince. Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? I wonder if he's forgotten me already. The prince sat across from her, his unusually handsome eyes fixed intently upon her. Suddenly, he seemed to realize that Angela was staring back. Seeing her just sitting there, gazing at him, he felt a flicker of annoyance. How irritating, he thought. The two remained locked in a silent standoff, one radiating a sun-like brightness, the other shrouded in a stormy darkness. The scarred blonde knight standing by the door thought, I just want to escape. Suddenly, a knock interrupted the tense silence. Knock, knock, knock. The princess had arrived. The knight opened the door and bowed. Welcome, your highness. Princess Joya entered with a bright smile. Hello, Mano. You've done well. She looked at Angela. That must be the author. Startled, Angela rose to her feet. I am Angela. Your highness. She managed to finish before the princess strode forward, patted her shoulder, and gently pressed her back down. Joya settled beside her, radiating good cheer. Relax. You are our honored guest. The princess sat so close that Angela blushed, thinking they look exactly alike. This is the first time I've seen twins. They're so captivating. Joya looked up. Hello, Rayburn. Prince Rayburn slammed a book down on the table. You should greet her as well. Angela glanced at the book, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. That's my book, she thought. Rayburn plunged a dagger into the table beside it. Why did you bring the author here? He demanded of Joya, his voice tight with anger. Joya laughed. Because she's important. Why are you so grumpy? You should be thanking the girl for turning a fool like you into the hero of such a wonderful book. Angela, flushed and sweating, thought, am I sitting too close? Delicious. The three of them sat side by side, the princess on the right and the prince on the left. Angela, sweating nervously, thought aside from the dimples, they really do look alike. Does the prince have dimples too, when he smiles? Rayburn, still tense, turned to Joya. Why? Have you read it? Princess Joya, still brimming with mirth, asked confidently. I haven't even touched it. Rayburn, genuinely irritated, pointed at Mano, the blonde knight with the scar. In that ridiculous book, there's even a kissing scene between you and him. Mano, disgusted, retorted, What? Why me? Joya burst into laughter, finding the whole situation amusing. Me, with a servant? She scoffed. Angela, merely smiling awkwardly through the ordeal, suddenly realized something. Ah, so that's his bodyguard, Rayburn said, still simmering with anger. Is that all you think about? Joya, however, continued to laugh. Haha, you say you hate it, but it seems you've read quite a bit. Meanwhile, Angela sat between them, mortified. This is so embarrassing, she thought. I just want to disappear. Quickly changing the subject, she addressed Rayburn. I fainted yesterday, so I don't remember anything, but was it your highness who saved me from the masked assassin? Rayburn replied casually, It was me. Angela gasped, as if unable to believe her ears. It was... Joya, surprised, asked seriously, Why did you follow the servant on the mission I assigned? Still confused, Angela asked Rayburn, What do you mean? Rayburn nonchalantly placed his hand on a dagger embedded in the table. That masked man was me. I came to kill you, but thanks to Joya, you're still alive. Angela was stunned. Her eyes widened. The light reflecting the shape of the dagger pointed towards her throat, wavering in her vision. Rayburn continued, If you want to live, you'd better burn every single copy of that book in the Empire and disappear from my sight. You should leave before I change my mind. A cold sweat broke out on Angela's skin. What? She thought, terrified. Rayburn glared at Angela. Do you understand? He demanded. Angela, drenched in cold sweat, thought, Is this really the prince? This idiot, Joya thought, but she still maintained a smile. Hey, you're saying too much, aren't you? Are you done? Why are you crushing her spirit? She chided. She's about to write a masterpiece for us. This seemed to take Rayburn aback. Rayburn looked at Angela, his gaze as if assessing her worth. Joya, smiling, addressed Angela. Don't mind him, little writer. Oh my, look how scared she is. Mano sighed in exasperation. All right, enough chit-chat, Joya said to Angela. Let's get down to business. We need you to write the next chapter. Angela, dumbfounded, stammered. The next chapter? Joya continued. Do you know why you were originally brought to the palace? Because even the crown prince noticed the impact a few pieces of paper could have on the public. We were quite surprised by the people's reaction to Rayburn's recent victories. It's not just Rayburn, Joya explained. The Esmeralda family's tarnished image has also improved significantly. The crown prince's faction must have thought we were manipulating things behind the scenes, trying to reclaim the throne. So they tried to seize you, the true culprit. She continued, Even though our family is plagued by scandals, directly confronting us is extremely difficult. So I believe they intended to imprison you and accuse our family of manipulating public opinion. Joya smiled brightly at Angela. Of course, I believe after that, you'd be finished too, right? Angela, terrified, was sweating profusely, her eyes wide with fear. Joya continued, In short, we've benefited greatly from your novel, but the crown prince hasn't. Since we saved you, we deserve more benefits, right? If you're exposed as the author, I'll do everything in my power to help you survive within the royal family. We will absolutely protect you. So I want you to continue writing about Rayburn while keeping your identity hidden. What do you think of our deal? Angela stared intently at Rayburn. He, looking puzzled, asked, Why are you even saying all this? Joya suddenly turned an icy gaze towards Angela. Once we sign this agreement, everything about the masked incident will remain a secret between us. If you reveal it to anyone, I'll send a real masked knight after you before the crown prince's men even get to you. This is all far too dangerous for us, the heroine thought, a shiver crawling down her spine as she remembered Princess Joya. That woman is terrifying. The memory of the guard's hushed conversation on the carriage ride surfaced. She's as good as dead. Are we really taking her with us? She had thought at the time, are they saying I'm definitely going to be killed? Even if it's unfair, she continued her internal monologue. That's why I risked my life jumping off that carriage. Princess Joya smiled, her question laced with a chilling undertone. So what do you think? Will you sign the agreement? The unspoken addendum hung heavy in the air. Do you want to live or die? Angela trembled. I want to live, she stammered. I'll sign. Just let me survive this, she thought desperately. Just survive. Joya burst into laughter. What a reaction. You're so cute. Rayburn, his head throbbing, thought in frustration. Who would have guessed she'd make a suggestion like this? Always making decisions on her own. Suddenly, his eyes widened, snapping towards the person opposite him. He watched Joya's radiant smile, a silent observation forming in his mind. It's been a long time since I've seen her smile like that. As if witnessing a shift in scenery, Angela's mind wandered, lost in the mundane details of the past as a maid pulled her through the bustling streets. It's fun to be out and about, the maid chuckled. How did you manage to make my clothes look so good on you? Angela was, in fact, wearing the maid's clothes. The maid giggled. I heard it from Bisha. Don't worry about not bringing any clothes. We could buy some new ones that are more in line with lightish fashion. Angela, startled, replied, okay, thinking, oh, right. She doesn't know where I'm really from. The maid continued, her voice bright. Actually, I just started working at the estate, so I'm thrilled that a newbie like me gets to serve someone as important as you. Angela, speechless, simply offered a smile, her thoughts a quiet whirlwind. This girl is a bit too naive, even though she's technically of higher status than me. A sigh escaped her lips. Noticing the sigh, the maid gently nudged Angela. Sister, you've seemed down for a while now. Waving a hand in front of Angela's face, she said, I don't know what's troubling you, but let the sadness go. Everything will be all right. In the distance, Angela's eyes caught sight of the palace. Her eyes widened, focusing on the majestic structure. A smile touched her lips. She's right, Angela thought. This is the city of my dreams. Unbeknownst to them, a figure cloaked in black watched silently from the shadows. Recognizing Angela, the figure began to sweat, a thought echoing in their mind. That child, without a doubt, it's her. On a bustling street, teeming with pedestrians, two young maidservants navigated the crowded sidewalks. Madam, what shall we do first? One of the maids asked Angela. Yes, well, I don't know my way around here. So, Miss Elite, could you— Angela began, only to be quickly interrupted. Oh, you're too formal, the young maid exclaimed. I told you, just call me Lizzie. Let's talk casually, madam. Angela replied awkwardly. Angela recalled a conversation with Meadow back at the castle. Miss Angela, Meadow had said, I need to remind you of something. I think it's best if you don't act too strangely now. You're currently in the role of a scholar, and with that status, you'll be respected wherever you go. Oh, yes, sir, Angela had replied. Oh, Meadow continued, you've finally helped us by being the author of the book, so be confident, miss. Oh, she suddenly thought, but what was that kissing scene about earlier? What was that all about? Angela began to sweat, trying to laugh it off. Haha, I'll keep your word to mind. I have to go now. Back in the present, Angela sighed, the unsettling memory fading as she addressed the maid. All right, Lizzie. Lizzie beamed. Hee, that's the spirit. Lizzie suddenly asked, you met the prince earlier, right? How did it go? Angela recalled Rayburn's cold gaze. It would be fine if he didn't remember me, but he's changed so much, it's frightening. I feel so guilty for creating such a strange story on a whim. The thought stung with a familiar ache. Why is he so scary? Lizzie continued, her smile as bright and guileless as ever. Is he as cool as the prince? Like the prince in the rose garden? You've read that story, right? I'm a huge fan. Lizzie's words left Angela speechless. Lizzie's smile took on a dreamy quality. That prince in the story is super cool, right? I've read it so many times. I'm really looking forward to the next chapter. I bet a lot's going to happen. Angela thought, bewildered. Did she really read that ridiculous story? But why? They continued their stroll down the street. Lizzie gestured toward some shops. Ooh, those clothes shops look nice. Let's go in. Angela replied. Okay. Inside, the shop overflowed with gorgeous dresses. Wow, Angela breathed. Then, remembering herself, told Lizzie, I don't have any money to buy these things right now. Lizzie laughed. Oh, you don't have to worry about money. I was told you'd be staying at the mansion, so you'll need clothes. Buy as much as you want. Just show them this letter with the prince's signature. Angela took the letter with surprise. The prince said that. Lizzie replied, no, Sir Mano did. Oh, his knight, Angela thought. Right, the prince wouldn't bother with me. Suddenly, the shopkeeper approached. Hello. The shopkeeper frowned at Lizzie, thinking, this pink-haired girl again. She comes in every day, messes up the clothes, and then leaves. Angela spoke up. I'm just looking around. Lizzie beamed. I bet you'll find something soon, right? Scholars always wear robes, so you probably don't dress up often. Let's get something quickly and then go get something to eat. Angela was taken aback. She, in fact, enjoyed dressing up. Well, she doesn't know anything, she thought. Suddenly, Angela's gaze landed on a magnificent outfit in the corner of the room. Following her gaze, Lizzie asked, what are you looking at? Then, taking it in, wow, that's beautiful. I've never worn such a beautiful dress. Lizzie sighed. Then, her smile returning, she moved towards a blue dress. I think this one is prettier, though. Abruptly, the shopkeeper smacked Lizzie's hand. Oh my goodness, what are you touching? Scowling, she continued, how dare you touch that without knowing how expensive it is? This dress was designed by Louis Vuitton, but you probably wouldn't know that, would you? It's unbelievable. You always come here dressed like a beggar, touching everything. You don't even have the money to buy clothes, yet you have such high standards. Both girls blinked, stunned into silence. Glaring at Lizzie, she said. Dressing up all nice and going out with a friend today, are we? Angela bristled. Does she really need to be this mean? This is so weird. The shopkeeper continued to Lizzie. You probably won't buy it, right? Hand over that dress. Tears welled in Lizzie's eyes. Clutching the dress tightly, she said, No, I'm really going to buy it today. Angela stared, surprised. Is she crying? I thought she was the type to talk back. She was just laughing a moment ago. Lizzie's face flushed crimson with shame. I didn't know the shopkeepers saw me like this. This is so embarrassing, being scolded in front of her. Suddenly, Angela spoke to the shopkeeper. Excuse me, we'll take the whole set. Please wrap it up for us. Holding up the dress she had chosen, she added, I'll take this one too. The shopkeeper squawked. Do you know how expensive it is? She reached for it roughly, but Angela simply told Lizzie, What are you standing there for? Lizzie, you grab one too. Lizzie hurriedly snatched up the green dress she had chosen, while the shopkeeper just stood there, sputtering. Are you girls kidding me? The shopkeeper fumed. But Angela handed the shopkeeper a piece of paper. I'll wear this one now, so please deliver the rest to this address. The shopkeeper stared at the seal on the paper, her eyes widening. This is the signature of Duke Rayburn of Rhea. Angela spoke with newfound confidence. I'm a scholar residing at the Duke's mansion. I came here unexpectedly, so I didn't have time to prepare clothes. But I didn't expect to be disrespected here. Lizzie, clutching two dresses, beamed through her tears. Angela continued. Do you understand now? Please deliver the clothes there. The shopkeeper, drenched in sweat, clutched the document and stared at Angela. That confident look, he thought. I don't think she's lying. Angela continued, her words bringing a flush to the shopkeeper's cheeks. And another thing, this girl isn't someone you can treat so lightly. I expect you won't make this mistake again. The shopkeeper stammered, I sincerely apologize. Outside the clothing shop, Angela released a pent-up breath, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. That was close, she thought. I was afraid she'd discover my real identity. The two girls, now adorned in beautiful new dresses, clutched their recent purchases. Lizzie, beaming, produced 2 ice creams, offering one to Angela. Thank you, she said. You were so cool. You really are a scholar. Here's one for you. Angela replied with a grateful smile. Oh, thank you, Lizzie. Lizzie continued. Thanks to you, I'm dressed so beautifully. Lizzie suddenly asked, Is it okay to buy things using the Duke's name? Lizzie's question caused Angela to freeze, a wave of fear washing over her. Oh, she's right, she thought in a panic. I'm doomed. Spending so much money, and the Duke's money at that. Angela recalled Princess Joya's words from that day. We saved you because we need the next chapter. Mano, one of the guards, had also said, to be precise, you're helping us in your capacity as the author of the book. Remembering the princess and Mano's words, Angela muttered angrily. Thinking about it now, it's so frustrating. Why does the Duke need me yet treat me so horribly? We should spend even more. Empty his pockets. Lizzie gasped, huh? A sly grin spread across Angela's face. The Duke is generous. He'll understand. Tell me, what else do you want to buy? We'll buy it all. Lizzie, delighted, exclaimed, Wow, really? As Angela and Lizzie strolled down the street, Lizzie enjoying her ice cream. A murmur arose from the crowd nearby. Lizzie nudged Angela. Look over there. A crowd's gathering. I wonder what's happening. With a burst of excitement, Lizzie darted off. I'll go check it out. Angela called after her in surprise. Lizzie, wait. Suddenly, an unfamiliar hand shot out, gripping Angela's arm tightly. Startled, she spun around to face a mysterious man. Angela had no idea who he was. The stranger hissed, Quiet. Come with me. I have something to tell you. Angela protested. Wait a minute. But the man hurriedly pulled her away. Witnessing the commotion in the street, from another corner, a royal carriage came into view. Lizzie, still brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Wow, sister, there's a royal carriage. Let me see who's inside. But when Lizzie turned back, Angela was gone. Cutting back to Angela, she was being forcibly dragged along by the strange man. Let go of me, she demanded. Tell me, do we really need to go this far? The man growled. I told you to be quiet. Just come with me. I have something to say. Angela, exasperated, screamed, Grabbing her ice cream, she smashed it into the stranger's face, yelling, I said let go. The man, caught completely off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. Angela wrenched herself free, thinking, I should run. The man suddenly cried out, Oh, my back. His voice startled Angela. As the hat slipped from the stranger's head, Angela realized it was the shopkeeper. Stooping down, she picked the remnants of the ice cream from his face and asked, What's going on? I'm sorry, but why did you approach me so sneakily? You could have just told me. Why do we have to walk all the way to this alley? The shopkeeper's face twisted into a sinister expression. This whole thing, he snarled, throwing a stack of wanted posters bearing his likeness in Angela's face. It's all your fault, Angela. Because of your novel, I'm a wanted man, he continued, his voice rising in pitch. I'm being mistaken for the author. I keep ripping down the posters, but there are too many. Damn it. Angela picked one up and examined it, thinking in surprise, what is this? But then, a sudden realization dawned on her, and she glared at the shopkeeper with icy eyes. I should be asking you, she said angrily, why that book even exists. How could you sell my work without my permission? The shopkeeper stammered. That's because... Angela cut him off sharply. Because of you, my situation is incredibly complicated now. I'm sorry you're being pursued, but you dug your own grave. The shopkeeper, sweating profusely, mumbled yes. Angela's voice cracked as she continued, tears welling in her eyes. So what about the threat I'm facing? I almost died yesterday, Angela said, wiping away her tears. You're the one who should be apologizing to me, sir. But the old shopkeeper, pulling out a small knife he carried, said coldly, apologizing? For what? I'm the victim here. He pointed the knife at Angela and continued, how was I supposed to know this would cause so much trouble? How was I supposed to know how this dangerous business would end? I didn't even know you were in the city, but this was my chance to change my life. Go to the palace right now and tell them I'm not the author. Angela, looking at the knife pointed at her, said with a hint of fear, hey, she thought of how kind he had been before. This wasn't right. I didn't write that story for things to turn out like this. The old shopkeeper urged. Answer me quickly. Suddenly, Angela shoved him hard, and the knife slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. She ran, and he shouted after her, wait, Angela. Angela ran out of the alley and stood in the middle of the main street, shouting, here, the wanted author is here. The shopkeeper was speechless with fright. Everyone on the street noticed Angela's shouts, including the royal knights and those inside the royal carriage. She continued to yell, the author of The Prince in the Rose Garden is here. Inside the royal carriage was the crown prince, with his impossibly handsome features and platinum blonde hair. He murmured in disbelief, the author? The people on the street began to murmur amongst themselves, is he the author of The Prince in the Rose Garden? The captain of the royal guard barked at his soldiers. What are you all standing around for? Seize him. The soldiers replied, yes, sir. The people on the street whispered amongst themselves, looking at the shopkeeper. Oh, he looks exactly like the one on the wanted poster. The shopkeeper cried out in terror. Oh no. The shopkeeper hurriedly pulled his hood tight, muttering, damn it, I have to run. But it was too late. A hand had already grabbed him. Surprisingly, the hand belonged to a fan. People started handing the shopkeeper copies of the novel, saying, please sign this for me, and me too. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise as he stammered, sweating profusely, trying to explain. He couldn't believe the crowd's reaction. People quickly gathered surrounding him. Everyone was excited. I'm a fan. It's you. Wow, it really is the author, someone exclaimed. The shopkeeper, understanding nothing, screamed in fear, let go of me. I'm not the author. Meanwhile, Angela was hurriedly trying to slip away through the crowd. Seeing everyone happily surrounding the shopkeeper, she was confused. I never thought it would turn out like this, she thought. Growing increasingly anxious, Angela thought, no matter what, I should get out of here while there are so many people. Suddenly, someone shouted, make way, which startled her. Angela looked up to see the royal knights shouting at the crowd. We need to apprehend the criminal. Angela thought worriedly, royal knights? Damn it, what are they doing here? She thought, I have to run while I still can. But suddenly, Angela tripped. Angela stumbled, about to fall, but suddenly a hand caught her. The young, handsome prince had caught her just in time. He looked at Angela with gentle eyes and asked, are you all right? Angela looked up at the prince, thinking, he's helping me. I thought I was going to be arrested. She replied, yes, thanks to you. Suddenly, Angela noticed the insignia on the uniform of the young man holding her. That insignia, isn't that only for the royal army? She thought. She quickly pulled down her hat, covering her entire face, and turned away so as not to be seen. This is too dangerous, she thought. She hurriedly pulled away from the prince and bowed. The prince, noticing the blood on her arm, quickly said, you're bleeding. You seem to be injured. Angela quickly replied, I'm fine. Thank you for your help. She hurried away, the wind whipping her golden hair towards the prince, who gazed after her, bewildered. The prince stood there, Watching Angela leave, lost in thought, his personal guard approached and asked, "Your Highness, do you need me to go after her?" The prince replied, "No. Apprehend the wanted criminal first." After finding Angela, Lizzie, the maid, was ecstatic. "Sister, where have you been?" she cried. "Oh, why are you hurt?" Angela quickly replied, "It's nothing. Let's go." Meanwhile, the crown prince sighed, thinking to himself, "Angela, I wonder why she's causing me so much trouble. Formal dress with flat shoes, such a clumsy girl." The royal knights escorted the shopkeeper towards the crown prince, though it proved difficult due to the shopkeeper's throng of admirers. One of the royal knights addressed the prince. "Your Highness, I apologize." He resisted fiercely. The shopkeeper protested, "No, I'm not the author. The author is that blonde girl." "The blonde one?" The crown prince's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning. He abruptly turned towards the direction Angela had just fled, thinking blonde. But by now, Angela had disappeared. I kept wondering why she seemed so unsettling. Later that night, in the crown prince's quarters, he remained deep in thought. A royal knight arrived and reported, "After questioning the villagers, we've drawn a portrait of the author. According to the description, she has blonde hair and is of low standing. Shall we issue a new wanted poster?" "Low standing?" "No," the crown prince said to the knight. "Give me the information. Don't withdraw the old wanted poster." He thought to himself, "I didn't think to investigate because she was wearing formal attire. How foolish of me." His mind flashed back to the afternoon on the street. The shopkeeper, brandishing a knife wildly, lashed out at everyone around him. "Damn it, let me go," he'd screamed. "I don't care anymore." The royal knights, attempting to subdue him, were injured. "This bastard," one cried out. Suddenly, the shopkeeper turned towards the crown prince. "Which bastard is blocking my way?" He pointed his knife at the crown prince. "Get out of my way." Suddenly, a brown-haired royal knight pressed a blade to the shopkeeper's throat. "If you move a muscle, I'll kill you." The brown-haired knight addressed the townspeople. "Everyone, cease this commotion and show respect." "Who is that?" The shopkeeper wondered fearfully. "Is the crown prince," the knight announced. The shopkeeper froze, his knife clattering to the ground. "Damn it," he muttered. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Wow, that's the crown prince. It's my first time seeing him." So, the one who got off the royal carriage was the crown prince. The shopkeeper's knife lay at the prince's feet. The crown prince bent down, picked up the knife, and looked at the blood staining the blade. He remembered the blood on the blonde girl's arm. It was her. A smile touched his lips. It must have been her. In another corner of the street, Lizzie dabbed at the wound on Angela's arm, sniffling and whimpering. "I'm sorry, sister," she cried, tears streaming down her face. "I was distracted by the royal carriage." "It's not your fault," Angela replied awkwardly. Angela thought about the royal crest she had seen on the man's uniform. The royal carriage. "As I thought, that crest belongs to the Indel family, the family that controls the current royal family." She swallowed hard, recalling Princess Joya's words from a few days prior. "If they find out you're the author, surviving in the royal palace will be impossible." Back on the street, a royal guard struck the shopkeeper's head, drawing blood. "Take him away," the crown prince commanded. "Yes, your highness," the guard replied. The brown-haired knight addressed the crowd. "This man's book is causing chaos in the empire. If you dare obstruct the royal family, we will consider it an insult to the crown prince and punish you accordingly." Still examining the blood on the shopkeeper's knife, the crown prince addressed the royal guard. "We're in a hurry. Leave that. Let's go. Don't be too harsh on the wanted criminal." "Understood, your highness," the brown-haired knight replied. "The people are already frightened enough," the prince added. Back in a quiet corner, Lizzie continued to tend to Angela's wound. "If I'm discovered, I'm as good as dead, aren't I?" Angela thought. "Danger is everywhere. Should I run away now?" Meanwhile, Lizzie, still distraught, murmured, "That moment at the shop. I think it's all my fault now that you're in this situation." "It isn't like that at all," Lady Angela quickly replied. But Lizzie continued, "What the lady at the shop said today is true. I put on my favorite clothes because I wanted to impress you. I always dress poorly because I didn't have any money." Angela's eyes widened in surprise as Lizzie went on. "I told you, it's been a long time since I was hired and started working. Considering my class, I was really lucky, but I couldn't adjust and could only do odd jobs." Dabbing at Angela's injury, Lizzie continued, tears streaming down her face, but I forced myself because I just wanted to show you my good side because this was my chance to do something remarkable, which is to take care of a scholar like you. As I thought, I'm not suited for important tasks. Angela looked at the maid with pity, thinking she must be so timid. If I run away now, I don't think she'll be okay. Angela hesitantly turned her face away, thinking, if I run away now, I think I'll become a fugitive like that shopkeeper. I don't want to go back to how I was before. She continued her thoughts. The arrest warrant and the public reaction show they don't actually know who the real author is. The knights were killed by the masked man, the crown prince, so it seems no one knows the truth. Thank God. The thought startled Angela, and she asked herself, what am I thinking? Lizzie, oblivious to Angela's inner turmoil, continued her mournful monologue. I guess I was assigned to you by chance. I'll tell him to find someone more experienced to replace me. Angela quickly waved her hand. Oh no, Lizzie, it's really not like that. Angela continued, forcing a smile. Thanks to you, I can relax and walk around. It's not your fault at all. Don't worry. Angela stood up and offered Lizzie a hand. Well, are you hungry? Let's go get something delicious. Would you like to take me to the best restaurant around here? Lizzie's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. She immediately stood up, her spirits revived, and declared, leave it to me. Angela thought happily. After all, they said as long as I keep writing stories in a mansion, they'll let me live. So it should be all right, Angela thought again. However, I'm not sure if the prince will really protect me. The thought sent a shiver of unease down her spine. Meanwhile, in the crown prince's palace, the prince sneezed repeatedly, sniffling. He wondered, why do I keep sneezing? The prince put on his coat and headed towards the stables, where the royal guard was already waiting. The blonde, scarred guard led a horse to the prince and asked, are you really going, sir? The prince replied, yes, because that boy suddenly came here. The guard, Mano, exclaimed, my goodness, you mean that boy? There are a lot of people around, so please be mindful of your words. The prince followed Mano's gaze towards the doorway, where all the servants were gathered. The one in front said, Your Highness, are you planning to leave? The butler added, apologies, we should have come to see you off earlier. The prince pulled up his hood, mounted his horse, and told Mano, anyway, I'll be gone for a few days. Make sure to tell that boy, His Highness, that I'm gone. Find a way to get rid of him for me. He's making me take the fall again. Mano thought miserably. What kind of duke is he? The crown prince had only ridden a few paces towards the gate when a flash of steel suddenly caught the light. A sudden surge of anxiety gripped Mano. He glanced back at the prince, just as a sword appeared abruptly in front of the prince's horse. Mano lunged forward, knocking the other sword aside with his own. In an instant, he recognized the swordsman as one of the crown prince's guards. What in the world are you doing? Mano demanded furiously. The crown prince's brown-haired guard replied nonchalantly, Your skills aren't bad, Mano. I just wanted to make a surprise greeting. Did you think I was serious? It was just a joke. He quickly sheathed his sword and then bowed his head to the prince. Greetings, Your Highness. You must have been informed that the crown prince is here to visit. Please spare a moment before you depart. He glanced at the prince and said, I apologize if my jest offended you, Duke Rayburn. Meanwhile, Angela and her maid, Lizzie, were out on the street, laden with purchases. Angela, surprised, asked, What? They only summoned you, not me. Lizzie, with an air of naivete, replied, Yes, that's why I kept the letter. I invited you because I was worried you'd be bored staying home alone. Is something wrong? Angela could only stare dumbfounded and exclaim, Ah! She recalled the night watchman's words. Miss Angela, I'm terribly sorry, but could you refrain from going out for a while? I know it's frustrating for you, but we need to regain control of the situation before it escalates into a full-blown storm. The knight, hands clasped in prayer, had pleaded with her, I could beg you. Recalling the knight's words, Angela was speechless. Anxiety gnawed at her. I think we should hurry back to the manor, she said worriedly. Back with the first prince. The crown prince's knights had arrived, and the prince's servant was tethering their horses. He turned and asked, Where should I park the carriage? The old servant replied, In the back courtyard, since they said they'll be leaving soon. He muttered, Their visit caught me a little off guard, as they didn't send any prior notice at all. Leading a horse, he suddenly cried out, Ah! He had seen the crown prince's royal knights touching the plants in the garden. He forced a smile. Sir, excuse me, but could you be careful with the plants in the garden? They're a bit delicate. Hearing this, the man yanked out a handful of plants. He laughed. pleased with himself, leaving the gardener speechless. Witnessing this, the old servant hurried forward, tugging at the gardener's sleeve, and offered an apologetic smile. "Let's go tether the horses," he said, observing the whole scene from inside the house. The maids whispered amongst themselves. "Poor Han, he's always so proud of how he saved that section of the garden when the gardener couldn't." Another maid chimed in, "More importantly, the crown prince is here. This is the first time I've seen him." The maid continued, "I know, me too. He's so handsome. I wonder why he doesn't leave the royal palace more often." Suddenly, a voice cut through their hushed conversation. "Girls, don't you have work to do? You seem to have quite the appreciation for handsome men." Another maid gasped, "It's the housekeeper." One of the maids addressed the housekeeper. "Does the crown prince visit the duke's manor often, ma'am? I always seem to miss him." The housekeeper replied, "I'm not sure. He rarely visits on his own, and it's always so sudden. Perhaps something important has happened." The scene shifted to the garden, where the crown prince was having tea with the first prince. The crown prince spoke, "Congratulations on your victory. I heard you played a significant role this time. I apologize for this sudden visit. I figured if I told you beforehand, you'd run away." The prince's plans had been laid bare. The crown prince continued, a smile playing on his lips. "Since Sister Joya has been handling all the administrative work, and you rarely come to the royal palace, this was the only way I could see you." The first prince interrupted, "Get to the point and leave, Your Highness. I wish to rest." The crown prince replied, "You seem to be in a hurry. You haven't even taken off your coat." The crown prince, still smiling, continued, "Why are you calling me Your Highness? It's just the two of us, so you can relax. You're acting as if we're strangers." The first prince then said, "In that case, please have your guards stand down, Your Highness." A guard, sword in hand, always stood watch nearby. The crown prince replied, "After everything that's happened, I can't relax with them around." The crown prince's words caused the prince's guard to break out in a cold sweat, anxiety gripping him. The prince waved his hand, signaling for the guard to withdraw, and then asked, "Oh." The prince let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, are you still worried about that incident?" The prince's guard turned away, thinking to himself, "I can't see where that person is." The prince calmly picked up his teacup and said, "It's nothing. I apologize if you felt offended." Prince Raven glared furiously at the first prince. "You had better discipline your knights. If it weren't for you, I would have dealt with them already, whether it's my servants or my horse. If you dare touch them, I won't let you get away with it." The first prince's eyes widened, surprised by the crown prince's words. The first prince suddenly offered a nonchalant smile, taking a sip of his tea. "Didn't I tell you it was just a joke? It's strange how angry you seem." He calmly turned his face, admiring the flowers in the garden. Watching the first prince's seemingly innocent expression, the crown prince thought, "Look at this guy. As a child, he was always on my side, shy to the point of being annoying." The crown prince glanced around before addressing the first prince. "Sister Joya doesn't seem to be here." Prince Raven replied, "Why would she be here? We simply met briefly, and then she left." The crown prince turned to the first prince with a melancholic expression. "I should have come earlier. I had something to discuss with both of you, but you seem busy." The crown prince continued, his tone serious. "Recently, my knights were ambushed. Needless to say, their swordsmanship is excellent, but even so, their weaknesses were too easily exposed." Glancing toward the garden, he added, "That killing technique, it looks familiar. It reminds me of someone. What do you think?" The first prince hastily interrupted, "Don't spout nonsense without proof. I'm not in the mood today." His dismissive attitude left the crown prince nonplussed. After that incident, the crown prince pressed on. The person being escorted disappeared. Confusion flickered across the first prince's face at the crown prince's words. The crown prince produced a portrait of a young woman. "Look, she seems to be the author of that popular novel recently. I think I saw her in your territory on my way here." Prince Raven reached out to take the portrait, asking in surprise, "In our village?" The crown prince confirmed, "Yes, I saw her on the road." Prince Raven studied the portrait intently, a thought flashing through his mind. "Nonsense. She's in the room right now." Meanwhile, in Angela's room within the first prince's residence, Mano opened the door and stepped inside, only to find the room empty. Worry gnawed at him. Where did she go? I even beg her not to go anywhere. If she runs into the crown prince now, it'll be disastrous. Did she run away? Mano turned to leave, thinking, I have to find her. He suddenly collided with one of the crown prince's guards. "So you were here," the guard remarked. Startled, Mano jumped. The guard continued, "You didn't sense my presence? Are you really the mighty Mano?" Glancing into the room, the guard added, "If I knew you'd be this shocked, I would have drawn my sword earlier. What's got you so distracted? Looking for something?" Need my help? Panic flared in Mano's chest. I made a rookie mistake. No need, Beaumont, he replied. The guard made a step inside for a closer look, but Mano raised his sword, blocking his path. It's just another empty room in the residence. Don't go snooping around like that. The guard, a sly smile playing on his lips, scrutinized the room. Doesn't look much like an empty room, though, does it? His eyes fell upon Angela's clothes on the bed. He turned to Mano, asking, whose belongings are these? The scene shifted back to the garden, where the first prince and the crown prince sat, sipping tea. The first prince held Angela's portrait, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar face. Prince Raven studied the image intently, thinking, what is this? Raven's eyes lingered on the girl's hair in the portrait. What are these scribbles? Are those supposed to be tentacle bangs like hers? A chuckle escaped his lips. This is amusing. Looking closely, there's a slight resemblance. The crown prince, observing Raven's expression, suddenly widened his eyes as he saw the smile. What do you think? The crown prince probed. Does she look familiar? He continued. You mentioned the girl you met on the street, the one wearing flats and a formal dress. She was rather endearing in her clumsiness. Surprise flickered across Raven's face. Formal dress? I couldn't see her face clearly because of her hat, the crown prince continued, but she left quite an impression. Rayburn, do you know her? Rayburn returned the portrait to the crown prince. Who knows? I can't tell anything from just this. He thought to himself, if that girl was wearing formal dress, then it probably isn't her. The crown prince is mistaken this time. Now I don't have to worry. Prince Raven continued. Anyway, don't associate my family with that novel. Just looking at it disgusts me. The crown prince said, ah, yes, you hate that sort of thing, but you read it nonetheless. He continued with a gleeful tone, and you kissed that guard. Before he could finish, Raven slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. Flushed with anger and embarrassment, Raven stood up abruptly, grabbing the crown prince's shirt. I need a rest. I'll see you out. Get up and leave now. The crown prince laughed. Ha, you really do hate it, don't you? Furious, Raven tugged the crown prince along with one hand, grabbing his coat with the other, while the crown prince, still clutching the portrait, chuckled. Ha, you're so amusing. Fine, I'll go. I've said my piece anyway. Meanwhile, Mano and the crown prince's guards were walking towards the garden. Mano thought to himself, in the end, because of Beaumont, I couldn't go to her. It's true it's better we didn't meet, but I'm still worried. The guard looked over and saw Raven, his face a mask of fury, and the crown prince, laughing heartily, walking and talking together. The crown prince, beaming, continued chatting. And his older brother, in the past, suddenly, a guard's voice interrupted him. Your Highness, what are you still doing here? Attention! Startled, the crown prince looked up to see the guards standing in formation. Are you planning to return? The coachman is preparing the carriage. Our deepest apologies, Your Highness. Please wait a moment. The sight brought the crown prince back to his senses. I've unconsciously disappointed my men, he realized. His demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice turning cold. You may already know, but there will be a victory celebration. Inside the palace, the crown prince turned, looking directly at Raven. I expect you to attend this event, Duke Rayburn. Prince Raven replied coldly. I will not be attending, Your Highness. You know I detest such events. I'm seeing you out, so please leave. The crown prince persisted. That is why I came personally to request your presence. I believe everyone wishes to see the Esperando family, who contributed so greatly to the war. Prince Raven's voice remained frigid. I will not go. The crown prince held out the portrait. There's still time. Think it over. I'll leave this portrait here. Raven said, there's no need. I already told you I don't know this person. But the crown prince lightly patted Raven's shoulder. Keep it. Protect the artist. His voice dropped to a low murmur. You know, if I get to her before you do, your family will be ruined, don't you? A cold sweat broke out on Raven's brow. He thought, how does he know? His thoughts raced. Even though I haven't shown it outwardly, has he discovered that I'm hiding the artist? He blurted out, wait, you said you saw this person in the village? The crown prince turned back to him. What? Shouldn't she be there? Unease twisted in Prince Raven's gut. Damn it, I shouldn't have said that. He glanced nervously towards Angela's room. Is he testing me? She must be in her room now. He saw Mano, the guard, standing in front of Angela's room. Mano shook his head sadly. Raven froze. She's escaped. A memory surfaced from years ago, when Raven was just a boy, holding an empty birdcage, his voice filled with sorrow. I thought it would stay with me forever. Young Raven, consumed by grief, continued, why does everything and everyone around me leave? If I'd known it would be like this, I would have driven them away from start. Back in the present, Prince Raven recalled that time with a pang of sadness. The Crown Prince's auburn-haired guard spoke. Your Highness, I intended to report this later, but may I speak now? I discovered an empty room within the Duke's manor. It appeared to be lived in. He glanced at Raven, a sly smile playing on his lips. It looked like a lady's room. Your Highness, Raven froze as the insidious man continued. We heard the author is a woman, and you are replicating her forms. Is the Duke hiding something? Or perhaps the guard's words caused a glint to appear in Raven's eyes. With a dreadful expression, seeing this unfold, the first prince quickly interjected, I understand. Stand down. The guard, puzzled, asked again, sir. In a flash, Raven lunged towards the Crown Prince. Frederick, he snarled, change your guard. With one hand, Raven drew the sword from Frederick's hip. The guard, still stunned, unsure of what was happening, saw Prince Raven charging at him, sword drawn. He quickly drew his own blade to parry Raven's attack. Raven swung his sword, knocking the guard's weapon away, taking him completely by surprise. Raven reached out and seized the guard by the throat. Seeing this, the prince's guards simultaneously drew their swords, shouting, My lord, Bourbon! Behind them, Mano's guards, witnessing the scene, also drew their blades. Held tightly by the prince, the guard couldn't speak, only managing to cast a pleading look towards the Crown Prince, silently crying, Your Highness, Feodorikai. But Crown Prince Frederick merely stood and watched, showing no sign of intervening. The Crown Prince's indifference stunned the guard. Prince Raven brandished his sword, pointing it at the guard's throat. Raven stared at him with deathly eyes, and the guard could only think, I'm finished. Suddenly, a scream stopped Raven in his tracks. Angela and her maid had just entered through the main gate, and, seeing Raven about to stab the guard, the maid shrieked. Just before Raven threw the guard's sword, it flew directly into the cake box Angela was carrying. The cake box and the sword fell to the ground with a loud thud, leaving Angela dumbfounded. Just moments before, as she walked through the gates of the Duke's manor, Angela had been cheerfully saying, Thank goodness we made it back safely. Now, a sword had flown out of nowhere. Before Angela, the prince was about to stab a guard, and the handsome Crown Prince was standing by, watching. The maid cried out, Oh no, what should we do, sister? Such a waste. Angela, wiping away sweat, muttered, We're in trouble. Prince Raven froze, staring at Angela in surprise, thinking, She's back. Seeing Angela, the Crown Prince suddenly smiled. Angela, suddenly recognizing the Crown Prince, hastily pulled down her hat to cover her face, thinking, So this was the royal knight's destination. If I had known, I would have gone in through the back gate. I was in too much of a hurry to even think. The maid, thinking of nothing else, simply cried over the cake box, wailing, Don't die, cake. The Crown Prince quickly moved to grasp the hilt of Raven's sword, smiling. It's her, he said, the one I met on the street. Raven released his grip on the guard's throat, and the guard coughed violently. The Crown Prince continued, Does she live here? The guard let out an oh, shaking his head dejectedly, thinking, of all times, she had to come back now. The Crown Prince, innocently, continued, She seems interesting. May I know who she is? A female scholar. The gardener, leading a horse out, saw Angela and asked, Are you going out? I thought it was just Lizzie. He looked confused. What's going on? Lizzie, the maid, replied, I'd like to know that too. Inside the Duke's manor, standing behind the windows, were the members of the gossip squad. The Crown Prince, looking at Angela, asked again, A female scholar? Prince Raven returned the sword to the Crown Prince. My library needs an assistant, he said, so I brought her here. The Crown Prince sheathed his sword and laughed loudly. A scholar? Ha ha, I see. Turning, he continued, I apologize for the commotion. I will ensure better control of my soldiers. Beaumont, wait at the gate. The guard replied, Yes, your highness. The Crown Prince turned to Raven. I'll be taking my leave now. There's no need to see me out, your grace. You must be tired. Go and rest. He glanced at Angela, then continued, I expect your new scholar to attend the banquet as well, so I can formally welcome her. Both of you must attend. Raven looked at Angela helplessly, while she, utterly bewildered, couldn't comprehend what was happening. A moment later, the Crown Prince's royal carriage departed. Raven and Mano stood at the entrance of the manor, seeing him off. Unpredictable, as always, Mano commented. You must be exhausted, your grace. Mano turned to Angela, waving a dismissive hand, signaling that he would handle everything and that she should hurry inside. Angela, still frightened, was drenched in sweat. Mano turned back to Raven apologetically. I should have kept a closer watch on the author. I apologize. This is my fault. Utterly drained, Raven sank to the ground, despair washing over him. Alarmed, Mano rushed forward. Your Grace, are you all right? Raven sat with his head bowed, lost in somber reflection. He was a boy again, and Princess Joya, a little girl. No, young Raven insisted, his voice firm. They'll come back. All of them. Even Saran, who disappeared. Why would they come back? Joya replied. The little girl continued. Do you really believe anyone would come back for us? Little Joya turned and patted Raven's shoulder. Don't be weak. We only have each other now. The scene shifted back to the present. Angela sat gently beside Raven, offering him a package. I bought this as a gift for you, she said, but unfortunately, it ended up like this. The package of cookies had been pierced by a sword. Lizzie, the maid, also offered Mano a package of cookies. I bought this for you too, she said. Thank you, Mano replied, thinking, is this really the time to be talking about cookies? Angela, remembering that the cookies were bought with the prince's money, began to sweat. Mano, noticing this, grew concerned for her, thinking his Grace is in a very foul mood right now. Because of my sudden return, Angela continued, things have become even more complicated, haven't they? Raven suddenly laughed. At least you're self-aware, he said. Raven handed Angela a portrait. You can go and rest now, he said. Take this inside. Stunned by his smile, Angela could only manage a quiet, okay. Mano, standing behind her, gaped, thinking he actually smiled. As for the maid, she couldn't help but be charmed. Angela frowned at the portrait, thinking, is this supposed to be me? Lizzie burst out laughing. Ha ha, did you have someone paint your portrait? It looks exactly like you. Raven watched Angela, murmuring, where did she even get those clothes? Surprised by Raven's unusual reaction, Mano continued to watch Angela as the prince asked, her name is Angela, is it? Be mindful. Try to prevent this from happening again. Mano straightened up. Yes, Your Grace. I deeply apologize. I will escort you back to your usual resting place. As they walked into the manor, Raven said, no, I will be staying at the manor. Understood, Mano replied. Your Highness. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, a young man sat perched in a tree near the manor gates, sketching the events that had just transpired. Wow, he exclaimed softly. I certainly witnessed something worthwhile today. The scene shifted to the interior of the royal carriage. The crown prince gazed quietly out the window, a brown-haired guard seated opposite him. The guard recalled the prince's unwavering gaze as he had nearly killed him. His Highness, Frederick, the crown prince asked, have you calmed down? I apologize for showing you my weakness, the guard replied. The Duke is the strongest in the kingdom, the crown prince simply stated. What could you possibly do? The crown prince continued. More importantly, was there anything peculiar about that room? The guard sighed. There wasn't anything particularly special about it, actually. He continued, perhaps they were in too much of a hurry to take anything, or perhaps there was nothing there to begin with. The crown prince was lost in thought. Perhaps both, Crown Prince Frederick said suddenly. And you are not weak at all, Beaumont. The guard's eyes widened in surprise. He stammered. The crown prince smiled. You did well. Don't worry about anything, and just follow your heart. Beaumont blushed, embarrassed. Yes, Your Highness, he mumbled, seated in the royal carriage. The crown prince gazed intently out the window. A banquet, he thought. The scene shifts to Prince Raven's manor. 3 days later. Calm had returned after yesterday's chaos. Mano reminded Angela to be more careful. I know a lot has happened, he said, but I think you should start working on your writing. Angela could only offer a weak smile and let it go. Lizzie then gave Angela a tour of the manor. They passed through a dark, secluded corner. Lizzie grinned. This place is crawling with rats, she said. You'd best be careful. The mere mention of rats made Angela's skin crawl and her hair stand on end. The manor seemed like a strange place to Angela, but the people who worked there were kind. Angela liked them. But the most surprising thing was the food. The meals were exquisite. Angela was free to indulge in the finest dishes, the attentive service making her think, I'm not sure I deserve such treatment. Just a few days ago, I wouldn't have even dreamed of a life like this. As Angela ate happily, the other maids crowded around Lizzie. "Tell us what happened," they urged. Lizzie had been worried about fitting in at the manor, but after the incident, she'd become quite popular with the other maids. Perhaps it was because she had witnessed everything firsthand. They all leaned in to hear Lizzie recount the event of that day. Seeing this, Angela breathed a sigh of relief. "Now I just need to take care of myself," she thought. Thanks to Mano's help, Angela had a quiet place to write. He led her to a large room overflowing with books. "This is the room you can use, scholar," he said. Overwhelmed, Angela could only manage a whispered "wow." So Angela spent most of her time in the library. One time, while reaching for a book on the top shelf, she slipped from the ladder. Angela landed on the floor with a painful thud, causing everyone to worry. However, since Angela was in good spirits, she decided to write the next part of her story. But she just sat there, holding her head in her hands, agonizing. "I'm doomed," she thought. Angela thought all morning, but she was stuck on the title, Prince Appa. Because she had to be careful about the content of the story, she couldn't come up with any good ideas. Feeling helpless, Angela sighed and rested her head on the table, screaming internally, "Arg, I'm going crazy. I need a break." Angela looked out the window. She gazed at Prince Raven's room. The prince hasn't left his room since that incident. With no opportunity to see him, she had no inspiration for her writing. Back home, no one knew Angela was a fan of the prince, so she could freely admire the secret portrait paparazzi had drawn of him for inspiration. But now that she was at the prince's manor, she couldn't do that anymore. She remembered Lizzie had given her some drawings she had done herself yesterday, but they weren't much use because Lizzie's drawing skills were lacking. Staring at Prince Raven's room, Angela guessed he must be tired, having been busy ever since returning from the battlefield. "He saved me on the night of his triumph," she thought. "He has a lot to worry about." Angela suddenly remembered Crown Prince Frederick's face when they had their chance encounter on the street. He had gently asked if she was all right. Come to think of it, that was the Crown Prince. That was the first time she had seen him. "He's so handsome," Angela thought. Actually, the image of the kind prince in her novel was just something she had imagined. But when she saw him in person, what happened, his indifferent expression and deadly gaze, left her speechless. Recalling Prince Raven's fierce gaze as he held his sword, Angela shuddered. She shook her head, trying to dispel the frightening image, telling herself she couldn't fantasize anymore. Angela pondered for a moment. Then a smile touched her lips. She, too, was smiling as she sketched the prince on a page. She drew him smiling, thinking how endearing he would be if he had dimples like the princess. How lovely he would be, she mused. A wave of happiness washed over her as she imagined the delight of hearing his laughter. Angela giggled, her head resting on the desk, when the servant, Agat, opened the door. Startled by her demeanor, he stammered, "Excuse me, Scholar Angela. I need to clean the library," Agat explained. "I'm afraid I must ask you to leave." Angela hurriedly gathered her things, rising to her feet. "Ah, yes," she replied. As she passed the window, Angela glanced up again at Raven's room. The room was dark. Now she remembered, Angela thought Raven's room had been dark all day. Where could he have gone? She gazed through the window at the gardens, realizing she hadn't seen the gardener tending the plants as usual either. A sudden thought struck Angela, and she hurried towards Raven's study. Perhaps he was there after all. The study door was slightly ajar, a light spilling from within. Oh, just as I suspected, she thought, he really is in his study. Angela tiptoed closer, peering through the crack in the door. Just a quick peek, she told herself, drawing in a sharp breath. But the occupant of the room noticed her presence in the doorway. "Have you finished your writing for today? Come in." Angela had no choice but to open the door and enter. "Ah, yes," she replied, a pang of disappointment echoing within her. It was only Mano, not Raven, as she had hoped. "Just a moment, let me tidy up here," Mano said. Angela, still looking down, replied, "No, I was just passing by, since I saw the light was still on." Then she suddenly looked up and gasped at the sight before her. "What is all this?" she exclaimed. Mano sat surrounded by stacks of documents, parcels, and letters, busily writing. Sweat dripped from his brow, and an ice pack rested on his head to soothe his aching temples. "The workload has piled up because of the war," Mano explained. "Unless it's something incredibly urgent," Mano continued, his voice strained. "I have to handle everything while the Duke is away." Angela stared, a wave of sympathy washing over her. He was working himself to the bone. Mano stood up, massaging his shoulders and removing the ice pack. But I do need a break, he sighed. Why are you here, Angela? Oh, I'm sorry, Angela replied. I thought Prince Raven had left the room. The Duke is out at the moment, Mano explained. He had an important meeting this morning. He left discreetly through the back door, as he didn't want to cause a commotion. I see, Angela murmured, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. It's a shame. I wanted to see him, she thought sadly. Mano gestured towards a chair. Since you're here, have a seat, he offered. Noticing a guard's sword resting on the chair, Mano quickly added, I still need to deliver this to Bourbon. Just set it aside and sit down. I almost impaled myself, Angela thought with a shudder. Suddenly, Mano spoke. You've been doing a lot of shopping lately, haven't you? That's quite a sum of money. Angela felt a cold sweat break out. She had just picked up the sword to move it aside. I'm sorry, she stammered, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. I'll pay it back later. She offered a nervous laugh, but Mano simply replied, No, it's all right. Consider it a bribe for writing your novel. Mano abruptly changed the subject. By the way, how's the writing coming along? We'll take a look when the Duke returns. We'll be reviewing it periodically. Angela stammered. Actually, you see, is there a problem? Mano inquired. Have you by any chance gotten any paparazzi sketches of the prince? Angela asked tentatively. Mano looked surprised. Paparazzi sketches? What? Back home, Angela explained, her voice tinged with sadness. I used to look at those drawings often. No, I used to write while imagining things. I can't see the prince, so I thought I needed a picture. Seeing Mano covered in goosebumps, Angela quickly backtracked. Never mind, it's nothing. Mano chuckled nervously. One of the things the Duke hates most is paparazzi. You just saw him a few days ago. Isn't that enough? Angela asked. He's completely different from what I imagined. Mano recalled the scenes Angela had witnessed. The prince cutting down the carriage driver with his sword, furiously stabbing the table with a dagger, sitting with Princess Joya in the tea room, and attempting to kill Crown Prince Frederick's brown-haired guard with a sword. Indeed, Mano said sympathetically. Mano suddenly froze, remembering the scene where the prince smiled at Angela. He smiled at Miss Angela, didn't he? Mano thought, perhaps the prince likes her. Since I have so much work, Mano continued to Angela, could you bring today's documents to the Duke when he returns? Mano was trying to create an opportunity for Angela to see the prince. What? Angela asked, surprised. Me? Just me? Angela asked Mano hesitantly. She recalled the fierce look in the prince's eyes the night he killed the coachman. Yes, Mano replied, a touch awkwardly. You've rested for a few days, so you should be feeling better. You should greet him and discuss your progress. Remembering the prince's ferocity, Angela trembled with fear. Suddenly, she remembered the prince's radiant smile, a smile that seemed to make all the flowers bloom brighter. Mano rubbed his shoulders, looking utterly exhausted. But if you're too tired, I won't force you. No, Angela blurted out, waving her hand. No problem, she added, her voice filled with a newfound excitement. The prince's smile had given Angela a fresh surge of motivation. Miss Angela, she quietly clarified, her willingness bringing a tear to Mano's eye. The two clasped hands firmly. Let's get started, Angela declared. Less work for me, Mano thought happily. Then a sudden worry pricked him. But she might want to go alone. That's dangerous. But then he reconsidered. He smiled after all. Maybe he really does have feelings for her. Everything will be all right. The scene shifted to outside the manor late at night. The housekeeper, holding a lantern, made one last check of the grounds. Is the back door locked? She yawned, thinking, I need to check it again. Walking to the back door, she was startled to see a masked figure unlock the door and step inside. Who's there? She cried out in alarm. Who are you? She shouted as the masked man looked up, startled by her scream. He quickly covered her mouth. A sudden gust of wind swirled around them, carrying a strange scent that made her wonder, what is that smell on him? Quiet, he hissed. It's me. He removed his hand from her mouth. Her eyes widened in recognition. Duke, she exclaimed. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were out, Duke. Suddenly, a teddy bear tumbled out from under the Duke's cloak. He accidentally stepped on it, and the bear squeaked, Papa. The bear's voice sent shivers down the prince's spine. What the hell is that? He muttered, looking down. The housekeeper stared blankly, utterly bewildered. The prince tugged at his hood, and more stuffed animals tumbled out, falling to the ground. How many are there? He exclaimed. How do they keep falling out? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the prince asked, Where is the author? No, where's the scholar, Angela? The scene shifted to Crown Prince Frederick's room inside the manor, which was overflowing with teddy bears labeled opera and heart-shaped love letters discarded in a corner. Having finished his bath, the prince tossed his towel onto the pile of stuffed toys causing a chorus of squeaks. Sipping his hot tea, he recalled the morning struggle with them. Clad only in a robe that revealed his well-defined chest, the prince, his hair still damp, looked strikingly alluring. Glancing down at the novel, a dagger piercing its center, the prince thought, what the hell kind of scene is that? The scene shifted. The prince remembered standing on the street earlier that morning. I'll get the horses. Please wait a moment. Your grace, his guard had said. I really hate crowded places like this. The prince had thought at the time. So tiring. Closing his eyes, the prince leaned against a roadside pillar to rest. Then he heard a voice. It's a pleasure to see Duke Raven here. The prince quickly pulled up his hood, concealing his face. I'm here on official business. Nothing more, he replied. The newcomer, a minister, said, I imagine the princess must be very busy. The minister approached Prince Raven, presenting him with a piece of paper. Has the crown prince been to your manor recently? He inquired. Raven glanced down at the paper, a clandestine sketch depicting himself and the crown prince enjoying tea in the garden that day. Your Highness, the minister continued, you seem rather distracted lately, preoccupied with the frivolous jests of that popular novel. It seems you haven't noticed the paparazzi, the minister pressed on. You've grown far too relaxed, haven't you? Raven glared at the drawing, wondering how long the minister had possessed it. This would complicate matters. Regardless, the minister said, I expect you to rid yourself of these parasites as soon as possible. You cannot afford a rest. Do you understand? Raven replied, I'll be careful. Besides, General, you shouldn't concern yourself so much with the private lives of others. Is there anything else? Raven abruptly raised a hand, rubbing his right cheek, then fixed the minister with a resentful stare. Perhaps you should focus on practicing your swordsmanship next time. Then it wouldn't have been just a scratch. He was referring to the deep scar that marred the minister's right cheek. That damn brat, the minister thought, seething with anger and resentment. Just then, the minister's royal soldiers led his horse forward. My lord, a guard addressed him, we apologize for the wait. Raven turned back to the minister. Do you have anything more to say? His hand, now clenched into a fist, vibrated with barely suppressed hostility. The minister mounted his horse. You're the same as always. I have nothing more to say. I'll take my leave. Until next time. Raven leaned against a pillar, shielding his face with his hand. That old fox is sly, he thought. The city gates swung open, and the minister, leading the royal cavalry, rode out. Observing the scene from outside, the gathered crowd erupted in a clamor. The gates are open. The meeting is over. The crowd surged forward, shouting, It's time. Everyone run. The minister, caught off guard, stared in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening. The throng pressed into the city, jostling and shoving. The minister stumbled, nearly thrown from his horse. Finally, the minister lost his seat and tumbled to the ground with a heavy thud, managing only a grunt of pain. General, cried his surrounding royal guards. Guards, the minister bellowed. Where are the guards? What are they doing? Where did all these people come from? The crown prince, still observing from a distance, remained equally perplexed. Suddenly, a villager approached and shoved a talking teddy bear into Raven's hood. Raven froze, stunned into inaction. The teddy bear squeaked, Appa! A cold sweat broke out on the prince's brow. The little girl who had thrust the bear into his hood chirped, Appa! Did you hear? It talks when you squeeze it. The crowd converged around Raven, brandishing signs that read Prince Appa. Some even wore headbands with the same inscription. Faces flushed with tears of joy. They reveled in the presence of their beloved prince. Trembling, Raven stood rigid, speechless, as more and more people surrounded him, enthusiastically pressing stuffed animals into his arms. This bear talks too. And this one, someone exclaimed. The crowd, a sea of adoration, pressed in, suffocating him with their affection. Completely overwhelmed, Raven could only stand there paralyzed. Suddenly, a girl offered him a novel. Please sign this for me, she requested. What book is this? Raven wondered in confusion. I'm a huge fan of this Appa, the girl continued. Covered in plush toys and drenched in sweat, Raven realized with dawning horror that this novel was the source of his current predicament. Author, he thought, I'm going to kill you. Propped up on his horse by his guards, the minister muttered, What in the world? What is going on here? A furious guard drew his sword. How dare they show such disrespect, he shouted, but the minister stopped him. They are commoners, the minister said. We have worked hard to maintain the family's image. Do not ruin it. He gripped the guard's sword arm. Oh yes, my lord, the guard conceded. A fan of Crown Prince Frederick suddenly recognized the minister. Oh, it's him, they exclaimed from the Vandiu family. The person continued, I can't see clearly, but it seems something serious has happened. The crown prince is just standing there listening quietly. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, whispers about the crown prince's family. I didn't know before, but they seem quite rough. There are even rumors that a few days ago, the knights escorting the crown prince pointed their swords at villagers. The gossip continued. Be careful, they might really be a dangerous family. Just like in the story, an offhand comment from the crowd caused the minister's eyes to narrow. The scene shifts back to the present, to Raven's quarters, where a warm fire crackled merrily in the hearth. Raven sat in a chair by the fireplace, feet propped up on a table, the dagger he'd been using as a bookmark now resting beside the novel. He picked up the book, his attention absorbed by the words on the page. He let out a breath. That was a close call this morning, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in Raven's study, Mano, overwhelmed by work, had drifted off to sleep. A knock startled him awake. Knock, knock, knock. Mano's thoughts scrambled. I almost fell asleep. A voice called from the other side of the door. It's the housekeeper, sir. Mano stifled a yawn. Rebecca's still working? She should take a day off. The housekeeper stammered. It's Agatha, sir. Oh, right, the Duke is back. Mano wearily reached for his coffee, taking a sip before looking at the housekeeper. Is that so? He asked. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. I hope Angela is all right. Agatha glared at him. Next time Adu goes out, please inform me. I was caught completely off guard. Mano could only offer an awkward chuckle. Ha. Agatha continued, her tone still sharp. And the Duke is looking for the scholar, Angela. Mano's eyebrows shot up. Miss Angela? He thought to himself. Oh, the Duke is back early today. Agatha pressed on. Yes, he said if he finds her, she's dead. Mano froze, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Anyway, Agatha continued, the scholar must be asleep at this hour. The reason I'm telling you this so late is because I was busy catching mice. Oh dear, if he keeps leaving such a mess, I'll be catching even more mice. Just you wait. Mano, panicked, jumped to his feet. Did this just happen? How long ago did the Duke say this? Agatha puffed up with pride. I've caught about 10 little mice, one every 5 minutes. Mano quickly calculated. 10 mice, that's 50 minutes. His heart pounded. Oh no, this is bad. The scene changes. Earlier, Angela walked alone towards Raven's room. This is my first time being alone with him, she thought, a nervous flutter in her stomach. But her pace quickened, a strange excitement bubbling up. But somehow this feels odd. Meanwhile, in his room, Raven sat reading his novel. He reached a page that read, where did the rumors about the current crown prince, that is, the prince killing the queen, come from? Raven mused. Perhaps Crown Prince Frederick is overreacting to this. Amongst all this nonsense, the most dangerous thing is almost absurd. He turned the page to find. Rumors claim the twin royals are bloodthirsty. What did they gain from the wars that have broken out in recent years? It also mentioned the Vandio family is a symbol of military power. Raven's thoughts sharpened. So that's why people are talking about the general. I can't believe she mentioned the Vandio family. That's a dangerous topic. He took a sip of water, his eyes scanning the novel, his mind racing. How could a best-selling book delve into such royal matters? Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Raven called. The door opened, and Princess Joya burst in, a bright smile on her face. Prince, she exclaimed. Raven, startled, choked on his water. He stared at her, speechless. Why is she here? I thought it was Mano. Joya gazed at him, her thoughts a whirlwind of emotion. Oh my, the prince in his night clothes, how adorable. A blush crept up her cheeks, her heart soaring. Mr. Mano, thank you for this wonderful opportunity, she thought, tears welling in her eyes. This was the first time she'd faced the prince alone. Nerves fluttered in her chest. She pressed a hand against it, trying to calm the frantic beating. The fireplace crackled warmly, a comforting sound that, ironically, only amplified her anxiety. I'm so worried, she thought. Even the crackling of the wood seems louder. Forcing a bright smile, she approached Raven. Did you rest well, Your Highness? The prince, caught completely off guard, froze, a glass of water halfway to his lips. Did she not get the message? He wondered. Or is she just incredibly bold? Angela placed the documents before him. Mano asked me to bring you these, Your Highness. Raven rested his chin in his hand. Mano, he thought, a wry amusement tugging at his lips. So you didn't understand my instructions at all. He gestured towards a small table. Place them there, on the side table. Yes, Your Highness, Angela replied obediently. Raven's hand moved towards the dagger resting on the table. Subtly, he slid it beneath his chair. If that man has already reported back, he mused, she must have something to say. Oblivious to his maneuver, Angela placed the documents on the indicated table. A flicker of concern crossed her face as she observed him. He doesn't seem pleased, she thought. Right, I should ask next time. Her internal monologue continued. I really want to ask him, just the two of us, but I think I should only mention the novel for now. I don't even dare. Raven, dagger now concealed, addressed her. Sit down. Do you have something to tell me? Yes, Your Highness, Angela responded, and perched delicately on the edge of the seat beside him. Inwardly, Raven cringed. No, sit over there, not here. He'd meant the chair opposite him, not the one sharing his own small sofa. Angela, bewildered by his reaction, thought, you told me to sit. Raven seethed, exerting an almost superhuman effort to remain in his seat beside her. A cold sweat broke out on Angela's brow. Damn it, she panicked. Say something, anything, and get out of here. The words tumbled out. I just wanted to say there are a lot of mice in the manor. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a novel lying open on the floor, as if someone had been reading it. That's my book, she realized. The sight of the open book sparked a thrilling thought. Was the prince reading it? A wave of giddy excitement washed over her, dispelling her fear. Before we talk about anything else, she continued, I wanted to ask you a question. Raven, feigning nonchalance, replied, get to the point. Do you remember me? Angela asked, her mind drifting back to a cherished childhood memory. She and the prince, caring for a small bird, named Susan. Susan, a beautiful little white bird. Young Angela and the boy, Raven, playing happily by a stream under a tree with their feathered friend. The boy, Raven, suddenly glanced down at his reflection in the shimmering water. Beneath his cloak, the royal crest was visible. He quickly pulled the fabric closed, a shadow of sadness in his eyes. He was Raven, the eldest prince, Crown Prince Raven Ashbet Lindau. And Angela, at the time, was merely a commoner. The gulf between them was vast. Later, he would be known as the one who murdered the queen 2 days prior, widening the chasm between him and the young Angela even further, immeasurably. Then, one day, Angela left him. He'd panicked, cried out, reached for her, but failed to hold her back. Back in the present, that same hand, now calloused and mature, reached out, then abruptly stopped mid-air. Raven gently tilted Angela's chin upwards, startling her. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. Angela's blue eyes widened, staring blankly ahead, lost in the past, seeing only the image of the young Raven from before. The present Prince Raven asked, what do you mean by asking if I remember you? Angela struggled to process the sudden shift. Raven's grip on her chin tightened. Answer me, he demanded. A blush crept up her cheeks, her heart soaring as the proximity to the prince overwhelmed her. Her face flushed crimson. Your Highness, she whispered softly. Raven leaned closer, listening intently. What did you say? He asked again. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of mortification, Angela lost control. She shot to her feet and pounded her fists against Raven's chest. You're too close, she cried. The unexpected blow landed squarely, sending Raven stumbling backward, the full force of it catching him off guard. Instantly, Angela realized she'd gone too far. Seeing Raven wince in his chair, she panicked. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed. Your Highness, Angela rushed on. I must have lost my mind. Are you all right? I'm so sorry. I was just so embarrassed. Prince Raven sat frozen, his mind reeling from her utterly baffling behavior. Stunned, he tried to process what had just happened, unsure how to respond. Angela quickly added, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you. She wondered if he was angry. Angela stammered, trying to regain composure. Suddenly, the novel slipped from her grasp and landed at her feet. She looked down. A novel, she said. It's in the book. Do any of the details feel familiar to you? Her words snapped Raven out of his daze. Angela opened the novel, excitedly holding it up to him. If you look here, she began, but Raven brushed it aside coldly. No, he said, we'll talk about this later. Disappointment washed over Angela as she closed the book. All right, she mumbled. The air felt thick with awkwardness. She couldn't believe she'd had the nerve to hit him. This was their first meeting in days. Who knew when they would be alone together again? What if he never wanted to see her again? Raven suddenly reached for the novel in her hands. You didn't come here just for this, did you? He asked. Did you? He pressed. I'll look at your work tomorrow. It's late. You should rest. We can talk tomorrow. Raven's words brought a radiant smile to Angela's face. Hope flickered within her. She would see him again tomorrow. Suddenly energized, she stood up. Okay, tomorrow then, she said brightly. Raven shuddered, his hand instinctively going to the spot where she had struck him, guarding the small bruise. Angela, oblivious, continued cheerfully, I'll be going now. Good night, Your Highness. She'd expected him to be angry, but he remained silent, saying nothing. Angela backed towards the door, her eyes still on Raven, a buoyant feeling lifting her spirits. My mood is rather good, she thought. What should I wear tomorrow? Suddenly, the door burst open, slamming into Angela's face. Mano, oblivious to the collision, called out, Miss Angela. Angela peeked out from behind the door, a large welt forming on her forehead. What now? She sighed. Agatha, worried, asked, Are you all right? I'm sorry, Mano e palesest. The promise of seeing the prince again tomorrow buoyed her spirits. It's fine, she said. See you tomorrow. She departed, leaving Mano to peer into the prince's room. Raven sat calmly, sipping tea, the room peaceful. Mano recalled Raven's earlier words. If I see her, she's dead. But thankfully, nothing had happened. I'm sorry to barge in like this, Mano said quickly. I was just a little worried. I hope you rest well. His gaze fell upon an unopened letter on Raven's desk, addressed to Joya. What's this? He thought. He hasn't looked at Joya's letter. He remembered with a pang of annoyance the letter Princess Joya had sent him. I don't think Raven will read my letter, she'd written, so I'm sending a copy to you too. Tell that boy I'll be visiting him soon. Your Highness, Mano said. Joya sent a letter. Mano, Raven called out suddenly. Yes, Mano replied. Do you remember Sujong? Raven asked. The little bird you raised as a child, Mano answered. Why do you suddenly ask about that? Raven gazed blankly out the window. Did it really fly away? He murmured. I'm not sure, Mano said. Joya said. That would come back someday. Raven took a quiet sip of his tea. All right, I understand, he said. Go and rest once you finish your tasks. Yes, sir, Mano replied, and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. Raven glanced back at the mountain of plush bears piled in the corner of the room, gleaming under the lamplight. He thought with a pang of annoyance, I should have made him throw those out too. He picked up his novel, then reconsidered. Oh well, he looks like he hasn't slept in days anyway. Raven continued reading, oblivious to the fact that the curtains were undrawn tonight. The wind rustled the leaves outside the window, and a shadow flickered quickly past. The paparazzi had captured everything. The scene shifted to the Crown Prince's palace that evening. The Prime Minister approached the two guards stationed outside the Crown Prince's bedroom. Is His Highness inside? He inquired. Clapping the guards on their shoulders, the Prime Minister offered a jovial smile. With the two of you here, His Highness must feel very safe. He opened the door and stepped inside, still beaming at the guards. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir, the guards replied. Come in. The moment the door closed, the Prime Minister's affable expression vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at the Crown Prince. General, the Crown Prince said calmly, what brings you here so late? The Prime Minister suddenly grabbed the Crown Prince by the collar, his voice a roar. Frederick is certainly enjoying himself. Is this a time for leisurely strolls? Do you know what I saw today? The Prime Minister continued. This isn't the time for you to be hiding behind balcony curtains like a fool. The Crown Prince's brown-haired bodyguard, Bourbon, quietly drew his sword. Noticing the movement, the Prime Minister sneered. Bourbon, drawing your sword from that distance is useless. If you value your life, get out now. Bourbon glanced at the Crown Prince. With a slight wave of his hand, the Crown Prince signaled for Bourbon to leave. Bourbon sheathed his sword and bowed his head slightly. Turning to the door, Bourbon said, Your servant takes his leave. The Crown Prince maintained his amiable smile. You shouldn't have come so late. My fiancée might be here. Has something untoward happened? The Prime Minister raised his hand, intending to strike the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince watched the approaching hand with the same innocent eyes he had as a child. The Crown Prince squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the blow. Prime Minister, stop. Are you afraid of these frivolous games? Unbelievable. The Crown Prince sat down, his hands unconsciously clenching his robe, trembling. The Prime Minister lowered his hand. You can't even control your own soldiers. Raven's power grows daily, and you remain childish and foolish. If your mother were still alive, the Prime Minister continued, she would be deeply disappointed. The words struck a nerve, and the Crown Prince glared at him. Seeing the Crown Prince's furious gaze, the Prime Minister retorted angrily, How dare you? Before she was your mother, she was my sister. I know what she wanted better than you, so don't you dare disrespect me. Straightening his collar, the Crown Prince thought, he acts as if he were my father. Then he asked, so what are you doing here? The Prime Minister replied, that vulgar book has become notorious. Why haven't you dealt with it yet? Just a few days ago, you were solely focused on it. Do you know what I've endured because of it? He doesn't listen to me at all, the Crown Prince thought, but I suppose he understands the gravity of the situation now. I've discovered that the true author is hiding at Duke Raven's manor, the Crown Prince revealed. I'm applying pressure to invite her to the banquet, so she'll come to the palace herself. The Prime Minister scoffed. Everything you do infuriates me. It's utterly frustrating. Wouldn't it have been simpler to just assassinate her? If news of an assassination were to leak, the Crown Prince replied, our situation would be far worse. Public opinion revolves around that novel, so it wouldn't be that easy. However, if the author joins us, it will be highly advantageous. A cunning glint entered the Crown Prince's eyes. I just need her loyalty. The Prime Minister continued his aggressive stance, insisting that if Bourbon had already won Agatha's favor, the situation would become Jishu. He pressed the Crown Prince, urging him to handle the matter before Agatha's allegiance shifted. Meanwhile, back at Raven's manor, Angela was struck by a sudden chill. Standing on the balcony, gazing at the inky black sky, she thought, even inside the manor, the nights are cold. Her thoughts drifted back to Raven. More importantly, the prince, he seems to remember me, yet it feels like he's trying to forget. Why are his memories of me so unpleasant? A blush warmed Angela's cheeks as she recalled Raven's face. In that expression, it didn't seem like anger, but more like she shook her head, cutting off the thought. This is dangerous. He's incredibly handsome. I'm only just realizing it now, after our conversation. But what should I wear tomorrow? Suddenly, a mouse scurried across the balcony, startling Angela. With a yelp of surprise, she kicked it off the edge. Ah, that scared me to death, she muttered. No wonder I felt a chill down my spine. I'm sorry, little mouse. Glancing up, her eyes fell upon an ancient tree beside the balcony. Perched in its branches, a hooded figure stared down at her. Another shriek escaped her lips. Ah! Elsewhere in the manor, Raven was engrossed in a novel when Angela's scream reached his ears. He jumped up, startled. Oh no! Grabbing his sword, his thoughts raced. This is my fault. I can't believe I left her unprotected, especially after the incident with the general. I've been so foolish. He threw on a cloak and, sword in hand, rushed out of the room. In his own room, Mano was jolted awake by the commotion. He hurried towards Angela's room, finding the door ajar and Raven standing there, gaze fixed ahead. Angela was struggling with a strange, hooded youth. Kneeling by the balcony railing, she gripped the boy's bag while he, dangling precariously over the edge, tried to pull it free. Let go of my stuff, you crazy antenna head, he yelled. The two continued to grapple as Mano and Raven watched in stunned silence. What's going on here? Mano finally asked Raven. Don't ask me, Raven replied. To summarize the preceding events, Angela had kicked the mouse, which flew into the tree, startling the lurking pervert and nearly causing him to lose his pants. He then fell face first onto the railing of Angela's balcony. Back in the present, the struggle continued. Are you seriously explaining this crazy situation right now? The hooded youth demanded. I caught a pervert. Someone help me. Angela cried. Mano sprang into action. I'm coming. Raven, however, remained where he stood, watching the scene unfold with a detached sigh. Catching sight of Raven, the hooded youth muttered under his breath, Damn, this is bad. As Mano approached, he quickly let go of the bag. Looks like I have to sacrifice this, he thought. He dropped to the ground and ran. Hey, you jerk, stop! Angela shouted. Mano leaped onto the railing. I'll get him! He jumped from the second-story balcony and gave chase. You cost me my beauty sleep, you bastard, he thought. The fleeing youth glanced back. What the hell? That guy actually jumped down after me. Behind a window on the first floor, a group of maids watched the spectacle with avid interest. They observed every detail, not missing a single moment. On the second-floor balcony, Angela looked down. He didn't have to chase that guy for me. I feel guilty. Raven, standing behind her, also looked down. Even if it wasn't for you, we needed to catch him. He trespassed. Raven glanced around Angela's room. Are there any other suspicious individuals? He asked. No, just that one, Angela replied. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Raven's face. I was so worried, but the whole scene was so bizarre, I didn't get a good look at his face. Angela proudly presented the bag to Raven. I snatched this from him. Raven stepped closer, reaching for the bag. Is this his? Let me see. Prince Raven opened the bag, thinking, judging by his clumsiness, this fellow doesn't seem like one of the general's assassins. He must be a paparazzo, Raven murmured, tipping the bag's contents out. A cascade of portraits of himself spilled onto the ground. Suddenly, Raven's eyes widened, fixated on one particular sketch. It depicted him sitting beside Angela, his hand gently lifting her chin in an intimate gesture. A jolt of surprise shot through him. Was that us just now? When did that happen? Did I really look like that? Angela, oblivious to his inner turmoil, asked innocently. Was that the paparazzo? Mano, reappearing at that moment, announced, Your Grace, I apologize. I lost him at the back gate. I believe he's heading towards the city. I'll get my horse and pursue him. Angela thought he lost him. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the garden as Mano walked face first into a tree, exhaustion from his sleepless nights finally catching up with him. Mano stood dazed against the tree, unconscious. Observing the scene, Raven thought he fainted from exhaustion. Perfectly reasonable, considering he hasn't slept in days. He'll be all right, Raven reassured Angela, who was staring at the slumbering Mano with an expression of amusement. He looks kind of cute like this, she mused. The thought of the paparazzo gnawed at Raven. If this fellow is skilled enough to remain hidden while sketching, he must be the one the general warned me about. He recalled the general presenting him with a drawing of himself and the crown prince enjoying tea in the garden. It seems you're too focused on that foolish literary case to notice these small. The general had said, Foolish matters. Raven finished the thought. If he finds out I let the paparazzo go, he'll just plot something else in secret. He's determined to ruin us. A sardonic chuckle escaped Raven's lips. Beside him, Angela was engrossed in examining the contents of the paparazzo's bag. A paparazzo? This is the first time I've ever seen one. How interesting, she thought. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she sifted through the sketches. Snatching one up, she gasped, This is... Her sudden movement startled Raven, who instinctively clutched his stomach, the spot where she had struck him earlier, and eyed her warily. Angela held up several of the drawings, scrutinizing them closely. Suddenly, she exclaimed, We have to catch him. I'll go after him. Raven stared at her, dumbfounded. You? He questioned. This drawing style. It has to be him, Angela thought, examining the sketches more intently. It's the same style as the paintings that used to hang in my room. Exactly the same. If I can get my hands on his drawings, I won't have to worry about the novel anymore. Yes, this is very important, Angela declared resolutely. I've seen his face, so I can catch him. Raven turned to her. Oh, right, you saw him, didn't you? Raven hesitated. What should I do? This is a dangerous situation. I can't let her go alone. It's true. We should catch this paparazzo quickly. Who knows what he might have seen? He glanced down at Mano, who was still dozing against the tree. But Mano can't go in this condition. He needs rest. I'll send some nights with Angela and address this in the morning. He remembered Princess Joya's words. Raven, this is a crucial time. You must carefully maintain your position. I believe you can do it. Closing his eyes, Raven made his decision. I should go myself, he announced to Angela. Come with me. Angela responded with a surprised and excited, Wow. We'll catch him before daybreak, Raven continued. You can get some sleep after, all right? Angela, her gaze fixed on Raven, quickly replied, Yes, of course. She was clearly thrilled and surprised by his decision. Turning to Mano, Raven said, Mano, go get some rest. Mano's eyes fluttered open. I'm so sorry, Mano mumbled, his eyes fluttering closed again as sleep claimed him once more. Exhaustion clung to him like a second skin. Raven and Angela descended the steps, passing the tree where Mano slumbered, leaning against the sturdy trunk. Is he asleep, standing up? Angela asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Let him be, Raven replied. He's had a rough time. The scene shifted to the streets outside, now cloaked in night, yet vibrant with the glow of streetlights. Raven and Angela, both draped in cloaks, walked side by side. Angela lowered her hood, a gesture Raven immediately noticed. There's no reason to show your face. Keep it covered, he instructed. Oh, right, Angela responded, quickly pulling her hood back up. A blush warmed Angela's cheeks. This feels like a secret rendezvous, she thought, then immediately shook her head. No, it's not. They walked on, in comfortable silence. Are we just going to wander around looking for him? Angela finally asked. If I saw his face, I could find him instantly, Raven replied. But I have to rely on instinct, so it might take some time. You just need to keep an eye out for that fellow's face. I've got the picture, Angela assured him, her gaze sweeping across every corner, alert and focused. He seems incredibly cautious of his surroundings, she thought, observing Raven's serious expression. He must have faced a lot of danger because of those awful rumors, she realized. Now, he has to protect not only the royal family, but himself too, so he must be constantly worried. A wave of sympathy washed over Angela. It's a little pitiful to see him having to be so careful, even in his own city. They continued down a deserted street, devoid of any other soul. I mean, did he really decide to go to these deserted places? Angela wondered. This isn't working, Angela declared. Raven, let's go straight to the central area over there. It's too bright there, Raven replied. Crowded places are dangerous. Angela persisted. But I think if I were that person, I want to go somewhere crowded. It definitely wouldn't think we'd chase him all the way out here. He can't possibly think the crown prince would go to these lengths to catch a paparazzo. He also lost his bag, Angela added confidently. If I were him, I want a change of scenery, a place with lots of people. What do you think? Her enthusiasm bubbled over. Besides, you shouldn't worry so much about what other people think. You're more popular than you realize. That can change in an instant, Raven thought silently. Public opinion sways easily with the surrounding atmosphere. She's too naive, turning towards a main street. He conceded, all right, we'll try your way, just for a little while. Okay, Angela chirped, already hurrying ahead. As they reached the bustling street, the bright lights made Raven flinch. Oh no, he thought, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The street teemed with people, hurrying to and fro. There are more people than I expected, he thought, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The memory of being swarmed by well-wishers, thrusting plush toys into his arms just days before, flashed through his mind. Thrusting plush toys into his arms. The fear of a repeat performance tightened his chest. We shouldn't have come here. I should have sent Mano tomorrow. Suddenly, he grabbed Angela's sleeve, pulling her back. Slow down, it's dangerous. Don't stray too far. He hunched over, his cloak shielding his face, while Angela, still cheerful and oblivious, replied, Right. Turning, Angela saw Raven attempting to completely conceal himself within his cloak. A pang of sympathy struck her. Raven, I even assured him that plenty of people like him, but he's still like this, poor guy. She was completely unaware of her misinterpretation of his actions. Suddenly, she turned back to face him, her voice brimming with confidence. Don't worry, you don't need to think too much. Just trust me. How is the word misunderstanding written so clearly on her forehead? Raven wondered. Angela dashed ahead, leading the way. Let's go, she said to Raven. A cold sweat broke out on the prince. She brought me all this way, just for fun? He thought incredulously. Anxious, he pulled his hood further over his face, scanning the surroundings. There's too much I need to be wary of, he thought. The general's assassins could be anywhere. Everything looked suspicious. His gaze swept over the people passing by. Any one of them could be an assassin. Raven glanced from side to side. I should have left Mano back at the manor. He fretted, worried for his exhausted aide. If I were alone, I wouldn't be in this awkward situation. Everyone on the street seemed suspect. I need to find that paparazzo, and fast, he thought, his apprehension growing. Suddenly, a flash of light startled him. He reacted instantly, pulling Angela behind him, shielding her with his body. His hand instinctively went to his sword. Danger, he cried. Look out! A series of loud bangs erupted as fireworks burst across the night sky. The unexpected pyrotechnics, dazzling against the blackness, momentarily stunned Raven. Angela, yanked back by a sudden movement, nearly stumbled. The display left the prince speechless. He's so jumpy, Angela thought, amused. Are you all right? She asked. Should we go back? I'm fine, Raven managed, regaining his composure. Let's just walk around a bit more, okay? Raven wiped the sweat from his brow. Just protecting her is exhausting enough, he thought wearily. Keep an eye out, he told Angela. We need to find that paparazzo. Around them, the crowd was a mix of heavily tattooed, muscular men who looked rather intimidating, and more peaceful folk enjoying the fireworks display. Raven remained on high alert, scrutinizing everyone. He continued to scan the faces in the crowd, suspicion clinging to him like a second skin. Angela, oblivious to his unease, stood mesmerized by the spectacle, a soft smile gracing her lips. Hearing Raven's words, she turned quickly. Oh, sorry, she said. I haven't seen fireworks in ages. Raven turned, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. Let's go, he said, then resumed his vigilant survey of the crowd. They continued their walk beneath the vibrant fireworks, weaving through the bustling streets. Everywhere, Raven's image adorned various merchandise. Prince Raven mirrors, Prince Raven mugs. There was even a cardboard cutout of him, seated on a throne and holding a sword, so people could pose beside it and have their portraits drawn by a street artist. The whole area felt like a Prince Raven-themed tourist attraction, Angela realized, which explained the crowds. It's even livelier at night, she thought excitedly. I wonder if Raven realizes how much this place adores him, with his image everywhere. I'll have to come back here with Lizzie someday. Suddenly, a shout ripped through the air. Wow, it's the prince. Raven jumped, startled, and beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. He quickly yanked his hood down further over his face. Ahead of them, a middle-aged man was impersonating him. "My dear fans," the imposter boomed, "who wants a hug? Hugs are for a fee. He looks so fake." People laughed, crowding around the man and pulling off his wig. "Come on, hug him." The imposter, clearly taken aback, stood there dumbfounded, enduring the playful onslaught. Angela burst out laughing. "That's hilarious, isn't it?" she said to Raven. Raven glared at the crowd mobbing the fake prince, muttering under his breath, "How irritating." He turned and walked away. "Let's find somewhere quieter," he said to Angela, his voice tight with annoyance. Angela, bewildered, stood for a moment, unsure what had just happened. Angela led Raven to a restaurant, but tonight it was hosting a Prince Raven fan meet and greet, and the noise was overwhelming. It was definitely quieter when Lizzie and I were here last time, Angela thought ruefully. Raven, hunched over, looked utterly miserable. Tucked away in a corner booth, a server brought 2 beers, telling Angela, "If you need anything else, just let me know." Angela smiled. "Oh, of course." Prince Raven remained sullen and silent. Angela slid a beer across the table to him. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I thought bringing you here might help. It's lively, and maybe their way of showing their love is a bit much, but it's because they admire you. Please don't think badly of them." Raven remained silent, his head bowed even lower, lost in his own thoughts. Angela raised her beer. "Even so," she said, "honestly, if a stranger was pretending to be me and walking around the city, I'd be scared too." Suddenly, a strange man yelled, "It's too loud." Angela jumped. At the next table, 2 men were drinking. The larger, more imposing one grumbled, "Why are they holding a fan meet and greet here? The streets are bad enough these days." His companion agreed. "Yeah, we used to be popular here." The imposing man continued, "It's all because of that trashy book," referring to the novel. "I don't understand why people are obsessed with that lying lunatic." Raven and Angela bristled at his words. The imposing man raised his beer. I bet everyone's forgotten the rumors about the prince's brutality. Some even said he buried prisoners alive." The man at his table added, "Even if you believed in the royal twins, it's only because of that weird book that there's been this bloodshed. Everyone's suddenly done a 180. It's stupid." Angela frowned, deeply uncomfortable as she listened to the men. Furious, Angela rolled up her sleeves. "Let me at them, the bastards," she hissed. Suddenly, Raven spoke. "They're right." Angela stared at him, astonished. "What?" Raven was lost in a memory, recalling his return from battle on horseback, the streets lined with people, their whispers sharp and unfavorable behind his back. "Every time I went to battle," Raven told Angela, "people only wished for my death. The day I returned, wounded, they only felt bitterness. They wished the wounds were deeper." He continued, his voice laced with irony. "Now those same people have turned around and worship me. They changed so quickly. I can't feel any fondness for them." Angela looked at him with sympathy. Suddenly, Angela slammed her hand on the table. "But still," she insisted, "those rumors were baseless. You didn't kill the queen. It might be a little late now, but at least the rumors are starting to go in the right direction." At the mention of the queen's murder, Raven's fists clenched. "What if the rumors were true?" he asked. Angela froze, unsure how to respond. The brooding prince continued, his voice grave. "The recent rumors are baseless. So if the rumors you deny were actually true, what would you do?" Angela hesitated, nervous. The memory of Raven's deadly gaze the night he killed the coachman flashed through her mind. "I forgot how terrifying he could be," she thought. Then she recalled his gentle smile from a few days prior, and the contrast left her uncertain. Raven sighed sadly, looking at Angela. Interesting, he thought. She trembles at just a few words. Where does her confidence come from? Look at her, he continued his internal monologue. What makes her any different from the others? Suddenly, the tavern door opened and a young man walked in. "Ma'am, let me rent a room on credit," he said. The owner replied, "Credit? Pay your debts first, Baron." The young man answered nonchalantly, "I'm broke today. I'll pay tomorrow." The tavern was still noisy, filled with laughter and chatter, but Raven had already noticed the newcomer. The tavern owner continued, "What are you thinking? Pay what you owe me, or you're not sleeping anywhere." The young man, Baron, approached the table of the 2 rude men. He addressed the one in the black hat. "Goodness, I've had a bad enough day. So please, just a moment, sir. Give me some money, and I'll draw you a caricature." The man scoffed. "Who's this kid? Get lost." Baron replied calmly, "I'm not a kid." Raven turned to Angela. "It's him," he said. "Look at his face." Seeing Angela still sitting in bewildered silence, Raven gave up and asked, "What are you doing?" Angela sat up straight, seriously contemplating what Raven had said earlier. Why do I trust Raven so much? She wondered. What exactly is the reason? Suddenly, Bolin approached their table, calling out, "Hey, you two." Bolin asked Raven and Angela, "Want a caricature?" Angela turned her head, startling Bolin. "You're that girl," he stammered. Raven, catching Bolin completely off guard, grabbed him by the collar. Raven held Bolin tight, pressing him against the wall. "What's going on?" Bolin thought frantically. "Why are they here? Why did the prince come personally instead of sending a knight?" Raven turned to Angela, complaining. "What were you doing? We almost let him get away." Angela quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." Hearing the commotion, a staff member from the restaurant came over and asked, "What's going on?" Angela swiftly and smoothly waved a hand dismissively. Nothing," she said. "We were just so happy to see an old friend again. We'll be quiet now." The paparazzo, Bolin, glared at Angela, thinking, crazy antenna hair. Raven drew his sword, addressing Bolin. "Quiet," he commanded. "Follow us. I don't want to cause a scene." Bolin feigned obedience. "I understand," he said, his mind racing with deceptive plans. Suddenly, he yelled, "Prince Raven! Prince Raven is here!" His shout startled Angela. The tactic was all too familiar. She'd used it herself on the merchant back in the street. At the next table, a fan meet and greet for Prince Afen was in full swing. Everyone was stunned by Bolin's outburst, murmuring to each other, "Is it true?" Even the two rude men who had been bad-mouthing Raven at the next table earlier stared, dumbfounded. The crowd erupted in excited shouts. Raven, sweating profusely from fear, released Bolin. "You bastard," he hissed. Angela stood frozen, unsure how to react. Overwhelmed with surprise, the crowd surged forward, engulfing Raven and knocking him and Angela to the ground. Angela scrambled to her feet. "What is going on?" she cried. Seizing his opportunity, Bolin quickly vaulted over the railing and fled. Angela, spotting him, yelled, "He's getting away. I'll go after him." Raven exclaimed, reaching out. "Wait, it's too dangerous to go alone," he urged. But the crowd pressed in, trapping him. Helplessly, Raven watched as Angela took off after the fleeing paparazzo. The scene shifted to a desolate, unfamiliar street corner. Angela, bent over with a bloody nose, gasped for breath, having pushed herself to the limit. She caught up to Bolin. "If it were the prince, I could understand," he said calmly. "But you didn't have to go this far." Seeing Angela's battered state, he fell silent. He quickly sat down and helped Angela up. "Come on, try to stand," he said. "I'd feel terrible leaving you like this." Angela seized the opportunity, grabbing his collar. "Got you, you coward." She stood, one hand gripping Bolin, the other wiping the blood from her nose. "You think you can fool me, shorty?" Bolin scoffed. "I'm taller than you, got it?" Angela retorted. "Anyway, Bolin, you're Bolin, the paparazzo who only follows Prince Raven, right?" Bolin froze, surprised by Angela's knowledge of him. "You know me?" he asked. "I'm a fan of the prince's," Angela blurted out, then clamped her mouth shut before finishing the sentence. Flustered, she continued, "I really like your drawings." Embarrassed by her own words, she added, "I'm sorry I called you a creep before." Bolin's eyes widened. "A fan?" he questioned. The two sat down side by side, the tension easing as they began to talk. "I've been collecting your drawings for 5 years," Angela confessed. Bolin, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh, that's when my prints weren't selling well. You're a real, dedicated fan. Thanks." Angela smiled. "Thanks to you, I've been able to keep loving him," she said. Bolin blew a bubble with his gum, relaxing. "So you've admired him since then? That's surprising." Back then, everyone hated him. He was surrounded by terrible rumors. Angela suddenly remembered Raven's question from earlier in the tavern. What if those rumors are true? Gina closed her eyes, composing herself. When she opened them again, she said, "This is why I chased after you. There's something I needed to confirm." Bolin asked, "What did you need to confirm?" Angela and Bolin sat beneath a bridge, oblivious to the figure lurking in the shadows of the roadway behind them. He drew a dagger, thinking the prince is gone. "This is my chance, but she's always with someone." He moved forward, thinking, "I should take them both out before she has time to react." Suddenly, a teddy bear landed with a thump right in front of him. He froze, bewildered, staring at the toy, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A voice startled him. "I suspected it," the voice said, "but who would have thought he'd actually send assassins?" A boot landed in front of him, next to the teddy bear, and he trembled in fear. Prince Raven stepped forward, his sword at the man's throat. "General Mano, predictable as ever," he said. Raven glanced at Angela, who was still seated. "I'm only protecting the author because of Joya," he thought. "But she worries me. She's no different from the others. Perhaps I should pretend I never saw her and leave her on the road." In the dark alleyway, Raven held the assassin at sore point. On the bridge below, Angela and the paparazzo, Bolin, sat and chatted casually, unaware of the drama unfolding above them. What did you need to confirm? Bolin asked. Those portraits of the prince you draw, Angela began hesitantly. Did you actually see him in person when you drew them? She reached out and took Bolin's hand. You even have portraits of him on the battlefield. Did you fabricate them? Bolin bristled. What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I would fabricate them? I'm a true artist, he declared proudly. He continued urgently. No matter how much I need money, I would never falsify anything. I only draw what I see with my own eyes. Angela was taken aback by his vehemence. But, Angela pressed, recalling all the images she had seen. There was one of the prince sitting casually beside his horse as it grazed. Another depicted him playfully arm in arm with his soldiers, laughing heartily. There was even one of him on horseback, one hand deflecting arrows on the battlefield, the other reaching out to help a wounded soldier. Angela remembered the joy she felt looking at those drawings. She recalled each one, including the one where the prince rested leisurely beneath a tree, his horse lying beside him, an empty birdcage nearby. Bolin continued, At first I did it because I thought, who knows, focusing on a subject no one else is covering might lead to surprising profits. But maybe because of the bad rumors surrounding the prince, I haven't made much. He glanced around, as if looking for an escape route. So, I was planning to stop to follow the crowd. But as you can see from the drawings, he's actually quite interesting. Hearing this, Angela buried her face in her knees and trembled, prompting Bolin to ask, Are you crying? No, Angela replied. She lifted her head, her voice slightly shaky. I'm just scared I'll have to end Ark's life. I keep hearing these terrible rumors about him, and he doesn't even bother to deny them. But it's okay. Deep down, I believe the prince is a good person. Behind them, Raven stood silently, listening to their conversation. When Angela mentioned her belief in his goodness, he unconsciously lowered the sword he held against the assassin's throat. Engrossed in her thoughts, Angela continued, I wish people wouldn't just dwell on those rumors and would learn to love him like I did after seeing your drawings. Your art could be so helpful. Why not try to help us? Bolin sighed. I appreciate you saying that, he thought, but to the prince, paparazzi are the bane of his existence. Angela continued, her voice full of naive hope. The prince ran into those fans earlier, but he avoided them. She recalled their walk through the crowded streets, how Raven had turned away from the adoring crowds. The prince, standing behind Angela, was taken aback by her words. Pitiful? He thought. Angela continued, the way I see it, he's avoiding people before they have a chance to betray him with another false pretense. The prince listened intently to her words. Angela spoke dreamily. I wish I could protect him from those strange rumors. Angela nudged Baron, who was sitting beside her. What do you think of my wish? Help me out, will you? She asked. Baron replied wearily. Forget it. You're on your own. Angela persisted. Oh my, where is your loyalty? Baron said, loyalty, my foot. We just met today. Overhearing this, the prince couldn't help but smile. Completely engrossed in Angela and Baron's conversation, Prince Raven had forgotten all about the assassin. Observing this, the assassin thought, I don't know what's going on, but I should escape while he's distracted. A sudden greed overcame him. He's always been careless. I should take this opportunity to finish him. With that thought, he picked up his knife. I will end the Exmorado family myself, he thought. With this resolve, he brandished his knife and lunged towards the prince, intending to attack. Raven remained motionless, watching Angela and Baron, oblivious to the assassin's intent. Suddenly, the prince turned and fixed a cold stare on the assassin. Before the assassin could react, Raven raised his sword to block the attack. The clang of metal on metal rang out. The sound startled Angela and Baron, causing them to look up. The prince had knocked the assassin's dagger away. It landed right between Angela and Baron. Angela screamed, ah, while Baron exclaimed, my God, damn, it must have flown over there. Raven thought worriedly. He slashed the assassin across the face. I've seen your face clearly now. You'll either die by my hand, or you'll deliver a message to the general. Raven, his voice icy, pointed his sword at the assassin's throat. Never even think about touching that rider again. If he threatens her again, whether he receives this message or not, I won't spare him. He pressed the sword closer to the assassin's face. Answer me. The assassin placed his hand on his chest, bowed in a royal salute, and quickly slipped away. Raven sheathed his sword, unaware that behind him, a head with antennae was trembling. Angela had witnessed everything. Now, another terrifying detail was added to her impression of the prince, which already included the night he killed the coachman, the time he slammed a dagger into the table while talking to the princess, and the instance where he held a knife to the brown-haired guard of the crown prince. Now, etched in Angela's mind, was the image of the prince, holding a knife to the throat of that poor old soldier. The prince turned to Angela. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Angela replied, "No, I didn't hear anything. Did you?" The prince answered, "I heard everything." Angela recalled what she had just said to Baron about protecting the prince. The memory was so embarrassing, she wished she could disappear. "Do you have anything else to say about what just happened?" Angela asked the prince. "No," he replied nonchalantly. Angela felt frustrated. "It's because you don't explain these things clearly that you're misunderstood," she thought. Angela sighed sadly. Everyone believes what they see with their own eyes. Then she asked the prince, "You did that to protect me, right?" The prince remained silent. "You don't need to say anything," Angela continued. Angela reached down to pick up the dagger beside her. "I'll find the hidden meaning behind your actions myself," she said. She added brightly, "That way, people won't be easily swayed by those rumors, because I believe in you." Angela's words stunned the prince. He couldn't believe that someone in this world still believed in him. He nonchalantly kicked the dagger away. "Aha!" he exclaimed, startling Angela, who quickly withdrew her hand. "I even said those embarrassing things about protecting him, and he's still so cold," she thought. Prince Raven extended a hand to help Angela up. "Where's your hand?" he asked. Angela shyly reached out, placing her hand in his. The moment their hands touched, Raven abruptly yanked her to her feet, like pulling up a radish. "Heave-ho!" he exclaimed, startling Angela. "Wait!" she cried out. Angela stumbled a few steps towards Raven, their eyes meeting in a tender gaze. He leaned in close to her ear, whispering, "You shouldn't trust me so easily." The proximity made Angela blush. Raven's tone suddenly shifted, becoming sharp. "Because I don't trust you either. You got rid of that paparazzo pretty effectively." Angela, feeling deflated, sighed. "Well, she chuckled awkwardly. "He's completely vanished. That damned scoundrel." Angela fumed. "This city is so huge. Who knows where he's hiding?" The scene shifted. The assassin, General Mano, walked down the street, wiping the blood that oozed from the cut Raven had inflicted on his face. "I thought I was dead," Mano thought, "but he let me live. Where did he get that kind of power?" Suddenly, in a narrow alleyway, a hooded stranger called out to him. "Hey, you." Mano recognized him. "Baron? What are you doing here?" Baron was Crown Prince Frederick's personal guard. "It seems you have something to tell the general," Baron replied. "You look rather urgent. You can tell me as well." Mano continued. "Prince Raven warned the general not to bother the author or something. His killing intent was real. He looked like he'd hunt down the prime minister without hesitation." Baron remained silent, lost in thought, saying nothing. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Mano's shoulder. "I understand," Baron said, then suddenly lunged, a blade piercing Mano before he could react. Mano let out a single, choked cry as blood splattered across Baron's face. With his last breath, Mano whispered why, but Baron remained silent, offering no explanation as the assassin collapsed. Baron looked towards Prince Raven's palace, silently murmuring, "Your Highness, Frederick." The scene shifted. Inside the palace, Crown Prince Frederick sat alone, in quiet contemplation. Frederick placed his hand on the spot where the Prime Minister had gripped his collar. The scene shifted again. The next morning, in Angela's room at Raven's residence, Mano asked, "Did you finally catch that paparazzo?" "It's morning. Sorry, I must have dozed off." Angela waved it off. "It's all right, it was fun." Mano, holding some drawings, inquired, "Are these all the drawings that kid had?" "Yes," Angela replied, "after I said I'd pay him a large sum. He even handed over some he'd hidden." She recalled the moment. After she'd made the offer, Bolin, the paparazzo, had eagerly said, "If you want more, I can draw more." Raven had angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Try coming near the residence again, and I'll send you to meet your ancestors." Angela lay sprawled on the floor, ecstatic, surrounded by a pile of Bolin's drawings of Prince Raven. Mano picked up a few, examining them. "There are so many," he remarked. Turning to Angela, he asked, "Did he spend his whole life on these?" Angela, surprised, responded, "Why?" "Well, of course," Mano continued, his tone exasperated. "Considering his stalking and trespassing to spy on the prince are serious offenses, he got off too easy." Angela, munching on a pastry, agreed. "Yeah, that's true. The prince was too lenient. She recalled the moment Raven had pulled her up, almost embracing her, the memory causing her to blush, her heart filled with adoration for him. "He's so cool," she murmured. This caught Mano's attention. Mano stared intently at Angela's face. Startled, she looked back at him, confused, as if Raven's image had been imprinted on her forehead. Mano suddenly burst out laughing. "Did you sleep here? You got ink all over your forehead." Angela quickly wiped her brow. "What? Why?" "I was writing all night." After wiping her brow, Angela asked, "Lord Mano, is everything all right now?" "I'm so sorry." Lord Mano sighed. "Yes, it's fine." Angela brightened. "Then shall we continue?" She promptly returned to the stack of Prince Raven's drawings. Mano thought to himself, does she like him that much? It's like dealing with a child. Mano silently organized the tasks that needed to be done, thinking, regardless, it's a relief that's taken care of, but I need time to check everything. I have to make sure the guy keeps his mouth shut. I have this nagging feeling I'm forgetting something. Suddenly, a servant hesitantly appeared at the door. "Excuse me, Lord Mano and Scholar. Princess Joya is here." Mano shot to his feet. "What?" Angela quickly gathered the drawings, thinking, I need to hide these. The servant continued, "Princess Joya has arrived." Mano asked, "Wasn't the princess supposed to come tomorrow?" "Princess Joya is already here, just outside the residence." The princess looked around the residence, relieved, and smiled. "It's so peaceful here. Where's Raven?" A short while later, everyone was gathered in the prince's room. The princess sat next to Angela, putting an arm around her affectionately. "It's been a while, little writer," she said with a smile. "How's the novel coming along?" Angela replied, "I'm just about to start." The princess asked, "So you've just been playing around this whole time?" She pinched Angela's cheek. Wiping away a bead of sweat, Angela said, "No, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plausible plot. I'll start writing now." Angela asked innocently, "How about a late-night scene where we go out with the prince to catch paparazzi?" The princess laughed. "You mean Raven himself? That's hilarious." The prince startled, his face darkening. "Absolutely not," he said sternly. "Don't do that." Angela quickly waved her hand. "Yes, of course." "Of course," Raven said. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming today?" "I have things to do, so I'll be going now." "Do you have anything important to say?" The stubborn Princess Joya said, "You should have come a day earlier if you wanted to." "What now?" Raven sighed. Fine, whatever. Just enjoy yourself here." Princess Joya turned to Angela, who was sitting beside her. "Well, I think you should focus more on your novel." Joya continued, "Raven, I heard Frederick came by the other day." Joya looked towards the corner of the room. "That sword over there belongs to Frederick's knight, doesn't it? If the sword is here, something must have happened, right?" Mano glanced at the sword hidden amongst a pile of documents. Only the hilt visible. "Damn it," Mano thought miserably. "I was going to dispose of it, but he came a day early." Joya's expression turned serious. She shot a warning glance at Mano. "And you, Mano, why didn't you report this to me?" "I don't like hearing important news from others." Raven asked, "Are you saying, aren't we all sensitive to rumors?" Joya replied, "That matter didn't need to be reported to me." Joya suddenly smirked. "What about you attending the banquet?" she asked Raven. "That news is already spread among the nobles. I even heard our new scholar is invited as well." Angela, sitting between the two, felt incredibly awkward. Joya stepped closer, facing Raven, her voice serious. "Did you really agree to that? What's gotten into you?" "Frederick has already figured out the author's identity, hasn't he? Why would he be so interested in a new scholar in the residence?" Raven remained silent, lost in thought. Joya continued, "Are you really going to keep this from me? We promised not to have secrets anymore." Joya looked at Raven. "It's a bit disappointing, isn't it?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned icy, like a northern winter wind had swept through. Everyone remained silent, no one daring to speak. Suddenly, Angela spoke, breaking the tense silence. "For Raven's sake," she said, "things aren't that complicated. I told him I would attend the banquet." Both Joya and Raven's eyes widened in surprise at Angela's words. Forcing a friendly smile, Angela continued, "Although it might seem a bit bold, I thought I'd get more inspiration from my writing if I went to more places." The prince had to agree because I was pestering him so much. Prince Raven gazed silently at Angela. Angela continued, "I believe he didn't mean to keep it from me. He's been very busy. Yesterday was the first time I'd seen him in a while. Others too. General Mano hasn't slept for 4 nights straight." Hearing Angela's words, Mano looked at her with affection. Joya asked suspiciously, "Mano, is that true?" Mano replied, "Yes. The author seems to have exhausted himself trying to keep writing." Joya cast a scrutinizing glance at Angela. Joya continued, "A banquet isn't a place for you to run around and play. What will you do if someone suspects you and questions you?" Angela, trying to maintain her composure, replied, I know, and that's why I think this is a good opportunity to publicly clear up any misunderstandings beforehand. I promise I'll prepare diligently so I don't make any mistakes. Raven seemed worried by Angela's words, but Joya said dismissively, You're too naive. I wonder if you even know fear. Raven saw Angela's hands clenched tightly around her skirt, trembling uncontrollably. He understood that she was terrified. Looking at Angela, Raven said, She's stubborn, but she's also brave, so she can take control of the situation quickly. Looking directly into Angela's eyes, he added, We can help her. Angela looked up, deeply touched by Raven's words. He turned to Mano and asked, Mano, when does the banquet begin? Mano stood silently while Joya watched Angela with suspicion. In 5 days, Mano replied. The short time frame surprised Raven, and he froze for a moment. He quickly told Angela, Stand up and try walking. Angela sprang to her feet like a coiled spring and exclaimed, Yes, sir. Angela walked stiffly, like a robot, leaving Raven speechless. Both Joya and Mano stared, stunned by her awkward gait. Joya burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face, nudging Mano, who stood beside her. Why do you sound like something's cracking when you walk? She asked. Embarrassed, Angela thought, I'm just nervous. Joya turned to Raven. Are you sure you can get this girl ready for the banquet? Raven remained silent, unable to offer any reassurance. Angela boldly declared, 3 days. Just help me, and I could be ready in 3 days. She wondered where her sudden confidence had come from. The next day, Angela balanced several books on her head, trying to walk straight, but they kept falling off with a thud. Mano followed behind, picking up the fallen books, while the prince leaned against the wall, watching wearily. Only one book remained on Angela's head, and finally, even that couldn't stay put and tumbled to the floor, causing Angela to cry out. Mano, put them back, the prince said. Mano picked up the books and placed them back on Angela's head. Panting and sweating from exhaustion, Angela complained, Goodness, you're so harsh. Let me rest for a bit. She had completely forgotten her admiration for the prince. But the prince said coldly, There's no time. Again, Angela angrily wanted to punch him, but because he was the prince, she held back. Take your hands off the books, the prince continued. Angela sighed and reluctantly said, Yes. She removed her hands from the 3 books balanced on her head. Her legs ached from yesterday's walking practice. Suddenly, Angela stumbled, causing the books on her head to scatter everywhere. One book hit her leg, causing intense pain, but the prince just casually said, Again. Angela took a few steps, and all the books fell again. Again, the prince repeated. The process repeated over and over many times. Then, as if she couldn't take it anymore, Angela threw off all the books from her head, shouting loudly, startling the maids. Your Highness, she said to the prince, aren't you busy? You've been teaching me all day. The prince replied coldly, You asked me to help. Angela recalled her previous words and couldn't argue back, so she had to endure. The prince continued, I can't have the maids teach you because they don't understand court etiquette. On the other hand, I can't hire a specialist either, because we need to keep your identity a secret. The prince was absolutely right, and Angela couldn't argue back. Angela thought, with a mixture of gratitude and exasperation, I appreciate his concern, truly, but I never imagined he'd be so exacting about my walking. The truth was, having him watch her every stride was intensely stressful. She tried to take another step, her bruised and swollen legs protesting with every movement. But it's the only way to keep him out of trouble, she reminded herself, the thought fueling her shaky progress. She walked, but exhaustion betrayed her, and she stumbled again. Prince Raven, arms crossed, watched from where he leaned against the wall, a sigh escaping his lips. His gaze flicked downwards to her feet. Are they swelling already? He wondered. Oh, I'm sorry, Angela said to Mano. I'll pick them up. Mano handed the books back to her. It's all right, it's all right. Here you go. Witnessing this small exchange, Raven thought, at least she's trying. The thought brought a flicker of relief, and Raven closed his eyes for a moment. Thank goodness, he breathed. Suddenly, Angela straightened, a book balanced on her head. She walked, and this time, she didn't fall. A triumphant smile lit her face. Your Highness, she asked, her voice bright with hope. Am I doing a little better now? Startled from his brief respite, Raven replied curtly, I hadn't noticed. His voice remained cool as he continued. You are aware you'll have to do this in formal attire, aren't you? You'll be wearing heels then, too. Can you manage that? Angela's jaw dropped. Heels? She squeaked. The startling news broke her concentration, and her ankle twisted beneath her. Ah, Angela cried out, the sound making Raven's heart leap into his throat. How could she be so clumsy? He thought in exasperation. He reached out, instinctively wanting to catch her, but his hand froze in midair. Princess Joya's word from her last visit echoed in his mind. I'm not sure how much of the author's words are true, she had said, her voice laced with ice. But we cannot show any weakness in front of the Indio family. She had continued, her tone chilling. When our plan fails, we need to get rid of the author. Then, looking directly at Raven, she had asked, do you understand? Back in the present, Angela sprawled on the floor before him, face down. He didn't move to help her, simply watched as she fell. Mano rushed forward to help her up. Are you all right? He asked, his voice full of concern. Angela winced. I'm fine, she mumbled. Again, Raven said, his voice flat. Yes, Angela replied, her voice barely a whisper. Watching her from a distance as she resumed her practice, Raven thought, so don't get too close to her. It took 5 hours to correct Angela's posture. 5 grueling hours later, she could finally balance a stack of books on her head without toppling over. Mano clapped his hands in delight. You're amazing, he exclaimed. Now, let's move on to the next step. Angela, sweating profusely, thought, this is just the beginning. Later, surrounded by towering stacks of books, Angela sat with the librarian, delving into history and general knowledge. I'm not familiar with this area, as I'm from Baisa, Angela explained as the librarian instructed her. Then came the agonizing lessons in table etiquette, learning how to navigate the cutlery under Mano's watchful eye, her clumsiness a constant source of headaches for Raven. During breaks, Angela threw herself back into her novel writing, sitting beside Mano, who was also working. Both had ice packs pressed to their foreheads, a testament to the shared strain. Late into the night, Angela continued her studies, the ice pack on her head long since melted into a puddle large enough to keep a small fish. She was utterly exhausted. As evening fell, 2 maids gossiped in the gardens of Raven's residence. Has Miss Angela not arrived yet? One asked. I need to buy a mug with the prince's picture on it when we go out. They were preparing to head into town. I want a handkerchief, the brown-haired girl added. They're always sold out, the black-haired girl replied. We have to get one today. Both held a deep admiration for the prince, members of the gossip mill, always eager for the latest news from within the residence. Suddenly, Lizzie ran towards them. Where's Miss Angela? Lizzie, one of the maids asked. She's busy again today, Lizzie replied, so she told us to go ahead. Again, the other maid sighed. The 3 of them donned their cloaks, ready for their trip into town. Lizzie continued her lament, complaining that she'd been cooped up in the library for days. It was dreadfully dull, and she longed for a bit of fun. A maid's life, she sighed. What can you do? Let's go. Not far away, hidden behind a tree, Prince Raven watched and listened. A wave of anger washed over him. Everyone was so preoccupied with the upcoming banquet that security had become lax. He just slipped back into the estate unnoticed, his gaze fixed on the library window, the lights still burning, a testament to Angela's diligence. If only Frederick hadn't discovered my hidden author, he thought, I wouldn't have to attend this blasted banquet. He recalled the day Crown Prince Frederick had visited, his parting words of command for Raven to attend the ball. Staring at the illuminated library, Raven mused, if that were the case, neither of us would be in this predicament. Turning away, weariness settled upon him. He remembered the maid's words, how Angela had been confined to the library for days, missing out on any enjoyment. Then he pictured Angela's radiant face that night, lit by the fireworks. Raven sighed. At this very moment, he thought, Angela is poring over the history of Ludak, but the paper before her is covered in doodles. Scribbled confessions of her longing to escape to the party, her desire for a mug with his portrait on it. No, those were his own thoughts. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A weary Angela slumped over her desk. Lizzie, she mumbled, I told you I couldn't go today. I'm sorry. She'd mistaken the newcomer for her maid. It was Raven. He stood behind her, his eyes falling upon the doodles. If this is how you're indoors, he said, you should go out for some air. Startled by his voice, Angela cried out, Your Highness. She frantically crumpled the paper in front of her. His proximity sent a blush creeping up her neck, and her nose, predictably, began to bleed. Why is your nose bleeding? Raven asked, surprised. Angela pressed a hand to her nose, mortified. Curse it, she thought, my nose is bleeding again. Why does it always happen in front of him? Could the timing be any worse? This is so embarrassing. Dabbing at the blood, Angela sniffled. Tomorrow is the third day, she said. I promise I'll be ready by then, but I still have some things to learn. Is it time already? Raven thought. Still pinching her nose, Angela continued. You must be busy, Your Highness. But you came all the way to the library. Are you tired? Raven remained silent. His gaze remained fixed on the crumpled paper. He caught a glimpse of Angela's writing. Because it's a ball, I want to dance too, but I probably won't have the chance. Raven sighed and pulled Angela's chair back. You've been sitting and reading all day, he said. No wonder your nose is bleeding. Stand up. Angela, still holding her nose, replied. It's all right. Even if I wanted to sleep, my conscience wouldn't allow it. You should walk. Suddenly, Raven tilted her chair back further. Come on, he said, before I let go. A jolt of fear shot through Angela. What? She squeaked. You should stretch, Raven said seriously. I'll teach you how to dance. His closeness brought another blush to Angela's cheeks. Dance? She asked, bewildered. They moved to the open space in the center of the room. Let me warn you, Raven said. Don't dance at the front unless someone invites you. Metal will be your shield. So don't worry. Understood, Angela replied earnestly. They placed their hands on their chests and bowed to each other, performing the pre-dance ritual. It's not a good thing to attract attention, Raven said. He straightened and extended a hand towards her. But I'll teach you just in case. Angela eagerly reached out, her mind racing. Dancing? Am I really going to dance with the prince? She shyly placed her hand in his. He clasped it at once. Their eyes met, a gentle gaze passing between them. Raven squeezed her hand. Prince Raven, the cause of Angela's blush, drew a deep breath. Place one hand on my shoulder, he instructed, guiding her hand to rest there, while still holding her other hand firmly in his. As they began to move, Angela promptly stepped on Raven's foot, making him wince. Angela froze, rigid as a statue. Lift your foot, Raven said, a note of helplessness in his voice. Oh, I'm sorry, Angela mumbled, quickly lifting her foot. It was too dark. Raven stared intently at Angela, who grew flustered and nervous, thinking, I can't help it. I freeze up when he's this close. Suddenly, Raven tilted her chin upwards. Look up, he commanded. Adjusting her posture, Raven continued. It's impolite to look at your feet while dancing. You should look at your partner and follow their lead. Angela gazed softly at Raven, speechless. Remember that, he said seriously. They continued practicing, Angela repeatedly stepping on Raven's feet. Is this some kind of foot-dodging game? He thought, exasperated. Why is she doing this? This is getting weirder by the second, and I'm speechless. One hand holding hers, the other at her waist, Raven thought. It's been a long time since I've led with only one hand. Suddenly, Angela noticed Raven looking at her feet, as if anticipating another misstep. She realized he'd been looking down, even after telling her not to. The thought made her giggle. Huh, isn't that funny? Raven asked, annoyed. Why are you laughing? Changing the subject, Angela said, I just feel like I don't need to worry about that novel anymore. She continued, I write stories because I have a habit of recording the beautiful dreams I had as a child. You know, I don't want to forget them, so I wrote about you. Ever since I came here, she added, it feels like a dream. Raven's gaze softened at her words. Looking out the window, he thought, a dream, while dancing. Angela suddenly remembered the day Princess Joya visited. While she was talking with the princess and Raven, he had taken a dagger and stabbed it into the novel on the table in front of her. Except for that moment, Angela thought that was my chance for revenge. She then recalled the time Raven made her walk back and forth with a book balanced on her head. Oh, right, and that time too, she mused. Then, Angela deliberately stepped on Raven's foot hard. He winced. Angela quickly smiled. Oh, I'm sorry, she said innocently. It's just so hard to see. Ha! She's still looking down, Raven thought, pain throbbing in his foot. Seeing her smile, however, he relented. Well, she seems more relaxed now. Isn't she? The hand he kept behind his back suddenly came forward. Now I'll use both hands, he said, drawing her closer, so there shouldn't be any more mistakes. Angela froze, then smiled, delighted. Raven continued, a playful lilt in his voice. If you step on my foot again, you must be doing it on purpose, and I'll stop immediately. So focus. The close proximity made Angela blush. Raven quickened the pace. Wow, his steps really changed, Angela thought, surprised. Even if I try, I can't step on his feet anymore. She glanced down, but his feet always moved just before she could. I told you not to look down, Raven said suddenly. Ah, yes, Angela replied, quickly lifting her gaze. He suddenly squeezed her hand, leaving her confused. Is it a signal? She wondered. How am I supposed to know if you don't say anything? His other hand, resting on her waist, suddenly pulled her closer. He began to pivot gracefully. Drawing her with him, they spun together beautifully. Smoothly, the wind stirred the curtains, billowing them in the air. The scene was incredibly romantic. Raven squeezed her hand again, then, speaking, brought them to a halt. Looking at the night sky, a smile playing on his lips, Raven said, "Good. You kept up with me." Angela blushed, a feeling of happiness washing over her. This isn't a dream, she thought, smiling. This is truly the most wonderful time. The scene shifts to a street in front of the Ludak Imperial Palace. A voice cries out, "Look over there. That's the main palace of the Ludak Empire." A carriage approaches the grand edifice. Inside, a maid attends to a young woman of breathtaking beauty. The girl, her head bowed, thinks, "The Ludak Empire's sky is so vast, I dare not look up to admire it." Tears well in her eyes, and the maid quickly dabs them with a handkerchief, murmuring, "You're crying again." The girl's thoughts continue. How pitiful. I've heard that the crown prince of Ludak is shrouded in dark rumors, just like the color of his hair. The carriage comes to a halt. "We've arrived, Your Highness," the maid announces. The girl thinks, "I've dreaded this day. I, a princess of a small nation, must become engaged to the crown prince of Ludak to forge an alliance. I'm afraid of the darkness." Fear of the dark-haired prince grips her. Stepping out of the carriage, the girl is met not by darkness, but by a prince with platinum blonde hair. The young prince is strikingly handsome. Astonished by his appearance, the princess thinks, "He's so fair and elegant." "It's an honor to meet you," she says, a smile gracing her lips. Her inner thoughts betray her relief. I worried for nothing. This isn't the frightening dark-haired prince. That day, the sky of Landon seemed to hang much lower. Back in the present, the princess, now a captivating young woman, stands by a window, gazing at the Landon sky beyond the palace. A maid's voice interrupts her reverie. "Princess Garnet," the maid says, "the tea party is ready, Your Highness." Garnet turns, replying, "Very well." Inwardly, she fumes. How many times have I told them to call me Crown Princess? Looking out the window, she observes other beautiful young women in elaborate gowns, standing beside luxurious carriages. Look at them, preening themselves, she thinks. With a sigh, she thinks haughtily, "Leiden will soon be mine anyway. I don't understand why those fools are so excited." She turns abruptly and asks her maids, "Where is Crown Prince Frederick? Is he in his study?" The scene changes to a bustling street. A carriage makes its way through the throng. Inside, a girl thinks, "Wow, I never imagined I'd see the palace this close." It's Angela, gazing eagerly out the window. Suddenly, the prince's voice cuts through her excitement. "Close the curtains. Water splashing in." "Oh, yes, Your Highness," Angela quickly replies. Inside the carriage with Angela are Prince Raven and Mano. The melancholic prince asks, "Why are you so excited?" Angela, with an innocent smile, replies, "What do you mean? Today's the banquet." Mano, soaked from the splashing water, stares blankly at her. The prince's carriage continues its journey through the crowded, vibrant streets. Suddenly, Angela notices the prince trembling. Turning to Mano, she whispers, "Mr. Mano, if I'm not mistaken, His Highness seems anxious." The prince shrinks back into the corner of the carriage, his face slick with sweat, his hands and feet trembling. Mano explains wearily, "Well, it's been a long time since he's been to the palace, especially for a banquet." "Oh, I see," Angela says. Angela's thoughts drift to Raven's past. He was exiled from the palace after being deposed as crown prince. She thinks sympathetically. The prince suddenly looks up, noticing Mano and Angela whispering. He frowns, displeasure etched on his face. "You should get off here," the prince says abruptly. "Remember to arrive at the banquet on time." Startled, Angela asks, "Me?" Mano gulps nervously, thinking, "Oh dear." The prince continues, "Coming to the palace just to loiter around serves no purpose in your life." And with that, Angela is ushered out of the carriage. Wait, let me go with you, she calls out. Mano leans out of the carriage, offering a strained smile. You need to get ready, so please come back early. Suddenly, the prince angrily kicks Mano out of the carriage. You get out too, he commands. Me too, Mano asked, surprised. Standing outside the carriage, Mano asks the prince with concern. Are you sure you'll be all right on your own? The prince replies calmly. I want some peace and quiet. Prince Raven pulled his hood over his head and said to Mano, This is the heart of Ludak. Walk around and get a feel for the atmosphere. Mano sighed. Understood. See you later, he replied. The prince slammed the carriage door shut and sped off, leaving a cloud of dust that made Mano cough. Angela, watching the scene unfold, remarked, He's so cold-hearted, but there was no real heat in her words. She still seemed cheerful, perhaps from long practice in accepting such behavior. Seeing Angela's good spirits, Raven felt a little lighter. As the ornate carriage moved through the bustling, noisy streets, murmurs rippled through the crowds. Maybe it's just a normal carriage passing by, someone wondered. Will the crown prince really come? I'm curious too, another voice chimed in. Mano noticed the royal knights standing on the street, just as people had mentioned earlier. Upon seeing the knights, the onlookers exclaimed, Oh my goodness, there are knights behind us. Then, an awkward silence quickly descended. Mano sighed inwardly. The atmosphere here is always so stifling, he thought. Isn't it? Angela chirped, clapping Mano on the back. What's wrong? Are you worried too, Mr. Mano? Mano turned to her. It's nothing, he replied. Angela, ever inquisitive, continued. Then, can you show me around? She pressed on. You spent your childhood here with the prince, right? Mano conceded. Yes, I'll show you around. Angela ran ahead excitedly, thinking to herself, just imagining the prince playing here makes everything seem so lovely. The bustling street, usually a source of noise and chaos, felt imbued with a certain charm. Even Mano felt a flicker of joy, as if transported back to the carefree days of his childhood. The same ornate carriage from earlier approached again. Inside sat a plump, middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing. Are we far from the imperial palace? She asked her elderly coachman. I apologize, but the streets are more crowded than usual today, the old man replied. More crowded than usual. People, seeing her, murmured in disappointment. Oh, such a magnificent carriage. I thought it was the prince's. Walking down the street with Mano, Angela suddenly spoke. If we keep going like this, we'll miss the tea party. The woman in the carriage, presumably Angela's mother, startled, thought to herself, tea party? Now I understand why the Duke told Angela to come later. He didn't want her to attend that tea party. The scene shifted to the tea party. Princess Garnet sat proudly, sipping her tea, surrounded by other glamorous ladies. Garnet thought to herself, they keep chattering on as if they're about to start arguing. One lady, looking at Garnet, remarked, Oh, you're as beautiful as ever, Crown Princess Garnet. The lady beside her added, It must be lonely coming from another country. It's so enviable how well His Highness treats you. Garnet laughed lightly. It's embarrassing to be called Crown Princess. We're only engaged, she demurred. Oh, you're too modest, one lady exclaimed. Another inquired, Will the two of you announce your marriage at the upcoming banquet? Garnet and the ladies continued their cheerful chatter, punctuated by laughter. Garnet's thoughts drifted. Just thinking about the proposal at the ball makes my heart race. I wonder how handsome he'll be. Princess Garnet was enjoying her tea when suddenly one of the ladies asked, Speaking of the crown prince, will the first prince, Prince Raven, really attend the banquet today? Sprite Linden. Hearing this name, Princess Garnet jolted, her teacup clattering to the floor. The ladies around her rushed to her side. Princess Garnet, are you all right? They fussed. In the dark recesses of her mind, Princess Garnet still feared Prince Raven. Looking at the shattered teacup, Princess Garnet thought, the sky of Lydia has lowered. All this time, I no longer needed to be afraid. Quickly composing herself, she said, It's my fault. It's been a while since the last banquet. I'm a little nervous. Princess Garnet was mid-sentence. Last time, Prince Frederick, when the plump woman, who had been riding in the ornate carriage through the streets, burst into the room. Ladies, guess who I just ran into? She announced breathlessly. None other than Crown Prince Raven. If I had arrived earlier, I wouldn't have encountered him. The ladies gasped. Oh my, really? Princess Garnet's face paled, terrified. She continued excitedly. He's tall and handsome, just like in a novel, and he looks like my son. Hearing this, Princess Garnet abruptly stood, saying, I'll excuse myself. I need to prepare a few things. Please feel free to continue. The woman glanced at Garnet, adding, Oh, you were here too? Princess, as if just noticing her presence. Princess Garnet stood and left, a heavy silence falling over the group. The moment she was gone, the whispers resumed. "Now, tell us the details," one lady urged. The plump woman replied, "Oh, all right, so it's like this." Garnet inwardly sighed. "Oh, my goodness," she thought, cradling her head. "A moment ago, they were all fawning over me, and now they've switched to praising the former crown prince. It's unbelievable. What's so great about a man who was deposed and stripped of his title?" Not far away, Prince Raven, completely cloaked, spoke to a royal knight. "Has Princess Joya arrived?" he asked. "Princess Joya? I don't believe so, Your Highness, but I'll confirm," the knight replied. Raven sighed mournfully. "Well, when she arrives, tell her to come find me in my room," Raven instructed. "Yes, Your Highness," the knight responded immediately. Pulling his hood tighter, Raven thought, "It's dreadfully unnerving being here at the palace alone." Suddenly, Garnet's lady-in-waiting called out, "Princess!" This outburst infuriated Garnet. "I told you to address me as Crown Princess," she snapped. Turning sharply, she collided with the figure standing before her, the former Crown Prince. Garnet turned to look at the man she'd bumped into. It was indeed Prince Raven. He froze, staring at her, thinking, "A princess." Raven's eyes widened, his amber gaze gleaming. Captivated by his beauty, Garnet thought, "Can this truly be the one described as dark and brooding?" By now, the plump woman and the noble ladies had risen from the tea party. As they walked away, the plump woman chuckled. Thinking about it now, it must be quite awkward for the princess. After all, the former crown prince was originally betrothed to her. Suddenly, a noble lady tapped her shoulder. "Oh, my lady, don't say such things. The prince is right there." The plump woman looked ahead and asked, "The former crown prince?" At that very moment, before her eyes, the former crown prince and Princess Garnet stood silently gazing at each other. Raven, his thoughts on the princess who was now to be the crown princess, swiftly removed his hood. Garnet's lady-in-waiting whispered a reminder, "This is Duke Raven." Startled, Garnet thought, "That's right, I must curtsy." Suddenly, Raven placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Garnet was taken aback. Raven continued, "I am Duke Raven. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness." Nearby royal guards stared in surprise, while the noble ladies hiding behind pillars covered their mouths, thinking, "This is such a strange scene." From his second floor, the Prime Minister watched the entire exchange. The guard beside him remarked, "Princess Garnet and Duke Raven. Has he truly returned to the palace?" The Prime Minister remained silent, observing intently. "He came alone, without any servants," he thought. "I wonder about that author. The assassin I sent hasn't returned. Something must have happened." Looking down at Raven bowing before Garnet, the Prime Minister sneered. "What a pathetic return, Raven." The whispers of those who recognized Raven began to give him a headache. He addressed Garnet, "My sister and I will formally greet you at the banquet." Unable to resist Raven's allure, Garnet reached out and touched his cheek, smiling. "You seem worried. Are you unwell?" Raven froze. Garnet's strange action stunned everyone around them. Continuing to stroke Raven's cheek, she asked, "If you'd like, may I accompany you back to your room?" Suddenly, Raven glanced coldly at the hand on his face. "Please remove your hand." Garnet trembled, her skin slick with nervous perspiration. Raven brushed her hand away, his voice low. "I would ask Your Highness to refrain from actions that could be easily misinterpreted. There are many eyes upon us." A minister, witnessing the close proximity of the two, flushed with indignation. He abruptly turned and strode away, startling the knights accompanying him. "Lord Minister," they called after him. "I'm going to see the Crown Prince," he snapped back. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. Raven swiftly pulled up his hood, concealing his features. His face grim, a sheen of sweat on his brow. He turned back to Garnet. "Then, I'll see you at the banquet," he said curtly. Garnet stood frozen, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. How strange, she thought. His demeanor turned icy over a simple jest. Perhaps the rumors about his temperament are true. "Your Highness," a handmaiden addressed Garnet. "Your gown is ready." "Very well," Garnet replied, lifting her hand, the one that had just brushed against Raven's. A blush warmed her cheeks. Despite his coldness, his hands were surprisingly soft, she mused. Meanwhile, in Bourbon's room, his sword was returned, along with a note from Mano. "Sorry it's late." Bourbon stood before a mirror, transformed into the guise of a young woman. Long brown hair cascaded around her shoulders, a noblewoman's gown draping her form. Her handmaiden gazed at her with wide eyes. "Lord Bourbon," she breathed, admiration lacing her voice. "You are handsome with short hair, but this suits you even more." Suddenly, Bourbon's fist slammed into the mirror, shattering the glass. "This is so weird," she cried inwardly. The handmaiden jumped, realizing that the shattered mirror was the wardrobe door that had held Bourbon's gown and wig. Bourbon now stood before her, once again a short-haired knight. "Just imagining you in a dress gets me excited," the handmaiden gushed. "I'm still considering it," Bourbon replied. "Is this for someone?" The handmaiden pressed. The image of the crown prince flickered across Bourbon's mind. "I just want to make that person smile," she murmured, a dreamy quality to her voice. "Oh my goodness," the handmaiden exclaimed. A voice called from outside the room. "Is His Highness in his study?" "Yes," a knight responded. Bourbon glanced towards the door. "General Valenciano," she thought. Quickly grabbing her sword, she followed the minister. What threat will he use this time? She wondered. Reaching the prince's door, Bourbon addressed the two knights standing guard. "Step aside," she commanded. "I will stand watch." Inside the prince's study, the minister's voice was sharp. "So, stop delaying the marriage. Announce it at the banquet, so those fools will stop their foolish schemes." "I understand," the prince replied. Overhearing the conversation, Bourbon froze, stunned. In the banquet hall, Princess Garnet, escorted by two handmaidens, encountered the crown prince. "Prince Frederick," she exclaimed. "The banquet is about to begin," Garnet continued, a smile gracing her lips. "Where are you hurrying off to? Is there anything I can help you with?" But the prince simply walked past, leaving Garnet standing there, speechless. Garnet spun around, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "He didn't even glance at me." She fumed inwardly. As she continued walking, her irritation grew. "Even the infamous first prince bowed to me, and he dares to treat me like this. I never liked him. He always seemed so weak. He only became crown prince because of that incident." Lost in her thoughts, Garnet descended the stairs, oblivious to someone ascending from below. "Come to think of it," she mused, "the crown prince's status is actually much higher than his, so he should be nicer to me. I should be marrying the crown prince, not Prince Raven," she thought, a frown creasing her brow. She closed her eyes in frustration. Suddenly, her foot caught, and she stumbled, nearly falling. "Your Highness!" her handmaidens cried out. Just as suddenly, a hand reached out, steadying her. Looking up, she spoke. "Thank you, Prince Raven." The man's eyes crinkled into a sudden smile. With a slight nod, he walked away, leaving Garnet's heart pounding in her chest. A blush crept up her cheeks as she thought, distractedly, did he just smile? Perhaps his earlier coldness was because of the crowd. Meanwhile, within the palace walls, in Raven's room, Princess Joya entered with a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! This is rich." So it was Princess Joya who embraced Garnet, not Prince Raven. Joya removed her hat and cloak, grinning. "I dressed up specially to come here and see what was going on. Everyone thinks it was you, Raven. On the way here, I even gained some new admirers for you." Especially on the staircase, just now, Prince Raven, huddled in a dark corner of the room, was a picture of misery. "Joya, why did you take so long?" he mumbled, startling Joya. "My brother, why are you sulking here?" she asked, taken aback. Joya pressed further. "Where are Mano and Angela? Why are you here alone?" But the prince only hung his head, looking dejected and gloomy. "I told them to be on time and try to avoid the other nobles," he muttered. Joya suddenly burst out laughing. "Oh, so our little Raven came to the imperial palace all by himself? How did you manage that? The stairs weren't as bad as you thought, were they?" But Raven remained silent, eyes closed, head bowed, and sweating profusely. Joya mused. "It seems the problem isn't with the young author, huh? It's with Raven." She knelt down and embraced him sympathetically. "Oh, my frightened little kitten." But Raven bristled at the appellation. The scene shifted. Crown Prince Frederick stood by the window, gazing out at the streets below. He longed for a moment of solitude, a breath of fresh air, away from the stifling confines of the palace. "I wish I could be alone when I go out to relax," he sighed, unaware that his guard, Bourbon, was lurking nearby. Caught in the act, Bourbon stammered, "Forgive me, Your Highness, but it is my duty to protect you." "Frederick," the crown prince wanted to ask, "Are you all right, Your Highness? Just one question, just this once." But Bourbon couldn't find the courage. Instead, he said, "If you stay outside too long, everyone will be clamoring for you." The crown prince turned and looked at Bourbon. Outside the palace, Angela and Mano hurried along. "Mr. Mano, the prince must be waiting." "Let's hurry," Angela urged. Mano replied, "I'm sorry, I was so happy that I lost track of time." Inside the palace, as he walked, the crown prince suddenly smiled to himself. "Oh, right. I wonder if she's wearing formal attire today." Outside, Angela chatted excitedly with Milo as they walked, both exhilarated by their recent outing. The scene shifted back inside to the party. Mano, now in formal attire, stood observing the lively chatter, murmuring to himself, waiting for Lady Angela. Mano stood by the entrance when a guard suddenly addressed him. "Sir, the party is about to begin, so we need to close the doors." Mano, breaking into a sweat, quickly replied, "Please wait a moment," silently calling out for Lady Angela. The scene shifted to another part of the palace. Soft footsteps echoed as the golden-haired Angela appeared. Angela had wandered to a remote part of the palace. Looking around in confusion, she wondered, "Where am I?" She was lost. Suddenly a bang. Angela looked towards the window. Fireworks exploded, illuminating the sky, and she gasped in delight. "Oh, fireworks!" The fireworks lit up the entire sky over Ludak. In the hall where the party was being held, whispers and chatter filled the air. Suddenly, a voice announced, "The Crown Prince of Ludak, Ravenspet Lindau, and Princess Joya of Rondo, España, are entering." Princess Joya, arm in arm with Prince Raven, entered the party with a smile. "It seems we're a little early," she remarked, "but thanks to the author, we were able to attend this party." Prince Raven scanned the room, his eyes landing on Mano, standing alone by the entrance. Mano is there, Raven thought. But where is the author? The royal knight continued. "The crown prince of Ludak, Frederick Gonda, and Princess Garnet Otley of Visha are entering." Crown Prince Frederick, hand in hand with Princess Garnet, entered the banquet hall. Seeing the crown prince and princess enter, Prince Raven and Princess Joya placed their hands on their chests and bowed. Princess Garnet gazed affectionately at Prince Raven, thinking to herself, "He pretends to be indifferent to me when there are a lot of people around. How cute." Seeing Princess Garnet, Joya gasped, a cold sweat breaking out. "Isn't that the girl from the stairs earlier?" "Oh no," a royal knight murmured. "This won't do, Your Highness. It's time for the banquet to begin." Crown Prince Frederick, hand in hand with Princess Garnet, passed by Bourbon and the others. Whispers rippled through the assembled guests, commenting on how well suited the pair appeared. Frederick escorted Garnet to the center of the hall. "Before we begin," he announced, "I'd like to thank everyone for attending." Turning towards Princess Joya and Prince Raven, Frederick continued, "Especially the two members of the Esplandido family, warriors who bring honor to the Empire. Thank you for being here." Across the room, Joya and Raven remained silent, their gazes fixed on the crown prince. Joya glanced sideways at Raven. "Things are different now," she muttered. "Don't hold back anymore." Suddenly, the grand doors of the banquet hall burst open with a resounding crash, interrupting the proceedings. Angela stepped inside, startled by her own entrance. "Oh," she gasped. Resplendent in a magnificent formal gown, Angela looked breathtakingly beautiful. With a smile, she said, "I apologize for being late." Joya stared, dumbfounded. "Wait," she whispered. "Why did she come in through that door?" Every eye in the banquet hall turned to Angela, causing her to blurt out, "Oh dear." Meanwhile, by the side entrance, Meta remained, frantically waving and silently calling out to Angela. Whispers erupted amongst the guests. "What is this? His Highness is speaking, and she barges in so rudely. Who is she? She has no understanding of rank and etiquette. Is she some kind of paparazzi in disguise?" Angela took a deep breath. Gathering her courage, Angela glided into the room with the grace of a true noble. Witnessing this transformation, the whispers shifted. "Never mind, I take it back. She must be a noble. Which family is she from?" One guest inquired. "I'm going to ask her to dance later," another murmured. Mano beamed and extended a hand in greeting towards Angela. Seeing Angela's triumph, Joya exclaimed with relief, "She can hold her head high." "Heh, it seems I was the only one worried." Raven, visibly relaxed, remarked, "So it seems. She's interesting." Joya, startled, considered the prince's words. Crown Prince Frederick, too, glanced towards Angela, who was now chatting amiably with Mano. "The prince's hair looks quite lovely today," she commented. Princess Garnet spoke up suddenly, attempting to recapture Frederick's attention. "Prince Frederick," she said, "everyone is waiting." She wondered what he was thinking. Frederick narrowed his eyes, a sudden melancholy washing over him. Music began to play, and cheers erupted. "Oh, it's starting." Frederick led Garnet to the center of the floor, and they began to dance. Mano, observing the dancers from the corner, turned to Angela. "You were quite impressive earlier, Miss Angela. Most people would have been terribly nervous in that situation." "You were cool too, Mr. Mano," Angela replied. "By the way, this place is magnificent." Angela mused. I wonder what it would be like to dance with the prince here. Suddenly, two young nobles approached her, leaving her bewildered and unsure of what was happening. Just then, Mano turned and glared at them, radiating a chilling aura that made them break out in a cold sweat. "Oh no," one of them stammered. "Isn't that Duke Raven's bodyguard?" They quickly scurried away. Watching their hasty retreat, Angela asked Mano, "Do I seem strange?" Mano turned to Angela, his expression brightening. "No," he replied. "Why would you say that? We're just standing here all alone," Angela pointed out, gesturing to the other guests gathered in the center of the hall, dancing. "That's because of me," Mano admitted. "The Duke instructed me to keep you away from the other nobles, if possible." "I feel so guilty," he thought to himself. "What the heck?" Angela exclaimed. "I've been studying so hard. I've even gotten nosebleeds. You guys are really underestimating me." Angela glanced towards Raven. "He's so far away," she thought, standing in a place of honor, surrounded by elegant and captivating people. "It just emphasizes the distance between us." Prince Raven chatted cheerfully with Princess Joya, while the Crown Prince, Frederick, stood with Princess Garnet, the two of them a picture of effortless harmony. A sudden realization struck Angela. "Oh, right," she thought, "I'm just a fan. If I were him, I wouldn't let a little fan like me disrupt this special occasion. Forget about dancing. I need to be sensible." Prince Raven turned his head and caught Angela staring. Princess Joya, oblivious, said, "Raven, come here, we need to talk." Suddenly, Raven's gaze snapped back to Angela, startling her. A blush crept up her neck, staining her cheeks with embarrassment. Mortified, she quickly turned to Mano. "Minister Mano," she stammered, "shall we get something to eat?" Mano, surprised, replied, Yes, all right." Angela, sweating slightly, told herself, "Stay calm. This way." Princess Joya steered Raven to a secluded corner, a drink in her hand. "Thank goodness," she murmured. "People aren't paying as much attention to the author as I feared. If this girl keeps a low profile, everything will be fine." Raven, however, couldn't tear his eyes away from Angela. What was Aunt Joya doing just now? He fretted. "I can't stop worrying." He took a sip of his drink, his thoughts elsewhere. Princess Joya frowned. "Ugh, that incident on the stairs is too complicated," she thought. "I'll address it later." Meanwhile, Crown Prince Frederick and Princess Garnet sat at the head table, observing the guests. Garnet kept casting flirtatious glances towards Raven. Frederick, however, was focused on Angela. "I want to observe her behavior first," he mused, "see what kind of person she is. But there's no one around her, so I can't get a read on the situation." Meanwhile, Angela continued to chat brightly and innocently with Mano. Is it because of Raven's guard? Frederick wondered. How troublesome. Back with Joya and Raven, Joya spoke. "I've been meaning to ask," she said. "Have you approached the author at all? I recall warning you about that." Raven was startled. Approach? He thought. Did I ever consider that? He recalled the time he and Angela had spent practicing dancing in the library. "I don't know," Raven replied. Joya looked displeased. "Don't give me those non-committal answers," she snapped. Suddenly, Crown Prince Frederick stood and walked towards the center of the banquet hall, taking everyone by surprise. Garnet quickly rose and followed him. "Prince Frederick," she called. "Where are you going?" People whispered. The Prime Minister's face darkened. Mona's eyes widened in surprise and concern. Raven watched nervously, while Joyous said anxiously, "Raven, what should we do?" Frederick stopped in front of Angela, extended his hand, bowed, and said with a smile, "Would this lovely lady care to dance with me?" Angela was utterly stunned. Frederick continued, his smile unwavering. "I felt it terribly impolite to leave such a beautiful lady standing alone in the banquet hall." Angela's mouth dropped open. The Crown Prince? She thought. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. It seems this is the first time the Crown Prince has ever asked anyone to dance. Who is that girl? Princess Garnet frowned. What's going on? Joya's jaw dropped. He's asking her to dance himself? Does he really not know who she is? She probably doesn't even know how to dance. This could be embarrassing. Raven, agitated, started forward, intending to go to Angela. Joya, alarmed, grabbed his arm. "What are you doing, you fool?" she hissed. "If you go over there, it'll be mortifying." Garnet noticed this interaction. Even Prince Raven, she thought. Mano placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, forgive me, but..." Suddenly, Bourbon, the knight, stepped forward. "You should know that a mere attendant has no right to interfere," she said. "Step aside, Mano." Mano remained rooted to the spot, looking distressed and helpless. Angela thought, it would be so strange to refuse the Crown Prince. But Angela glanced at Prince Raven. I'm just a fan. I shouldn't disrupt the banquet. Raven turned to Joya. Let's go, sister, he said. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. Angela placed her hand in the crown prince's. He smiled, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Raven watched, a frown etched between his brows. After a moment, everyone's eyes widened, captivated by Angela's grace on the dance floor. Joya, astonished, turned to Raven. You taught her to dance? Angela glided effortlessly, led by the crown prince. They looked like a picture-perfect couple. Scholar Angela, the crown prince said, a smile playing on his lips. It's a pleasure to see you again. How is life at the Duke's estate? He's a good man, isn't he? Yes, your highness, Angela replied. He is a wonderful man. Inwardly, she thought, but somehow his back always seems so burdened with sadness. A melancholic pang resonated within her. Has he still not changed? She wondered. Lost in thought, Angela suddenly stepped on the crown prince's foot. Oh, I apologize, your highness, she stammered, glancing down at his foot. The crown prince chuckled. Don't worry about it. Raven's instructions suddenly echoed in her mind. Keep your head up. Look your partner in the eye. Move and sway with them. Following his guidance, Angela lifted her gaze, focusing on the dance. A new thought bloomed within her. There's no need to be sad. The realization brought a smile to her face, and her grip on the crown prince's hand tightened slightly. I shouldn't overthink things, she mused. I should be more courteous to my partner. As I was taught, the crown prince beamed, his thoughts a silent echo of his expression. She's finally smiling. She's truly an enigma. From a shadowed corner, Prince Raven observed them dancing. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. Why am I acting like such a fool? He thought, his gaze fixed on Angela. She was dancing with the crown prince, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Raven turned away, disgusted with himself. To think I was worried over such trivial matters. Suddenly, several noble women approached Raven. Excuse me, Duke Raven, one of them ventured. Would you be interested in a dance? If so, might I have the honor? Her companion quickly pulled her back. Did you see that icy glare? Terrifying. Another woman whispered, Hush, Princess Joya is right there. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Fiction truly is just fiction. Raven walked away. Princess Garnet, who had been observing Raven closely, noticed his abrupt departure. The crown prince turned to Angela. Are you uncomfortable dancing with me? I'm grateful that your highness's rhythm is easy to follow, Angela replied smoothly. That's good to hear, the crown prince said, pleased. Angela chuckled inwardly. Such an elegant response. You must be surprised to see me dance so well. I see, Raven thought to himself. Angela glanced towards the spot where Raven had been standing, but it was now empty. He was gone. Distracted, Angela turned, and one of her shoes slipped off. Oh no, my shoe, she thought, her gaze fallen to the floor. The crown prince's eyes widened in surprise. Flats. One of Angela's flat shoes lay discarded on the floor. Her face flushed crimson, a wave of panic washing over her. Are you all right? The crown prince asked, concern lacing his voice. With a swift movement, he draped his cloak over the fallen shoe. My apologies, your highness, Angela stammered, mortified. I've caused you trouble again. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked, the crown prince replied gently. No, your highness, Angela quickly interjected. I'm just embarrassed for losing my composure. The crown prince released Angela's hand. Let's end it here. Angela curtsied. Yes, your highness. Other ladies are waiting for you. I mustn't monopolize the honor of dancing with you. Thank you for the dance. Angela turned and walked away, leaving the crown prince with a look of regret etched on his face. She returned to Mano's side. He gently took her hand, his expression filled with concern. Are you all right? He asked softly. I'm just a little flustered, Angela replied. I'll be back after I get some fresh air. Don't worry. She turned and walked away, leaving behind Mano's sympathetic gaze, Bourbon's hateful glare, and the crown prince's lingering regret. Seeing the crown prince standing alone, a nobleman quickly approached with his daughter. What a splendid dance, your highness, he said. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Count Kgo, and this is my daughter. But the crown prince remained silent, his gaze fixed on Angela's retreating figure. Minister Mano, standing in the corner, witnessed everything. He watched Crown Prince Frederick, thinking, foolish boy, he's becoming harder and harder to control. His thoughts continued, regardless. That seems to be the mastermind, so the assassin failed. Should I send another? Beside him, a young server stood, looking suspiciously out of place. He held a drawing pad. He was the paparazzi. Why did he suddenly give me this drink? The boy thought, startled. Being too well disguised isn't good either. The boy continued his internal monologue. More importantly, this is tiring. Who would have thought I'd be here sketching one day? Seeing the commotion in the hallway outside the ballroom, Angela was patting her face, trying to stay ching-ching. What's wrong with me today? She wondered. But why did the crown prince suddenly invite me to dance? Does he want to get information from me? After all, I just joined his rival's family. Recalling the moment she lost her shoe, Angela thought, but his kindness, he covered me with his cloak so no one saw my worn-out flats. Angela also remembered his expression. It seemed a little strange. Recalling the moment, the crown prince had said sadly, I shouldn't have insisted. Why did I have to drop my shoe? Angela thought self-reproachfully. If it weren't for that, everything would have been fine. I hope the princess didn't see me. She's terrifying. Angela suddenly thought further. If Prince Raven saw, he'd be like this, glaring murderously. She suddenly laughed. Angela sighed, looking at the night sky. I'm thinking about him again, she thought. She justified herself, because I'm a fan, right? Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside, and fireworks bloomed brilliantly. Not far away, Prince Raven was also standing on the balcony. Seeing the fireworks, seeing Prince Raven, Angela was completely stunned. Why is he here? She thought, utterly bewildered. Prince Raven stood alone on the balcony, silent. Angela watched Prince Raven quietly, wondering what he was thinking. The fireworks outside were dazzling. Beautiful, Angela thought. Looking at Prince Raven, Angela wondered if he was thinking the same thing. Plucking up her courage, Angela opened her mouth, intending to call out to him. But suddenly another girl's voice called out, Raven, making him turn around. It was Princess Garnet. She said to Prince Raven, You're here all alone on such a wonderful day? Is something bothering you? Angela quickly hid herself, crouching by the window. Oh my God, that scared me. It's the crown princess, she thought. Princess Garnet suddenly embraced Prince Raven. Caught off guard, Raven froze, standing motionless. His brain temporarily stopped functioning, startled by Princess Garnet's actions. Hiding behind a pillar, Angela thought, the crown princess and Prince Raven, something's not right about what they're doing. Is it? Angela clenched her fists. Suddenly, the plump lady from before approached Angela. Oh, isn't this the young lady who danced with the crown prince earlier? She said. She smiled. Yes, it's you. I've been wanting to talk to you, and I didn't expect we'd meet here. What are you doing? Angela, speechless and stunned, couldn't utter a word. The lady, employing her gossip queen tactics, slyly said, Something happened, right? Making Angela's hair stand on end, breaking into a sweat. The lady stepped closer to Angela, smiling unabashedly. Come on, tell me something. But Angela quickly waved her hand. No, I just got lost. Is that the way back to the ballroom? Let's go back. Angela glanced worriedly at Prince Raven. Meanwhile, Prince Raven still hadn't noticed the two nearby. He pushed Princess Garnet away. I already warned you once today, Princess. I don't know why you're doing this, but the crown prince will be worried if he can't find you. But Princess Garnet gripped Raven's hand tightly. Even if he doesn't care about me at all, she looked at Raven affectionately. If only you were the crown prince by my side. Raven, startled, his eyes wide, said what? The stout woman approached Angela, making her worry that she would spot Prince Raven and Princess Joya. Angela quickly pointed to the sky, exclaiming awkwardly, Wow, look, the fireworks are so beautiful. Angela's sudden outburst startled Prince Raven and Princess Joya, causing them to look up, completely taken aback. Joya instinctively shoved Raven hard, sending him stumbling back against the railing with a jolt of pain. Thankfully, Raven managed to grip the railing tightly. Otherwise, he would have tumbled to the ground. The stout woman, still oblivious, addressed Angela. Oh my, you frightened me. Why did you scream like that all of a sudden? Above them, fireworks continued to burst across the night sky. Angela offered a mischievous grin. Hee, it was because the fireworks were so loud. Princess Joya slipped back inside, leaving Raven alone on the balcony. A cold sweat trickled down her back as she thought, I was so startled, that's why I pushed Prince Raven so hard. I hope no one saw. I'll have to be more careful from now on. Who are those two up there, anyway? The stout woman drew closer to Angela. Looking out toward the balcony, she gasped, Oh, isn't that Duke Raven? Angela, relieved, replied, Yes, that's right. Only Raven is still out on the balcony now, gazing at the night sky. Joya looked up and recognized Angela. She muttered under her breath, "Especially that blonde girl. Why does she always get in my way?" Raven, glancing up, realized it was Angela. He thought to himself, "Is that the author?" He quickly retreated inside. The stout woman said cheerfully, "Ah, he's gone. You wanted to keep this beautiful view to yourself, didn't you?" Angela breathed a sigh of relief. She hesitated, unsure if she had done the right thing. As she walked down the hallway, Raven ran into Princess Joya again. She apologized. "I'm sorry. I pushed you so suddenly. I was a little startled." Raven replied calmly, "It's all right." He continued, "I'll pretend I didn't hear what Princess Joya just said." This deflated Garnet. She quickly grabbed Raven's hand, saying, "But you have feelings for me, too." Raven responded coldly, "Is that so?" He shook off Garnet's hand and turned away. "I've never had any feelings for you." Raven walked off, leaving Garnet standing there alone, thinking, what was that? She recalled the moment Raven, masked, had bumped into her on the stairs and given her a sly smile. But what about that embrace? It had actually been Princess Joya who had embraced Garnet, but she had mistaken her for Raven. Garnet thought, bewildered, he acts as if it never happened, but he was the one who initiated it. She remembered seeing Raven with Princess Heath at the party. That person standing next to him, was that the princess? That princess is quite tall. She really does resemble the prince. If they were the same clothes, who could tell them apart? Twin siblings? Garnet flushed, thinking, did she trick me? How dare she toy with me like this? Back in the banquet hall, Minister Mano was alone, anxiously thinking, Miss Angela has been gone for too long. Suddenly, the stout woman entered, smiling as she addressed the surrounding noble ladies. "Do you know who I just met? That girl who danced with the crown prince earlier. Guess what? She's Duke Raven's new scholar. I was so curious about who she was." She continued excitedly. "I chatted with her briefly. She's very composed and polite. We even saw the Duke." Hearing this, Mano smiled, thinking she must be feeling much better now. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Mano turned. It was Princess Joya. She approached him and said, "You should go and find the prince." Mano replied, "Yes, I've been quite worried. Is there anything else you require of me?" Joya said, "Yes, I want you to do this when you find the author." The scene shifted to a desolate corner of the palace, where Angela sat huddled alone. Angela sat on the floor, utterly exhausted. "I don't even know why I'm so tired," she thought. "Is it because I'm overthinking, or is it because that lady wouldn't stop circling me and chattering, draining all my energy?" Her thoughts continued to spiral. But what was that about earlier? Why did the Crown Prince hug Prince Raven? I can't think of any reasonable explanation, and even if I asked the prince, he wouldn't answer. Suddenly, the suspicious server from before stumbled in, arms laden with glasses, muttering to himself, "Oh my God, why is everyone giving these glasses to me?" He had to look everywhere for somewhere to dump them. Angela jumped, startled, her hair standing on end as he burst in. She suddenly realized he was the paparazzi from a few days ago. "Ah, you snuck in again," Angela exclaimed angrily. Seeing Angela, the boy thought in despair, "Why is she here again? I disguised myself so well." However, Angela spoke up loudly, "I'm going to report you right now." He hurriedly offered Angela a portrait of the prince, attempting to bribe her. "I'll give you this, okay?" He pulled out a stack of drawings, waving them in front of Angela. "Or maybe you'd like, just don't report me. This is my livelihood, you know?" Angela looked at the drawings. "Your drawing skills are still impressive, huh?" He continued happily, "MHM, and it's easy to capture you. No wonder you're my biggest fan." The drawings made Angela laugh, forgetting all her previous anger. Angela clapped the boy on the shoulder cheerfully. "But it really makes me happy to see you here, Berlin." He laughed. "I knew it." Angela looked at the drawings, admiring them. "Wow, you drew so many in such a short time." Why did you draw the prince so stunningly, while I look so shabby?" Berlin replied casually, "It's not my fault. You look good as a supporting character, plus I'm drawing the crown prince. You just happen to be caught up in the process." Angela was momentarily speechless. So biased. Looking at the figures in the drawing, Angela suddenly felt sad. Brian, noticing the sadness in her eyes, reached for the drawings. "Hey, looking at my drawings, what's with that expression? Give them back if you don't like them. They're worth a lot, you know." Angela asked, "What's wrong with my expression?" Brian looked at Angela and replied, "You look super dejected." Brian said, "Don't tell me you fell for the crown prince just because you danced with him once." Angela was surprised. "Huh? What? No way." Angela looked at the drawing depicting the four of them. The prince, Princess Joya, the crown prince, and Princess Garnet. She said sadly, "He seemed so distant when he was in the palace." The thought brought tears to Angela's eyes. while Brian casually scratched his nose, thinking, oh God, what an idiot. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, a mysterious hooded man was watching them. The man had golden hair and a scarred face. The man placed his hand on his sword, ready to draw it. The man was Mano. Brian held up a drawing ripped in half, offering it to Angela. So, that's all I have for you, you dummy. You look just like this when the Crown Prince asked you to dance. Angela complained. Why do I always look so shabby in your drawings? Look, even the paper is torn. Brian laughed. Hee hee, look at your face in the picture. Angela grabbed Brian's shirt angrily. Shut up, or I'll beat you up. Hand over some decent drawings now. Brian said, what? I thought you weren't a fan of the prince anymore. Doesn't he look unfamiliar? Angela looked thoughtfully at the drawing of her and the Crown Prince. That's right, he looks completely different to me now. Hearing these words, Mano sheathed his sword. Suddenly, a hand appeared beside Mano. Mano quickly turned around, pointing his sword at the mysterious figure who had just appeared. Who are you? He startled the other person. It turned out to be Prince Raven. The prince said, Joya ordered you to point your sword at the author? I don't recall giving you such an order. Caught red-handed, Mano was stunned. Raven continued, and you even pointed your sword at me. Raven asked coldly, so, whose knight are you? In a transitional scene in another hallway, Angela walked along, then stopped abruptly, lost in thought. Why am I running away again? She recalled a moment earlier when she'd heard a strange sound and looked up to meet Prince Raven's gaze. Startled, both she and Berlin had stumbled. Ugh, she thought, ever since I arrived at the palace, I've been nothing but trouble for him. Suddenly, the portrait she'd drawn of Crown Prince Frederick slipped from her grasp, making her jump. Oh, Berlin's drawing. The picture was torn in two, only a small section clinging to the edge of the paper. Just a thin horizontal strip remains, she observed. How precise. Angela sat down and picked up the drawing. Even so, I really wish I had another one. Gazing at the image, she mused, looking at this, I remember how the prince looked at that moment. A sudden realization struck her. Oh, Berlin drew the prince too. Anyone could recognize Crown Prince Frederick at a glance. A pang of sadness hit her. Ugh, I didn't think I'd have to see him coldly turning away, even in this drawing. Wouldn't it be better to just get rid of this half of the picture? This half of the drawing showed the prince standing next to Princess Joya. Angela remembered the prince's gentle gaze when she had firmly told him that this way, everyone would be free from the rumors. Because I believe in you. Angela sighed. I was so foolish. She turned and walked away. Picking up her pace, she ran, thinking, but she still dared to admit she was a true fan. The scene shifted to Raven, still standing in the hallway, watching Angela's retreating figure. Nothing good has happened since I came here. I didn't want to come here at all. Raven turned, his sword pointed at Mano, who knelt on the floor. Minister, he said, I don't know how I can ask for your forgiveness after what just happened. Raven stared sternly at Mano, saying nothing. Mano trembled, sweat dripping from his brow. He mumbled, Princess Joya told me to make my own decision. I was the one who pointed the sword at Angela, but I didn't do anything. Recalling the recent events, Raven thought he must have been truly terrified. He couldn't think straight. Raven sheathed his sword. Mano continued, I believe it would be very dangerous if Angela continues to cooperate with us. If her trust in you wavers, even slightly, for any reason. She's been very anxious ever since she arrived at the castle. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught Raven's attention. Raven told Mano to keep his voice down. Mano pressed on. Everything related to this person must be handled carefully to avoid things getting out of control. So I think, Raven interrupted Mano. She acted that way because I didn't trust her. It's my fault. Say no more. Raven and Mano were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Angela running towards them. As she drew closer, a grasshopper suddenly flew down and landed on Angela, startling her. Oh my goodness, she shrieked. This caused Mano to panic. Miss Angela, when did she get there? Raven told Mano to calm down and stand up, then report to Joya. Mano stammered, I. After climbing a few more steps, Angela saw the two men. Oh, sir, she said to Mano. Minister Mano is here too? Are you here looking for me because I was gone too long? I'm so sorry. Mano forced a smile. Oh, it's all right. Standing before Raven, Angela spoke awkwardly. Your Highness, there's something I wanted to ask you. Raven plucked the grasshopper from Angela's hair. Come with me. Unaware of the grasshopper, Angela assumed Raven was patting her head. He's patting my head, she thought happily. Oh, did Minister Mano see that? Mano watched as Angela and Raven walked away, chatting pleasantly, remembering how, just moments ago, he had contemplated attacking Angela. Mano's hand, which had held the sword, trembled. Covering his face, he thought, what am I doing? The scene shifted back to the banquet hall. Princess Garnet stood outside the hall, gazing hesitantly at the festivities within. I can't just go in there, she thought. Should I say I want to return to my room? Will the crown prince come looking for me? I left without a word, right in the middle of the banquet, while he was talking to the nobles. The crown prince, completely engrossed in conversation, seemed to be enjoying himself immensely, oblivious to Garnet's absence. He's probably glad I'm gone, she thought angrily. Biting her lip to maintain composure, Garnet thought bitterly, all princes are the same. I've had enough of Redek. She recalled the crown prince's earlier words, assuring her that his highness would be worried if she were gone too long. Self-pity overwhelmed her, and tears welled in her eyes. Worried? He doesn't know anything. What a fool. He doesn't even know what his twin sister has done. Gazing out the window, she thought sadly, if it were you, Raven, would you care? The scene shifted to another part of the palace. Raven was walking with Angela. No, when I ran away back then, it wasn't because I saw you, it was because she stammered, then abruptly changed the subject. Oh my, I didn't know there was a place like this in the palace. So beautiful, so peaceful, she continued. I'm sure your highness is very familiar with the palace, right? This place is so huge, I've even gotten lost before. A sudden thought struck Angela. I forgot he lived here as a child. Now it sounds like I'm mocking him for not being able to live here anymore. Seeing that Angela seemed more cheerful, Raven breathed a sigh of relief. There's something I've been wanting to tell you, he said. Angela blushed. What is it, your highness? Raven stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder and turning her to face him. You know, Angela froze, her eyes fixed expectantly on Raven. A firefly danced before her, its light blinking, then flitted towards Raven, coming too close. Lost in Angela's gaze, Raven forgot what he was about to say. Suddenly, Angela snapped out of her trance. Blushing furiously, she blurted out, "What? You want to—" She closed her eyes, anticipating, perhaps, a kiss. But the prince simply said, "Open your eyes. You shouldn't wear your scarf like that. It looks like a cloak." He adjusted her scarf, leaving her surprised, flustered, and a little annoyed. Did you really just say that? She thought, her face burning. You got my hopes up for nothing. Remembering the banquet, Raven chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. You have no idea how hard it was to hold back my laughter. You looked so silly. Was it really that funny? Angela wondered. Watching the prince laugh, I got a little carried away. As he covered his face with his hand, still chuckling, Angela slipped away to a corner, embarrassed by her recent interactions with him. In truth, the prince was flustered as well. His face was warm, his heart racing from the simple touch. He placed a hand over his chest as if to still its rapid beat. Closing his eyes, he thought, why am I so easily flustered today? Opening his eyes, he looked around the palace. Could it be because I returned to the royal palace? The scene shifted, remaining within the same palace, but long ago, when the crown prince was just a small boy. Princess Joya was also a little girl, Raven was 2 years old, and the crown prince was still a young boy. The three of them stood in the palace before the king. A royal knight read a decree, stripping Raven of his title as crown prince of the kingdom of Ludak. Joya collapsed to the floor, weeping, but Raven remained motionless, silently grieving. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. Raven looked at the king, but the king coldly averted his gaze, refusing to meet his son's eyes. A few days later, young Joya came to Raven's room. Raven, pack your things. We're leaving this place. Entering the room, she continued, we just need to live quietly in Odaben for a few years, and then everything will be all right. Then we can come back. Raven simply stood silently, holding a bird cage containing a small bird. You look so sad, Joya cried out. Where are you going now, at a time like this? Don't you know? It's all because of you that things have turned out this way. Raven simply stood silently, holding a small bird cage, as if he hadn't heard a word Joya said. Joya's voice suddenly softened. I'm sorry, she said. I shouldn't have said that to you. But Raven continued towards the door, birdcage in hand. I have nothing to pack, he said. You go ahead. I'll catch up later. Joya asked helplessly. Tell me, what's there that you absolutely have to go to? Raven remained silent, saying nothing. At that place, a small, blonde-haired girl was waiting for him. The scene shifted back to the present. Another blonde-haired girl, her back to Raven, gazed at the night sky. The girl was Angela. Turning, she said, "This is a little embarrassing to say because it might sound petty, but when the prince invited me to dance, I felt like he wasn't interested in me at all." Things like that. Angela looked at Raven, blinking softly, and gave a bright smile. Raven just stood silently, saying nothing. She quickly adjusted the scarf he had criticized earlier, feeling embarrassed. Why is he silent again? She wondered. Did I wear something wrong again? Ha! I mean, she continued, if I were to dance with the crown prince, I'd be the center of attention. Aren't you afraid I'll make a mistake? Raven confessed, I couldn't watch. I mean, her strange dancing. I didn't teach her to dance like that. Raven's silence was broken, and Angela felt embarrassed again. Is this some kind of balancing equation? She hesitated, then said, actually, there's something I wanted to ask you. She spoke directly. Earlier, on the balcony with the future crown princess, can you tell me what that was about? Like, what was the situation? Raven suddenly thought, this sounds like gossip. What should I say? Raven remembered the moment, years ago, in the Great Hall, when his title as crown prince had been stripped away. Everyone had whispered, saying there was no need to hear any more, that the twins would only cause bloodshed, that the archbishop must be right. The queen, Raven's mother, had stood and cried out, "This is outrageous. General, please say something." But the prime minister had coldly replied, "I don't understand what you want me to say, Your Majesty. My sister was murdered. I'm the one who should be furious, and I still have to listen to Raven's excuses. Haven't you heard the terrible rumors outside?" The queen, biting her lip in anger, could say no more. The knight, holding the decree announcing Raven's removal as crown prince, turned to the king and asked, "Your Majesty, may I proceed?" The king coldly replied, "Proceed." The scene shifted back to the present. Just the memory of what had transpired caused Raven to clench his jaw, unable to explain himself. Angela sighed sadly, thinking, as always, he doesn't answer. It's okay, she told herself. In her hand, she held the drawing of Raven and Princess Joya. Turning 180 degrees, Angela suddenly became cheerful, saying shyly, "But the prince looked really handsome today. You look cool when you slick your hair back. But even when you don't, you look cute." But still, no sound answered Angela's enthusiasm. So Angela blurted out, "Prince, did you wait until it was too late to tell me I was dressed wrong on purpose? If you didn't want me talking to the nobles, why did you make me study so hard? There are so many rats in the mansion, it's terrifying." The prince remained silent, lost in thought. Angela thought he must be thinking about something. What am I even rambling about? Angela stood. "It's getting cold," she said. "Let's go back inside, Prince." She continued, smiling. Actually, I was hoping to dance with you." The scene shifted, flashing back to their childhood. After being stripped of his title, Joya went to see Raven. Seeing him about to leave with his birdcage, she said, "If you're determined to go there even now, in this situation, I can't stop you. But you'll have to take an ordinary carriage. Your coachman resigned, and that old man, almost everyone has abandoned us." Joya continued, "I don't know what you find so interesting about that place. There's a little blonde girl there." The scene shifted back to the present, where Raven startled as he saw Angela about to leave. "Wait," Raven blurted out. Watching Angela's retreating figure, he suddenly recalled his younger sister's words from their childhood. "But why do you think that person won't leave you?" Raven reached out and caught Angela's arm. "Please wait," he said. "Wait for me," Raven pleaded. Author's note: I'm afraid I can't explain what happened on the balcony right now. Angela turned, a giggle escaping her lips. "Oh, it's all right," Angela continued. "I'll wait until I can see. You have to tell me then." Raven looked at her softly. She was different from the others. Angela went on, "But you disappointed me a little. I thought you stopped me because of what I said earlier." Raven froze. "What did you say? What do you mean?" Angela turned away, a blush creeping up her cheeks. I wanted to dance with your highness." A laugh burst from Raven. Laughing heartily, Raven asked, "Did you really say that? You never change, do you?" He found it amusing, a strange mix of exasperation and fondness bubbling within him. He struggled to contain his laughter. "So, you were just saying that, Angela replied, "Yes." Raven then took Angela's hand. "All right," he said, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "I accept. You worked hard this week. But can we dance here? Raven asked. I'm not going back to the ballroom. Angela smiled, a happy blush coloring her face. Okay. This tender scene unfolded in a small corner of the palace, illuminated only by the flickering of fireflies, where the plants stood silent and serene. The scene then shifted back to the bustling ballroom. Nobles twirled across the floor beneath the shimmering lights and soothing music. Princess Joya stood talking with Mano. Ever since I saw him so distressed as a child after losing his beloved bird, she said, I've always wanted to handle these things before Raven gets too close to them. You know, I hate to see him complain. We share the same face. Joya's thoughts drifted back to Raven's cheerful words in the ballroom. Angela is an interesting person. She continued, yet in that moment I questioned myself. Princess Joya patted Mano's shoulder, a smile playing on her lips. So, I'll leave the decision to you. If you choose to trust her, I'll understand. Because she's worth it. You always work so hard. Suddenly, a ripple of whispers caught Mano's attention. Did you hear? People murmured. Just now, Duke Raven cruelly rejected those ladies. TSK. He's been back in the palace for years, but his personality hasn't changed a bit. The gossip continued. Why isn't the new scholar here? I really want to talk to her. Lady Logan has already gone to find her. Glancing at the Crown Prince, they went on. But the Crown Prince is truly reliable. He could have left from the beginning, but he stayed until the very end. Beside the Crown Prince, a royal knight suddenly approached. Your Highness, he said, I heard that you and Princess Garnet will be announcing your engagement today. The Prime Minister reminded us that Princess Garnet has been out for a while. Should we escort her back? The Crown Prince calmly replied, No. His gaze remained fixed on the doorway, as if anticipating Angela's return. He dismissed the knight. I have nothing to announce. You may leave. The whispers started again, this time laced with malicious gossip about Duke Raven and the Espalindo family. Princess Joya bristled. These rats, she muttered. I'm standing in the corner, and their mouths are chattering away like shrimps. She grabbed Mano's hand. Come with me, she said. Let's dance. Mano looked surprised. Now, as Joya stepped out, the whispers turned to gasps. The princess. She's still here. Mano questioned her. Do you think it's wise to do this now? After the banquet, there will be so many new rumors spreading. Joya replied, right now. Everything is going according to Crown Prince Frederick's plan, she stated abruptly. But it doesn't matter. We have the author. Let's take a long view. The scene shifts to somewhere within the palace. A paparazzi is sketching two figures dancing, Prince Raven and Angela. They twirled with a joyful abandon. Your Highness, Angela chirped. Wait, you stepped on my foot. Raven chuckled. If you like, you can step on mine. Just put your foot there. Belen, observing the dance from afar, sketched furiously, murmuring, finally, a scene I truly want to capture. Suddenly, a voice startled Belen. A plump noblewoman exclaimed, Oh my goodness, isn't that the Duke and that scholar girl? How lovely. Another noble chimed in, the lady is right. He seemed so cold before, but now he's so gentle. A third added, he truly has a romantic side, just like in the novels. The plump noblewoman turned, eyes wide. Oh my, have you all read that novel too? Standing not far away, overhearing the chatter, the Prime Minister slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. They truly infuriate me. The scene shifts, flashing back to more than a decade ago, when the Crown Prince was still a child, his mother recently deceased within the palace walls. The Crown Prince and the Prime Minister stood together. The Prime Minister said, How long will you grieve? If your mother saw you like this, she would be heartbroken. A minister handed a cloak to Frederick. Put this on. His Majesty will hold a meeting tonight regarding Crown Prince Raven. Frederick hesitated, asking, Brother, your Majesty, why? But the minister's voice sharpened. Don't ask such pointless questions. This is all for my sister, so just do as instructed. The scene snaps back to the present. The now adult Crown Prince Frederick abruptly opened his eyes, blinking. It had been a dream. The Crown Prince sat up, clutching his head. I didn't expect rejecting my uncle's proposal would be so tiring. He hasn't seen me since the banquet. Has he given up? Or, looking at the Crown Prince's attire laid out beside the bed, Frederick thought, he can't possibly give up that easily. Outside the door, the voices of the Royal Knight Guards could be heard. One said, Hey, time to change shifts. Another replied, Finally, I'd rather guard the prisoners in the dungeons than stand here, doing nothing. It's exhausting. A third added, You asked for too much. Their words weighed heavily on Frederick. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew a leaf from the open window. It drifted into Frederick's room. Frederick glanced towards the balcony outside, noticing the novel, The Prince in the Rose Garden, resting on the table. A sudden smile touched his lips. Perhaps I should go out for a walk, get some fresh air. Just for a moment. The scene changes to the first prince's residence. It is morning, the sun shining brightly in a clear sky. The first prince stood near the library, sipping coffee, thinking, I came here because the author's library room has been lit since dawn. A sign hung on the door, hard at work. Do not disturb. This made the prince think, has she been writing all night? He opened the door to find Angela slumped over the desk, a cloak draped over her, only her arms visible. The prince sighed. I knew it. He assumed Angela was exhausted and had fallen asleep. He removed his jacket, holding it in his hand, and stepped into the room. She'll catch a cold and then complain all day. He intended to drape another layer over her. But beneath the cloak in the chair wasn't Angela. It was a pile of her carefully arranged plush toys, with a note for the librarian placed in front. If you see this note, please keep it a secret from the prince. I'll be back soon. I don't think he'd let me go out at night. Please. The scene shifts to a bustling street, crowded with passers-by. Two beautiful girls strolled along, chatting happily. They were Angela and her maid, Lizzie. Lizzie said, It's so nice to take a walk with you. I'm so glad that banquet is over. Angela replied cheerfully, We should do this more often. Should we head back now? Lizzie replied, Yes, I can't wait to give this mug with the prince's picture on it to my friend. At the mention of the prince, Angela's heart quickened with worry, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow. I hope I wasn't discovered. She had staged the plush toy scene to sneak out and explore the town all night with Lizzie. Suddenly, Lizzie exclaimed, Oh, look, sister. A street play reenacting the royal banquet was in full swing. The actor playing Raven, the former crown prince, bellowed, What are you looking at? Get out of here. The actor playing Crown Prince Frederick calmly inquired, Are you two ladies all right? The crowd erupted in a chorus of oohs. That's the Crown Prince. Angela gasped, stunned by the scene unfolding before her, while Lizzie shrieked, Our prince isn't like that. The actors chuckled, He always has that poker face, haha. Lizzie continued, Unbelievable. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen those cups not used up. Did something happen at the party? Angela, bewildered, murmured, I don't know. Try not to let them find out more. Watching the play, Angela mused, We all know the rumors about the prince are never good, right? People only started liking him after that novel came out. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of misunderstandings. I believe in him. Suddenly, whispers rippled through the crowd. I heard he only stayed at the party for a little while and left. That a bit rude, isn't it? People also say he makes his guards handle all his duties. It makes me wonder if I should stop being his fan. Overhearing these rumors, Angela thought sadly. It seems a lot of these rumors are based on some truth, but exaggerated so much. Suddenly, a stranger in a cloak and hood approached Angela. Still lost in thought, she pondered, I don't think what's happening is worth all this mess. Everything is exaggerated because he's the prince. I need to work harder on writing the next chapter. Abruptly, the street vendor commented, Tisk, the crown prince is the real career planner, if you ask me. Lizzie asked, surprised, The crown prince? It turned out the vendor was a fan of the prince. He suddenly exclaimed, That guy's smile is definitely fake. I want to see these foolish lines in the next part of the novel. Angela thought, he must be a hardcore fan of the novel. She confided in Lizzie. The crown prince seems like a very caring and kind person. I feel guilty that things have turned out this way. She was unaware that the crown prince was standing right beside her. He was the mysterious man in the hood. Angela reminisced about the joyous party, thinking, it's hard to believe the ball was already a few days ago. It all feels like a beautiful dream. Suddenly, Lizzie exclaimed, Whoa, sister, aren't those tentacles just like yours? On stage, a character dressed as Angela appeared. Lizzie grinned. That person looks just like you. The character walked up to the crown prince, took his hand, and said, Your Highness, please dance with me. The crown prince, with an enthusiastic laugh, replied, Haha, let's dance. Oh dear, you're a terrible dancer. The crowd roared with laughter. Angela, embarrassed, tried to smooth down her rope-like tentacles. Lizzie asked Angela, How did it feel to dance with him? Angela suddenly smiled, thinking, when I danced with the prince. She told Lizzie, the firefly's light was much prettier than the ballroom's. Rope-like tentacles. Lizzie asked Angela, How did it feel to dance with him? Angela suddenly smiled, thinking, when I danced with Raven. She told Lizzie, the firefly's light was much prettier than the ballroom's. The mysterious man beside Angela suddenly spoke. Fireflies? It seems the rumors about you and the Duke dancing in the garden are true. Startled, Angela almost cried out, Your Highness. The crown prince abruptly shushed her, saying, We're on a secret stroll. He then asked Angela cheerfully, Pray tell, how did it feel to dance with the Duke? The scene shifted. Moments later, In another corner of the street, the crown prince hid Angela in a quiet nook. "I think we're safe now," he said. Angela replied, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, for causing you trouble. You're on a secret patrol, and we—" The crown prince quickly reassured her. "It's all right, it's fine." The crown prince chuckled, "Though, thanks to your friend, I was able to get away." Angela, embarrassed, could only laugh. How did things turn out like this? She wondered. A few minutes earlier, when Lizzie recognized the crown prince, she had suddenly yelled, "Your Highness!" She hadn't realized she was standing in the middle of a crowd. Everyone heard Lizzie shout to the crown prince and quickly swarmed them, asking, "Is it really him? Is that the girl? Angela?" Lizzie, tearing up, tried to hold back the crowd. "Oh, my big mouth. Get out of here." Then, somehow, Angela ended up on a horse, surprised to find paparazzi chasing them on horseback. Back in the present, on a deserted street corner, Crown Prince Frederick and Angela had safely evaded the throng. "I'm the one who should apologize," Frederick said. "It's my first time here, so I got lost and had to ask for your help." Angela, her spirits lifting, replied, "I'm glad I could be of assistance." Looking at her hand, still resting in the prince's, she thought, "I can't believe I've run into the crown prince again so soon, and in such a crowded place. I have to be careful what I say. It would be terrible if I misspoke again." Dismounting from the horse, Angela said, "If you follow this road, you'll see the castle walls." "It was an honor to see you again." "It was fortunate that I ran into you when I was lost," Frederick replied. "Why are you here alone?" Angela inquired. "The castle is full of soldiers, making it difficult to relax," the prince explained. "And ever since you left the ball midway, I've been thinking about that scholar, so I came here." A pang of guilt shot through Angela at his words. "Ah, I really did that," she thought. Frederick, seemingly oblivious to her inner turmoil, continued cheerfully, "I'm always cooped up in the palace, so it's hard to be myself. I even got lost." Sympathy stirred within Angela. What does he mean by cooped up? She wondered. He said it so lightly, but recalling her own past, her younger years, she thought, even back then the prince was trapped in that cage. Angela mused. "When I approached him, he started trembling. If I could go back to that moment, I could comfort him somehow. But back then, I didn't know anything." The scene shifted to another street. Now, the prince rode out hastily, having forgotten his disguise. He glanced around anxiously, scanning the faces in the street. People gasped in surprise. "Oh my goodness, it's really the crown prince. Why is he out so early?" someone exclaimed. "Should I ask for an autograph on this postcard?" another said. A different admirer chimed in. "Doesn't he hate this kind of merchandise? Not to mention, he looks a bit scary. What if his image is all fake? I heard he clashed with a nobleman at the banquet." The whispers grew so loud that the prince turned to look. Suddenly, he approached the two girls who had been talking, holding up a drawing in front of them. "Have you seen this person?" he asked. They were startled. The drawing depicted Angela. One girl suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, it's that antenna girl. I saw her earlier. She rode straight to the end of the street with someone in a red cloak." "A cloak?" Frederick asked, surprised. "Yes," the girl replied. "It looked like there was an emergency." Just then, the image of Angela riding on the crown prince's horse flashed through Frederick's mind. Her tense expression as she evaded the paparazzi had been misinterpreted by everyone. The girl continued. They were going really fast. Frederick, sweating anxiously, thought, "Is she with the prime minister's people?" Urging his horse forward, the prince galloped towards the end of the road. "She's in danger," he thought. Meanwhile, the two girls cheered excitedly. "The crown prince talked to us." "Awesome. Let's follow him," one said. "But did you see his hands shaking?" the other replied. At the end of the road, Angela and the crown prince were strolling. "I can't believe I invited someone who politically opposes the prince for a walk," Angela thought, guilt gnawing at her. Worse, he's the crown prince. This street specialized in prince-related merchandise. Looking at rows of discounted Princess Joya handkerchiefs and Princess Joya porcelain, Angela thought, the stalls from last night's market are still here. Is it because they haven't sold out yet? Just like Lizzie said, it's really strange to be buying princess merchandise with the crown prince. Frederick, examining the items with apparent delight, said, "There are a lot of interesting things in the Duke's castle, aren't there?" Angela, mortified, covered her face with her hand and mumbled, "Yes, indeed." Suddenly, an old woman approached Frederick. "Hello there. "Handsome young man," she said. "Are you cosplaying Crown Prince? I'm sure you'd look very dashing pretending to be the prince in the Rose Garden, too." Both Angela and Frederick were stunned. Suddenly, the old woman produced her tools, declaring slyly, "For just 5 coins, I can make the prince shed a tear." Angela quickly pulled Frederick away. "We're not buying anything, ma'am," she insisted, forcing a smile as she tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Shall we go over there?" Frederick, utterly bewildered, looked from Angela to the old woman, understanding nothing. "We need to get away from these stalls," Angela thought frantically, while Frederick, oblivious to her inner turmoil, beamed at her attention. How curious. Just then, a gentle breeze rustled through the market. Frederick looked up, his gaze catching a bird soaring freely through the sky. A smile touched his lips. Perhaps he, too, felt a flicker of that same freedom. Angela spotted a dart stall. "Darts," she thought. "Seems a bit dull, but it'll do." She turned to Frederick. "Could you come over here for a moment?" Glancing back at the stalls peddling prince-themed merchandise, she silently pleaded, "Vendors, please just disappear." High above, birds wheeled in the open sky, much like the crown prince she was with now, momentarily free from the confines of the palace. They both threw their darts. Both hit the board, but neither found the bullseye. "This seems harder than archery," Frederick commented. Angela, eyes narrowed in intense concentration, aimed carefully. Honestly, she thought, isn't that star a bit too small? The stall owner peered at her. "Staring too long is against the rules, you know." "You know," Angela said to Frederick as she retrieved her darts. "You've been cooped up in the palace for a long time, haven't you? It must be stifling." She continued, "What do you think about taking walks like this more often with your future princess?" Frederick smiled, a genuine expression of pleasure warming his face. "I'm sure it's difficult for her as well," Frederick replied. He picked up a dart and threw it. Thwack! To the astonishment of all 3 of them, the dart landed squarely in the bullseye, right in the very center on the tiny star. Angela cheered, ecstatic. "The star. I won first place, right?" The stall owner gaped. "Whoa, how did you do that?" "I'll get the prize right away." Angela, practically giddy, laughed. "Did you see how surprised he was? I was pretty sure that was really hard to get. Since you're out for a stroll, I'll give this to you as a present." Frederick, his face glowing with happiness, simply smiled. He truly was delighted. The stall owner presented Angela with a plush bear. "Ta-da! Here you go. First prize, a prince teddy bear holding a rose." Angela stared at it, dumbfounded. I should keep this teddy bear, right?" Angela asked, still slightly bewildered. "It's a shame I can't bring it into the castle," Frederick replied. He paused, then turned to Angela. "Thank you for accompanying me today, scholar. Thanks to you, I didn't get lost out here." Angela responded cheerfully. "I hope I wasn't too much trouble." "Not at all," Frederick assured her. "I had a wonderful time today. If you felt relaxed and comfortable, then I'm happy," Angela replied. A groom approached, leading a horse. "Ah, this must be the horse you sent," Frederick observed. "It was an honor to walk with you," Angela said. "Scholar," Frederick said suddenly. "Yes, your highness," Angela replied. "Do you know why I asked you to dance at the party?" he began. Just then, Prince Raven nearly caught up to them. He watched Angela anxiously. Seeing Angela talking with a stranger, Raven could only think, there she is. Thank goodness she's all right. Then, a surge of protectiveness. She's too far away. That stranger's too close. I should have brought a dagger. A nearby cart caught Raven's eye. He snatched a crate, startling the owner. "I'll borrow this," he declared. "Oh, your highness, wait." "You can't." The cart owner sputtered, but Raven was already moving. He hurled the crate towards the stranger standing with Angela, convinced he was an assassin sent by the Prime Minister. Suddenly, a guard appeared behind the stranger. The guard drew his sword, cleaving the crate in 2. Angela, terrified, clutched the horse's reins and screamed. Everyone froze. "As I thought," Raven mused, "there's more than one." Then, Raven froze. Sudden realization dawned on him. The guard was with Frederick. Frederick's guard. "I apologize for following you, your highness," the guard said to Frederick. The guard continued, "However, you've been outside for too long. It's time to go back, sir." Angela approached Crown Prince Frederick, asking, "Your highness, where are you hurt? Who dare to do this?" Seeing Angela's familiarity with the Crown Prince, Raven frowned. Angela looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Prince Raven." Suddenly, Angela stepped on a teddy bear. Startled, she looked around, thinking in astonishment, "What? These boxes are full of teddy bears." Bourbon, the guard, looked down at a prince-shaped teddy bear ripped in half, thinking, That's Prince Frederick. The townspeople began to murmur amongst themselves. One said, "What's going on so early in the morning?" Another replied, "Didn't you see what just happened?" The prince threw that whole pile at a passerby. Frederick turned and said, "I'll be going before this gets any worse." Angela replied, "Yes, your highness." Mounting his horse, the prince said, "Please give my regards to the marquis. He'll surely know I've arrived." Angela answered, "Yes, your highness." "But what were you saying just now, sir?" He replied, "I'll tell you later." Then the prince suddenly added, "By the way, if there's another chance like this, would you like to take a walk with me again?" Angela thought, bewildered. How should I answer that? Seeing her hesitation, the prince simply nodded, smiled, and rode away. Watching his retreating figure, Angela thought, I couldn't give him an answer. Angela thought that everything would be all right after the banquet, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Holding the stuffed toys, Angela hurried towards the shopkeeper, thinking she should pay for the bears first. Behind Prince Raven, the shopkeeper's son was crying because the stuffed animals had been thrown. Prince Raven, burning with anger, looked at Angela, speechless. Angela froze, thinking, oh, right, I snuck out. She gave an awkward laugh and said, "Your Highness, it's like this." Prince Raven said, "I thought something had happened to you." Suddenly, an egg splattered against Prince Raven's face. He stood stunned. Angela cried out in shock and concern, "Your Highness!" It turned out to be a drunk man who slurred, "What are you doing pretending to be a prince this early in the morning? I heard that novel was just a puff piece written for this guy's image. A total waste of money. Why are you dressing up like that jerk?" The man didn't realize this was the actual Prince Raven. People whispered, "Did you see that? He threw the whole box." Another egg struck Raven in the face, but he remained silent. Pulling up her hood to cover Raven's face, Angela asked, "Are you all right?" I bet they didn't know there were goods inside. Everyone had misunderstood. Raven suddenly said, "Even if I had known there were goods inside, I still would have done it." Raven thought, because the situation at the time demanded it. He told Angela, "Go back." Angela replied, "Yes, Your Highness." In another corner of the city, Bourbon, the guard, rode back to the palace, clutching the bisected prince-shaped teddy bear. Unable to leave it in the street, he thought guiltily, "Can I even sew this back together?" Riding alongside Crown Prince Frederick, Bourbon quickly tucked the teddy bear into his cloak. Bourbon stole a glance at the Crown Prince, thinking with amusement, seems getting out of the castle put him in a good mood. At the palace gates, a royal knight was already standing there. "Your Highness," he said, "we've been waiting for you." The royal knight continued, "The general is looking for you." A knot of anxiety tightened in the prince's stomach. Inside the palace, upon reaching the prince's chambers, the royal knight announced, "We've arrived. I'll stand guard outside." The prince entered the room, where the minister was already waiting. "General," the prince said, "I heard you were looking for me." The minister replied, "Frederick, it seems you're doing as you please these days." Turning, the prince looked at the royal knights standing in the room, thinking, these must be my room guards. He remembered hearing them complaining to each other that morning. "I'd rather guard prisoners in the dungeons than stand around here, doing nothing. It's exhausting." The other had replied, "You asked for too much." Bourbon was puzzled. The crown prince, usually so conscious of his image, was speaking with surprising bluntness in front of the soldiers. Bourbon, a royal knight himself, stood guard, his brow furrowed. The minister stepped outside and addressed the crown prince. "Did you enjoy your little adventure outdoors, Your Highness?" The crown prince remained silent, offering no response. The two knights prepared to depart, and the crown prince nodded, signaling for Bourbon to leave as well. Ignoring the presence of the other knights in the room, the minister's voice crackled with reprimand. "How dare you? Where do you think you're going?" With a sudden, swift movement, the minister lunged towards Bourbon, drawing one of the guard swords. Holding the sword aloft, the minister addressed Frederick, his voice laced with chilling accusation. "Crown Prince Frederick, you killed them." Bourbon watched, horrified. With a merciless swing, the minister executed the two guards stationed at the door. Blood splattered across Frederick's cloak. "Had you not left the room for that absurd reason," the minister hissed, "they would still be alive, Frederick." The crown prince stood silently, grief etched onto his face. The minister tossed the sword to the floor. "Bourbon," he said, his voice a low growl, "you are on thin ice. If you wish to continue protecting your master, you will behave yourself." Sweat beaded on Bourbon's brow. Casually wiping the blood from his trousers, the minister addressed the crown prince. "There's a meeting today. No more of these childish escapades. Prepare yourself." "What is the meeting regarding?" Frederick asked. "Your betrothed." The minister replied coldly. Garnet oddly. Frederick's gaze drifted to the table where an open letter lay, presumably to be read, pondered, and dissected in a meeting about a marriage bed. The scene shifted to the first prince's residence. He was reading the manuscript of the second part of the novel Angela had just written. He flicked the pages dismissively. "This is awful," he declared. "Rewrite." Angela bristled. "Wait a minute." Furious, she thrust the papers back at him. "You're criticizing it without even reading it properly. At least read some of it." The prince responded calmly. "I did read it. It's not my fault it's poorly written. And don't shove in my face, mate." Or watch them with amusement, thinking something must have happened between them. They seemed closer since the ball. Honestly, suddenly, the prince pointed to a section of the manuscript. "Is it necessary to describe the protagonist dancing with the Gondol family?" "You mean the crown prince?" Angela asked. "I thought it would seem fake if I only wrote about you," she explained earnestly. "I was only going to add a small part, but should I remove all the parts about the other families? Or to make it simpler?" The prince, looking perplexed, told her, "Rewrite it." Mano, standing beside her, recalled the nightmare at the party when she had been about to stab Angela, and then pointed the sword at the prince. The prince stood and walked towards the door. "Where are you going?" Mano asked. "Out," he replied. "Don't follow me." The door closed, leaving Mano and Angela alone. Mano blinked, thinking I thought they were getting along so well. Angela sat motionless, stunned after her manuscript had been rejected again. Mano approached her, her voice gentle. "Do you want me to read the manuscript for you? You can't keep rewriting like this." Angela looked up hopefully. "Would you? Please understand, I've always written in my own way since I was young, so it's not very good. Like Prince Appa with that stack of drafts." Mano recalled Angela's previous novel, where the prince had carefully kissed her. "There aren't any kissing scenes, are there?" she asked. Angela's hair stood on end. "No," she exclaimed. Relieved, Mano said, "Then let me read it." Watching Mano carefully read the manuscript, Angela thought happily. As expected, he's very serious and thorough in his work. "I thought Mr. Mano would just skim through it. I'm so embarrassed." After finishing, Mano spoke. "Well, I don't think there's anything majorly wrong with it. But considering the image of a marquis who isn't interested in the throne, if we continue writing like this, it will only gain popularity." Angela, surprised, asked the person on the throne, who we now know is the first prince, if that was truly their opinion. He confirmed, saying it was better for Raven to focus on his royal duties than to become some sort of celebrity author. A cold sweat broke out on Angela's skin. Even his praise felt barbed. "But," she argued, "I wrote this novel based on reality. Adding a wish fulfillment element feels dishonest." The first prince, clearly taken aback, repeated her words. "A wish fulfillment element," he echoed, incredulous. "You, who once wholeheartedly desired to become empress." Abruptly, he shifted the conversation to his own commoner background. "I did everything in my power to become a royal knight. These scars on my hands, the ones on my back, they're proof of that." He continued, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Yet, no matter how hard I tried, others still called me a dirty rat from the streets, a disgrace to knighthood. No one acknowledged my efforts." Then, his tone softened as he spoke of Raven. "Despite all that, the prince chose me as his knight. He stood before everyone and told me, 'Hold your head high. You are now the knight of the future emperor.'" The first prince paused, lost in the memory. "Things have changed drastically since then, but I still wish everyone could see that side of him, the side you've captured." "Prince Raven," he declared, "is a man who has always been confident in his position, never shirking his responsibilities. I hope that confidence will inspire you as you write." Watching the first prince happily read her manuscript, Angela's thoughts raced. "I had no idea Sir Mano was once a commoner. He seems so perfect. I always assumed he came from nobility." Her inner monologue continued, a flicker of admiration warming her cheeks. "So he's the hardworking type." Both of them, Mano and the prince, are truly remarkable. Gently folding a piece of paper into a small boat, a new thought surfaced. "The prince once had ambitions for the throne, didn't he?" She mused. "But the prince I know is someone who has always felt trapped, caged." Finishing the manuscript, the first prince spoke, his tone light. "I think you should consider what I've said. The content is interesting, haha." Ultimately, Angela was rejected, left to rewrite her manuscript yet again. She forced a smile. "Really, haha. All right." A steward suddenly appeared with tea for the two of them. Angela's manuscript lay on the table, exposed to the steward's casual glance. Panicked, she snatched it up, shielding it from view. "It's nothing," she stammered, her heart pounding. I'm fine. Suddenly, a maid's voice called from the doorway. Mano, has the prince snuck out again? Mano replied. Ah, Miss Rebecca. Yes, he left a short while ago. Is something the matter? The steward gasped. Oh dear. The scene shifted to outside Prince Raven's residence. All the servants were gathered at the gate, Mano among them. He stepped forward, his brow furrowed. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it disrespectful for the royal family to barge into the prince's residence without permission? A royal carriage had arrived, accompanied by royal knights. One of the minister's guards spoke. We are here to escort the scholar Betty, currently residing at Marquis Laban's expert Linder estate, to the royal palace. We request your cooperation. This demand was issued at the conclusion of the meeting. Angela, bewildered, muttered me. Then, realization dawned. All right, my pen name, Betty. Mano stood firm. I'm unaware of this meeting you speak of. However, the prince is currently absent. It would be rude to refuse outright, so please wait for his return. A voice suddenly boomed with laughter. Ha ha, you actually refused them at the gate? I knew I could rely on you, Mano. Princess Joy emerged from the carriage. Well then, scholar, come with me. The scene changed to a lady's boudoir. Someone rummaged frantically through drawers, tossing aside various items. Not here, the person muttered, their voice laced with frustration. It's really gone. The scene shifted again to the royal palace the following morning. Royal knights stood guard outside a room. Inside, Angela sat with Princess Joy and other scholars, ostensibly engaged in a discussion. Feigning deep thought, Angela inwardly fretted. Oh my goodness, why am I being summoned to the royal palace again? Angela glanced nervously around the room, sweat beading on her brow. Everyone here looks so important, she thought, her heart pounding. One wrong move, and they'll realize I'm not a real scholar. She shot a desperate look at Princess Joy, who sat beside her, hoping for some kind of reassuring glance, some sign of rescue. My dear princess, she pleaded silently. Why did you bring me to a place like this? But the princess, oblivious to Angela's distress, simply observed the gathering with a cheerful air. The princess sat perfectly still, not reacting at all, just like the prince. She's just like the prince, Angela realized suddenly. They must be twins, though they certainly have their differences. Her thoughts raced, but I suppose the princess couldn't refuse them, so she had to bring me along. Come to think of it, the princess hadn't said much on the way here, not even a single word of acknowledgement, not even calling her writer. Angela took a sip of coffee to calm her nerves. I have to be careful, she thought. I don't know anyone here at the palace. Staying quiet is my best option. A heavy silence hung in the air. Suddenly, a voice announced the crown prince's arrival. Angela choked on her coffee, erupting into a fit of coughs. Crown Prince Frederick entered with a dignified air. My apologies for the delay, he said. Everyone remained silent, respectfully acknowledging his presence. Angela, however, continued to cough violently. Excuse me, she stammered. The coffee was too bitter. The minister frowned, his face creased with displeasure. Murmurs rippled through the room. Scholar, someone whispered, your behavior has been quite disrespectful ever since the ball. No one usually speaks while the crown prince is addressing us. Suddenly, a royal knight spoke. Everyone, please remain calm. Seeing Angela, the crown prince offered a surprising smile. Of course, Angela thought the crown prince would be here too. A royal knight stood. Allow me to explain the situation, he began. As you all know, our Ludwig Empire is currently at war with the Talon Kingdom, far across the ocean. Our sole ally and our main supporter is Bathia, the homeland of our future crown princess. Because they are our only ally, we must maintain good relations. However, we have discovered a document written in the Betan royal cipher here in the palace. However, the royal knight continued, if we were to suddenly approach Princess Garnet, a member of the Betan royal family, it would suggest suspicion on our part, questioning their loyalty. Therefore, we have decided to decode the contents of the document before presenting it to the princess. He paused. We have gathered the most talented royal scholars here today. We ask that you maintain secrecy for the sake of the empire and assist in its decryption. Angela's mind raced. Bathia may be an ally, but there isn't much interaction between our two countries. That's why, after discussing it with Princess Joy, they had decided to conceal their true identities and claim to be residents of Bathia. I use that excuse to cover up my ignorance about Ludwig too, she thought. Angela swallowed hard. This has something to do with Betty, she realized. The crown prince turned to Princess Joy, a smile playing on his lips. Because this is a sensitive matter related to the war, I have invited the Linder family experts who are also members of the royal family, to assist us. Princess Joy replied, "How could we refuse when it concerns the interests of our nation?" The minister suddenly rose to his feet. "We have high expectations for the scholar from the Linder family, who also hails from Bathia," he said, his words laced with a subtle undertone. "I am curious," he continued, his gaze fixed on Angela, "just how talented you are to have been brought all the way here from a neighboring country by the Linder family. You must have been of great service to their family ever since you arrived here." Angela offered a nervous laugh. "I will do my best," she managed. The minister pressed on. "An incident occurs in Bathia, and a scholar from Bathia appears." What a coincidence! Angela trembled inwardly. She wasn't as strong as she pretended to be. Suddenly, Princess Joy addressed the minister, her eyes steady. "You certainly do enjoy worrying about unnecessary things, General," she said calmly. "In any case, General, do not worry. Our family is not a place where just anyone can enter." The minister forced a smile, but his eyes glinted with cunning. "Of course, it would be terribly rude of me to offend the princess," he said. "As always, the Egret Linder family is so tenacious." Princess Joy replied, "It's good to see you stronger than before. It reminds me of many things from the past." Princess Joy placed her hand over Angela's, a silent offering of strength. Angela's thoughts raced. The prince and Princess Joy, they're both good people. If I work as hard as Hermano, could I help him too? Across from them, the minister clenched his fists, radiating a palpable animosity. How arrogant, he fumed inwardly. Suddenly, Crown Prince Frederick coughed, a sharp ahem shattering the tense silence. Excuse me," he said. "This coffee is rather bitter." Caught off guard, Angela stammered. Oh yes, huh? Was he just mimicking me? What was that about?" She wondered, bewildered. The minister, his voice icy, addressed the royal knight who was poring over the document. "Finish the decryption," he commanded. "Yes, sir," the knight replied. As Crown Prince Frederick resumed, sipping his coffee with an air of nonchalance, the night wore on. And so it was decided that the scholars, including Angela, would be working within the main palace for the next 5 days. The scene shifted to Prince Raven's residence. Having returned home, the prince questioned Mano. "You said Joy took her to the royal palace?" "Yes, your highness," Mano confirmed. "The lady went with the prime minister's escort." "It seems I returned too late," Prince Raven remarked calmly. "You've handled everything here admirably." "It was nothing, your highness," Mano responded. But more importantly, the prince abruptly cut him off. "I wish to rest now. You are dismissed." Mano hesitated at the door. "Yes, your highness." He seemed so calm. Mano mused, concerned. "Doesn't he worry about Miss Angela?" "Sleep well, your highness," Mano said, closing the door behind him. Prince Raven turned, his gaze falling upon a pile of teddy bears in the corner of the room. He recalled how Angela had fashioned a makeshift dummy of herself using those very bears, enacting an elaborate escape. A moment later, a knock echoed. Knock, knock, knock. The butler and a servant entered the prince's chambers. "I didn't see you come down for breakfast, your highness, so I came to check on you. Shall I have your meal brought up?" Suddenly, a teddy bear poked its head out from beneath the blankets. The butler and servant froze, their eyes wide with shock. They scrambled back, shouting, "Sir Mano, the Marquis has disappeared again." The scene transitioned back to the royal palace. Following the orders they had been given, the scholars were gathered in the secret library, forbidden from leaving. Everyone worked diligently. Everyone, that is, except Angela. She wandered the palace halls, lost in thought. This palace is enormous. I just needed some air. My head was aching. Honestly, she mused, can a cipher meant for the royal veterinarian really be deciphered? It looks like a swarm of worms. Even my draft for the prince was rejected. Maybe I can glean some information by observing my surroundings. Everything was reliable, except for one person, Angela. She wandered through the palace, thinking, this place is huge. I just want to step out for a moment, because my head hurts so much. Angela then wondered to herself, can a secret code, known only to the royal family, really be deciphered? It feels like a swarm of worms. Even the draft I wrote for the prince was rejected. Maybe I can gather some information by quietly observing my surroundings. Pacing the halls, Angela's thoughts drifted back to Prince Raven. He must have heard about me by now, right? Last time, he came running out to find me. The memory of the prince rushing into the streets to search for her surfaced. I imagine he's still upset. He's been avoiding the palace since then, too. she continued to ponder. I doubt I'll see him before this is all over. A newfound resolve hardened her expression. This time, I have to handle things on my own like Mano. I'll treat this as research for my next novel. I'll learn the basics, step by step. But how should I even begin? She wondered. I don't even know what's happening in Bathia right now, and I can't just go see the princess to ask. Suddenly, a crash echoed through the hallway, followed by a clatter. Angela looked up to see two maids carrying trays of food. They had dropped one. Oh dear, all that food spilled. What a waste, the first maid lamented. Oh no, the second maid exclaimed. The crown princess hasn't eaten yet, has she? No, the first maid replied. She's been so melancholic since the ball. It seems she's homesick. She keeps talking about her homeland all day. Angela froze, the words catching in her ears. Her homeland, Bathia, she murmured. Approaching the maids, Angela offered. Excuse me, let me help you clean that up. The two maids explained the situation to the scholar. Soon, whispers began to circulate throughout the palace. Hey, did you know? That young scholar, she's a really good listener. Oh, I just spoke with her earlier, another replied. Before I knew it, I was asking her for advice. And yet another chimed in, I even forgot she's from the Etchbond family. She must come from a prestigious background, but she feels just like a friend from next door. At this moment, our heroine, Angela, sat comfortably on a stone bench in the palace corridor, thinking to herself, I chatted a bit too much while gathering information, but it was truly fascinating. She mused further. More importantly, I haven't met anyone from Bathia yet, so I can only rely on these rumors. Angela meticulously documented everything, including details about the people of Bathia, the princess, her close attendants, and the current political climate of Bathia. A wave of loneliness washed over her. Feeling weary, Angela rested her head against the railing, closing her eyes. Even if I can't discuss the cipher, she thought, I'd love to meet Princess Joy and inquire about Invictia. Her thoughts continued. Since I can't ask her directly, should I find someone close to her to help me ask? Suddenly, a hand shielded Angela from the sun. Angela opened her eyes to find the strikingly handsome crown Prince Frederick standing before her. So, scholar, he inquired, what are your plans? Startled, Angela stammered, Your Highness. The crown prince flashed a brilliant smile. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? Deciphering a neighboring kingdom's code in a mere 5 days. His smile softened. Also, I apologize for summoning you to the palace so abruptly. I was the one who recommended you for this task. I had someone bring you here. A flicker of understanding crossed Angela's mind. Ah, now I understand why Princess Joy couldn't refuse. The crown prince abruptly shifted the conversation. But why are you here? Are you lost? Angela replied. Oh dear, I just came out for some air because I had a terrible headache. He continued, but the scholar's library is quite far from here. Angela felt a pang of unease. The crown prince, his spirits high, continued, I'm about to go hunting in the nearby mountains. Would you care to join me for a stroll? The air is quite refreshing there. Behind him, a retinue of royal guards waited patiently. Alarmed, Angela declined. I'm quite all right. I was just about to return to the library to organize this information. A hint of disappointment colored the crown prince's voice. Oh, information? Have you gathered a great deal? Glancing at the notebook in Angela's hand, he continued, I hear you've been gathering information by conversing with the people here, rather than consulting books. Looking at the crown prince, a thought suddenly struck Angela. Ah, come to think of it, he's the person closest to Princess Joy. The crown prince, still cheerful, asked, How about this? I'll show you around. Extending a hand towards Angela, he continued, We can chat as we walk, just like you did with the others. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Who are you speaking with? Both Angela and the crown prince were startled. It was Prince Raven. You must be very busy, he stated, so please continue with your work, Your Highness. Seeing the prince, a visible expression of relief washed over Angela's face, as if she had encountered a familiar face in a foreign land. As for the crown prince, his previous jovial demeanor vanished instantly. Prince Raven spoke firmly. I will take care of my scholar. The scene shifted to the forest, where a deer grazed peacefully. Suddenly, in the distance, a bow was raised, gleaming, taking aim, ready to fire. The person holding the bow was the crown prince. His mind flashed back to just moments ago within the palace walls. After Prince Raven's words, the crown prince had replied, Marquis Raven, what brings you here? The princess is also present. Do you have urgent matters to attend to today? Prince Raven had responded, "No, I simply cannot allow my scholar to wander into a lion's den. Do not worry. Please continue with your itinerary." Standing nearby, the Crown Prince's guards gripped their swords tightly, thinking, what is the Marquis planning? He can see all the way from here. Seeing Prince Raven, whispers rippled through the palace. "It's shameless of him to return here," one voice murmured. "The rumors from the ball are still circulating," another added. "Who knows what he'll do next? I wish he'd never come to the castle again. What if he causes another bloodshed?" Hearing these whispers, Angela began to worry about the prince. Prince Raven stood tense and frustrated, his fists clenched. Witnessing this, the Crown Prince addressed him. "There's no need to worry about the scholar, so return, Marquis. The scholar and I are about to take a walk." Suddenly, Angela spoke. "Excuse me, Crown Prince Frederick, I don't think I can go for a walk with you right now." Lowering her head, she added, "I sincerely apologize for declining your invitation." Prince Raven silently pulled up his hood as Angela continued to address the Crown Prince. "Next time, I promise I won't refuse. Your Highness, please enjoy your hunt." Then Angela walked away, leaving the Crown Prince standing there, disappointed, a melancholic thought drifting through his mind. She refused me again. Watching Angela depart, Prince Raven mused. Just like at the banquet, she abruptly left again. Whatever the reason, my approach was solely due to the Echbon family. Back in the present, in the forest, aiming his bow at a deer, the prince thought, this is the first time I've come to the castle, and it's all because of the scholar, no, the author. It felt strangely out of character for him to be showing such a vulnerable side. The minister's warning suddenly echoed in his mind. What are you going to do about that, author? You should deal with her before she has a chance to spread rumors again. Still aiming his bow, the prince thought, if we deal with the author now, while my brother is vulnerable, it would certainly be a significant blow. At that thought, the prince's hand trembled. The deer, startled by the movement, suddenly noticed his presence, lifting its head and widening its eyes. Lost in thought, Prince Raven recalled the moment Angela had approached him. Angela had turned, her gaze filled with an apologetic concern. Why did she look at me like that? He wondered. That look full of worry for me. Lost in contemplation, he gripped the arrow too tightly, the point piercing his hand and drawing blood, yet he remained oblivious. The prince was suddenly reminded of his mother's gaze, thinking that only his mother had ever looked at him that way. Abruptly, a guard shouted, "Your Highness!" Startled, the prince released the arrow. It flew wide, missing the deer. The royal knights behind him spurred their horses forward, shouting, "It's getting away." After the deer, ride towards the herd. Crown Prince Frederick remained motionless, seemingly lost in unfinished thoughts. Bourbon, the guard behind him, watched the Crown Prince, a thought forming in his mind. Crown Prince Frederick injured his hand. Bourbon looked at the Crown Prince, wanting to ask, "Are you all right?" But the words remained unspoken. Back at the palace, Angela stood beside Prince Raven. "Your Highness," she said, "are you all right? You must be uncomfortable coming to the castle. Since I came with Princess Joy, you needn't worry too much." Hesitant to touch his bare hand, Angela lightly grasped his glove. "There's nothing to worry about," Prince Raven replied. Angela smiled softly, a feeling of relief washing over her. He actually came, she thought. Prince Raven looked at Angela, remaining silent. He recalled how she had just bowed and refused Crown Prince Frederick. He was about to speak, just now, when a royal knight appeared. "Wait," the knight said. "Is that you?" The scholar. Startled, Angela replied, "Yes, it is." A flicker of worry crossed Raven's mind. A royal knight. He discreetly placed his hand on his sword, ready to draw it. The royal knight, beaming, said, "Thank you so much for your advice earlier. Please enjoy this sandwich while you work." He offered Angela a sandwich. She accepted it gratefully. "Ah, it's you," she said. "We spoke before. Thank you so much." Angela and the royal knight chatted amiably. The peaceful scene surprised Prince Raven. What is going on? He thought, and her reaction to the sword. Watching Angela's easy conversation, Prince Raven mused, not only has she adapted to this place quickly, but she's also making a good impression on everyone around her. The knight departed. Angela turned to Prince Raven, speaking softly. "Your Highness, would you like to eat a sandwich on the bridge where we danced earlier?" "No, thank you, scholar," Prince Raven replied. "The castle is too crowded. Wherever she goes." The prince's immediate refusal left Angela flustered. He'd covered his horse's face with a cloth to avoid recognition. He's being cautious, Angela thought, but then realized he'd been quite polite, addressing her as scholar. Perhaps he was simply wary of everyone around him, much like Princess Joy. A grin spread across Angela's face. Her fangirl levels were rising. This is so unusual, she mused, but he's adorable. I just want to tease him. She began to circle the prince, a playful lilt in her voice. So, you're worried about me, aren't you? The prince responded nervously. No, scholar. Angela pressed on. Oh my, but you don't have to stay here if you don't want to. No, I mean not here, he stammered, bewildered. What's she doing? He wondered. You're back to speaking normally, Angela teased. The prince stuttered. Weren't you trying to be all formal just now? Angela continued. In the distance, a royal knight's voice called out. Is Marquis Raven in the castle? We should be on high alert. The words caught Raven's attention. Still amused, Angela pressed on. If you tell me the truth, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Is something bothering you? The prince suddenly stepped closer. Leaning in, Prince Raven murmured, You disappeared from my side without a word a long time ago. Of course I'm worried. He sighed. The castle is far more dangerous during the day than at night. There are eyes everywhere. You must be careful. Understand, scholar? The royal knights passed by where Angela and Raven stood. Raven positioned himself to shield Angela, hiding her from their view. Angela's face flushed, her heart pounding. Was he just protecting me? She wondered. Seeing Angela's silence, Raven spoke softly. Author, are you all right? Startled by his proximity, Angela remained speechless. Suddenly, Angela sank to the ground. What's wrong? Raven asked. Panic flared within her. Crouching low, she clutched his coat tightly, her ears burning red. Tell me when they're gone, she mumbled, embarrassed. You were standing too close, she continued. I was worried people would misunderstand if they saw us. He said a long time ago, she thought. Hiding behind the railing, she muttered nervously, So, no one can see me anyway because I'm so short. Suddenly, her gaze lifted to meet the prince's broad chest, sending a fresh wave of heat to her cheeks. She quickly stood, unsure where to look. Finally, her eyes darted behind her. Sorry, she stammered. I just grabbed the first thing I saw. Patting his coat awkwardly, she said, Anyway, thanks for worrying about me, even if it's just empty words. Embarrassment propelled her forward. But you really don't need to, she called out, hurrying away. Angela ran towards two other girls in the palace. Hello, scholar, they greeted. Watching her go, Raven shook his head and clicked his tongue. TSK, he thought, picking up the notebook she dropped. How could I not worry? He recalled her flustered expression, the way her ears had turned crimson. Exhaling sharply, he patted the notebook. She was the one who got close to me. The scene shifted to another corner of the palace where other scholars diligently worked. A figure stood on the staircase, observing them from afar. I'm certain most of these scholars are faces I've never seen in the castle before. They thought, their face completely obscured. The documents must have been discovered. What the hell? So this is the owner of the documents. At the bottom of the stairs, Angela muttered to herself, Where am I? The mysterious figure spotted her. Ah, that's a blonde girl. Angela suddenly turned, looking towards the staircase. But there was no one there. I thought there was someone there, Angela thought. Did I see wrong? The mysterious figure, a girl, mused. That golden hair, she's the girl from the party. Before the mysterious figure could unveil their face, it was Princess Garnet. Why is she here? The princess wondered, her gaze fixed on Angela. Garnet, cloaked in the shadows, trailed Angela, her mind racing. That golden-haired girl, she's from the House of Spurt. They said she's Bathian, right? She must be connected to the missing documents somehow. Garnet continued her internal monologue. How could they know what was written on them? She continued to shadow Angela, who, lost in thought, wandered into an unfamiliar room. Garnet followed, thinking, well, I've never been in this part of the palace before. Where's she going? Angela's mind drifted back to Prince Raven's words from earlier, a long time ago. A blush warmed her cheeks. That's the first time he said he missed me, she thought happily. Suddenly, she realized how dark her surroundings had become. Looking up, she saw she had wandered into a strange room. It was pitch black. I was so lost in thought, I wandered into someone else's room, Angela realized. I need to get out of here. Her eyes fell upon an open document on a table. Reaching for the document, thinking it might be the same one she had seen earlier in the meeting, Angela froze. Footsteps echoed, growing closer. With a gasp, she whispered, Oh my goodness! She quickly slipped into a nearby wardrobe, concealing herself within its depths. Meanwhile, outside, Princess Garnet, also hidden, watched as two figures entered the room. Garnet strained to see what was happening. The general was here, So this must be his room? The general and a mysterious figure stepped inside. The general's bodyguard announced, "I'll stand guard outside the door." The bodyguard's gaze suddenly shifted, landing directly on Garnet's hiding spot. He began to walk towards her. Garnet's heart pounded in her chest, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Blast it! Did he see me? She thought anxiously. Garnet glanced behind her. There's only a balcony. Nowhere to run, she realized grimly. Suddenly, a hand grasped her arm, startling her. The scene shifted to the minister's room. The mysterious figure, holding a dagger, opened each wardrobe door, searching. The minister, observing this, questioned, "What are you doing?" "Get to the point," the mysterious figure replied. "This room has 1,000 rat holes. I'll check around here first." Angela was hidden in the wardrobe next to the one the mysterious figure was currently inspecting. Fear gnawed at her. What should I do? She thought frantically. If I stay hidden here, things will only get more complicated. I should run out now. The sound of approaching footsteps towards her hiding place sent a wave of panic through Angela, her brow slick with perspiration. The scene changed to the staircase. The Prime Minister's guard walked to the railing, about to draw his sword, but on the railing before him were only 2 pigeons. Startled by his approach, the pigeons took flight, flapping their wings and soaring away, leaving him bewildered. Below, at the foot of the stairs, Crown Prince Frederick held the reins of his horse. The Crown Prince suddenly looked up, his gaze meeting the guards. The Crown Prince, he thought, surprised. Crown Prince Frederick calmly entered the palace, having just returned from his hunting trip. The guard looked astonished. Shouldn't he be out hunting, he wondered. The guard turned, ceasing his search, and stood at a distance, close to where Princess Garnet was hidden. Garnet was pressed against the wall, a man standing beside her. The man behind Garnet was Prince Raven. It seems I won't need my sword, he thought. Garnet, terrified, looked down. Oh my God, this guy is standing. The prince and Garnet were concealed behind a pillar near the balcony. One wrong step, and they would plummet to the ground below. The scene shifted back to the minister's room. The mysterious figure, dagger in hand, sliced open the side of the wardrobe where Angela was hidden. Angela was on the other side, still concealed. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, followed by a voice. I apologize for the interruption, General, but it seems the Crown Prince has returned from his hunt earlier than expected. The minister muttered under his breath. Well, this is serious. Hearing this, the mysterious figure turned away from the wardrobe, abandoning their search. Angela's heart skipped a beat. That was close, she thought, her breath catching in her throat. Was that knife? The mysterious figure closed the wardrobe door, leaning against it where Angela was hidden. You're always so noisy when it comes to Frederick, aren't you, General? Inside, Angela trembled, cold sweat slicking her skin. The voice had struck Angela as oddly familiar. The minister said to the mysterious figure, how important is this matter that you wanted to see me privately? He continued, I don't think our relationship is good enough to have this kind of conversation, is it? The mysterious figure turned out to be a girl with long, flowing black hair. Princess. The minister trailed off. The mysterious figure was Princess Joy. Do you think I wanted to come here? She retorted. The scene shifted back to the balcony. Princess Garnet and Prince Raven stood just outside, a fountain shimmering below. I should be by her side, Raven thought, not sneaking around after her like this. Now I'm caught in this mess. His thoughts continued to churn. More importantly, why is Joy with the minister? I believe Joy will ensure the author's safety, but why should everything be all right? Raven tightened his grip on Princess Garnet's hand. I'm sorry, she said. Thank you so much for saving me earlier, but can we go back to the balcony? Raven glanced at Garnet. She looked up at him, her neck and head completely covered, only her eyes visible. Suddenly, the encounter on the staircase at the ball flashed through her mind. It's you, she gasped. Princess Garnet abruptly pushed Prince Raven away. How long do you intend to toy with me? She cried. I won't be fooled again. Before Raven could utter a word, a strangled weight escaping his lips, Garnet was falling. Raven managed to grab her hand, pulling her up as she clung desperately to the railing. Losing his balance, Raven plunged into the fountain below with a splash. Garnet stared down in shock. Wait, she thought, is that Duke Raven? But he's always so harsh to me. Why would he help me? That water must be freezing. Prince Raven stood up, soaked to the bone, coughing. Oh, Duke Raven, are you all right? Princess Garnet cried out. Raven remained silent, fixing Garnet with a chilling stare. Meeting his gaze, Garnet thought, so scary. Should I just leave? Raven picked up Garnet's veil. This is yours, he said. Garnet looked down, her thoughts racing. That's my veil. It's wet, Raven said. I apologize. Are you injured, princess? He asked. The sight of the drenched Raven was unexpectedly alluring. Garnet blushed. No, she stammered. Thank you very much. The scene cut back to the minister's room. The minister poured tea and addressed Princess Joy. So, you believe we are orchestrating a grand conspiracy to drag Vidya's allies into war, and you want us to share this plan so that the Espertline family can solidify its position in the court? The minister burst into laughter. Huh, he continued, still chuckling. Well, what should I say? You seemed very confident in the previous meeting, but now you look worried. After all, Princess Joy said, your dirty tricks from the past have greatly affected us. The minister slammed his teacup on the ground. You, he raged, have any proof that we are plotting something, princess? I don't. Princess Joy snapped back, her own anger flaring. Her furious gaze is just like that scoundrel Raven's, the minister thought. A truly filthy and arrogant bunch. So now you want to negotiate with me? He said. I never thought you would take the initiative like this. Hidden in the wardrobe, Angela thought, I don't think I should be hearing this. All right, the minister continued. If I believe what you're saying, what is our plan? And what will you exchange for it if you agree to reveal it to me, princess? Raven, she replied calmly. The minister froze. Angela gasped, stunned. Princess Joy continued, her voice chillingly devoid of emotion. On the next battlefield, I will give you Raven's head. Angela's mind reeled, unable to believe her ears. What? What was it you just said? The minister asked, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. I wondered what you were going to say, but I never imagined you'd be such a joker, princess. The minister rose to his feet. I can't believe I wasted my time on this ridiculous jest. Please leave. But Joy said, why would I joke about a proposal like this, minister? I would think you, of all people, would understand. Princess Joy continued, for the benefit of the family, my life and my twins are nothing. Not to mention, Raven and I have an agreement for fair competition. You know Raven has left the main residence and is establishing his own territory, right? He's been ignoring my letters lately, so I had no choice but to send his guards after him. The minister set down his teacup. Enough. Say no more. The Duke's position has never been a threat to us from the beginning, nor do we care how you intend to use him. He continued, TSK. Besides, if Raven, the pillar of the family, suddenly disappeared, what do you think would be affected the most? Furthermore, it is the Esperando family. Princess Joy picked up a knife and sliced off a lock of her long hair. I declare the death of Princess Joy of the Esperando family. She held the severed lock aloft, a cruel glint in her eyes. I will kill Raven and seize his position. The minister was unsettled. He saw the same cold, ruthless look in Joy's eyes that he'd seen in Raven's. The minister's face twitched, his eyes widening. Are you saying you'll play that role? He let out a nervous laugh. Ha. And what about you, princess? He continued. What will happen to the remaining pillar? Suddenly, with a startling thud, Princess Joy unexpectedly plunged the knife into the wardrobe behind her, where Angela was hiding. Princess Joy continued, her voice chillingly devoid of emotion. A princess is nothing but a prince's shadow. She doesn't need to exist. You understand this well, minister. Mother treated me as nothing more than an obstacle within the family. Mother always said I was the reason Raven could never be promoted. I'm the reason the rumors about the twins spread, simply because I am the prince's twin sister. Joy smirked. What's even more amusing is that I was the first one to come into this world. Princess Joy continued. From the very beginning, the princess never needed to exist. The minister thought to himself, she's serious. I knew the princess wouldn't joke about something like this. The minister continued his internal monologue. Come to think of it, both of them have been acting strangely since the banquet. Looking at Princess Joy, the minister thought, is this really the Ufillo Duchy? I know this spectacle seems sudden. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Knock, 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 a royal knight announced. The bishop has entered the palace and is awaiting an audience, sir. The minister poured some tea. I suppose our tea party must come to an end. I don't trust a single word from the Eperindo family, but your proposal is still tempting. The minister raised his teacup towards Princess Joy. I will extend the deadline for decoding the documents. I hope we have the opportunity to discuss this matter further in the future. Looking at Joy over his teacup, the minister thought, even that expressionless face is the same. How absurd, the minister thought coldly. Let's see what you're scheming. He said aloud, why don't you sit down and have some tea? I must take my leave now, as I have urgent matters to attend to. Princess Joy drew her knife. Very well, I have many things to do as well. Until next time, she said. Indeed, the minister replied. The two exited the room and closed the door. Silence fell. Angela, dazed, slumped against the inside of the wardrobe. What did I just hear? She thought. The scene shifted to a corner of the palace courtyard. Prince Raven stood opposite Princess Garnet. This is the first time I've seen you since the banquet, Duke, Garnet began. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Raven replied, You needn't worry about it. He returned her handkerchief. I also apologize for grabbing you so suddenly. Garnet said, It's all right. At the banquet, Raven thought to himself, the author's notebook might be wet too. Thinking about the notebook, Raven remembered Angela's intention to ask someone close to Princess Garnet about the secret document. He then asked Garnet a question related to Betty. Raven hesitated, then decided against it. Never mind, he said. I'll take my leave now. Princess Garnet suddenly spoke up. Duke Raven, she continued. If you stay like this, you'll catch a cold. Since this is partly my fault, why don't you come to my room and warm up? Raven immediately refused. No, thank you. This left Garnet feeling awkward. All right, she replied with a nervous laugh. Raven turned back to Garnet. Be careful on your way, he said, his damp clothes dripping as he walked. Garnet watched him go, clicking her tongue. Pulling up his hood, Raven walked away. How embarrassing, Garnet thought. Ever since the banquet, he's always flatly refused my invitations. He's so cold. Is there truly anything he cares about? She wondered. What does he even care about? Lost in thought, Garnet suddenly called out, Duke Raven, I have a question about the kingdom of Visha I wanted to ask you. She continued, Actually, I wrote a document using Vishan symbols. Raven asked, Visha? Garnet pressed on. As far as I know, the general may have seen this document and become suspicious and taken it. Raven thought to himself. The minister, Princess Garnet continued, I just saw some scholars I've never seen in the palace before deciphering it. It will be difficult, but if they succeed, it will be a big problem for me. After a moment of hesitation, Garnet confessed, that document is fan fiction. Thinking he'd misheard, the prince asked, Come again? Princess Garnet explained, Don't you know that famous novel, The Prince in the Rose Garden? I didn't write it. She continued, It's like this. I was feeling down after the banquet, so I decided to read the novel everyone was talking about. I found it quite interesting, so I wanted to try writing one myself. But I felt embarrassed, so I wrote it in code, so no one could read it. Raven thought of the author. Princess Garnet added, There's no mention of you in the story I wrote. None at all. So please rest assured, I didn't write anything shameful like in that novel. Raven covered his face with his hand, a headache forming. All right, he sighed. Thank you for telling me. Raven continued. Excuse me. He then left. Princess Garnet sighed. I've never told anyone about this. The reason I told you is because I trust you. You're the kind of good person I like. Garnet, you're such a fool. She continued. Besides, it's because I have no one to talk to in Laodicea, but you probably wouldn't understand since you're from Laodicea. Turning around, Garnet said, I'm not forcing you, but if you want new clothes, please come with me. Otherwise, if you're uncomfortable, I'll have the servants bring them to you. Raven gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. He then turned and walked away. Garnet watched him go, thinking irritably, honestly, he's so cold, but I like that about him. It's driving me crazy. What am I going to do about that document? The scene changed. Angela, having left the minister's room, turned and walked away, lost in thought. Why would Princess Joy say such a terrifying thing? I'm so worried. Should I tell the prince? Suddenly, Angela bumped into someone soaking wet. I didn't mean to interrupt your deep thoughts, the person said. It was Crown Prince Frederick. But how much longer are you going to wander around with an empty head, scholar? He continued. Is something troubling you? Angela looked up, realizing it was the prince. Oh my goodness, your highness, she exclaimed, suddenly grabbing his hat. He grabbed the prince's hat. Take it off, Angela said. Why are you drenched? You'll catch a cold. The prince snapped. What are you doing? Let go. You're being too formal, Angela retorted. The two continued to bicker, and after a brief struggle, Angela successfully removed Raven's cloak. Raven stared, dumbfounded. Where did you get that monstrous strength? I need that. I can't just walk around with this face. Give it back, Raven demanded. Here, Angela replied, draping her own cloak over Raven's head. She pulled the hood tight, obscuring his face. There, that's better, right? It's getting cold. Where did you even go to get so soaked? Ugh, I bet you won't even tell me if I ask. Suddenly, Angela looked up and blinked. The prince was much too close, right in front of her. Startled, she yelped, Oh my goodness, and bumped him backward into a tree. Raven clutched his chest, a jolt of pain shooting through him. My insides, he thought. Angela stammered. I'm sorry. She continued, but you're staying in the palace. You should go back to your room and change or something. Raven's head throbbed. She talks a lot, he thought. There are a lot of soldiers around my room, so it's best not to go there, he explained. Angela reached out and touched Raven's forehead. But you're so cold, she said, concerned. Raven replied softly, then I'll warm up in your room. So stop nagging, he added. Angela brightened. Okay, she chirped. Then, a touch of doubt entered her voice. We might get a little lost, though. Raven chuckled. Haha.